dress I like. Eyes bright, got me falling now. You didn't know I was terrified. You got me feeling so high, so high, so high. I wanna stay the whole night with you. Sunrise, yeah, I'm going crazy with my baby. All night, yeah, I'm feeling hazy with my Made a fire on the outside of town. You and I, we were side by side. There was nothing to hold us down. All along we were satisfied. You got me feeling so high, so high, so high. I wanna stay the whole night with you. Sunrise, yeah, I'm going crazy with my baby.
All right, Summoners, welcome to the June 2022 edition of the TeleMatch League of Legends tournament organized by Susus with our prize partner being Aftershock. My name is Zim Zim, and with me are Joshua, and we would like to welcome everyone to this tournament for today with a prize pool of 9,700 RP as well as Aftershock backpacks for the players to win. With that being said, obviously, what exactly is TeleMatch? I think we'll pass it over to Joshua. What do you think it is?
All right, a very good morning, guys. And I would like to introduce to you guys to what Telematch is all about. Telematch is an online community competition for casual players alike and let players experience fun through competitive play. And since it's a community competition, we allow individuals to register. And when there's enough individuals, they can actually form a team together, just like that. And in this tournament, probably one of the biggest registrations, biggest amount of teams we've ever had in recent history. We have a whopping 41 teams in this tournament right now with 8 groups.
Right. With that being said, 8 groups present. The group stage, I think the best way we'll go through it is definitely explaining how the format for the telematch will be because it's a 1 day tournament. The group stage, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals will all be done in a single day. With that being said, the group stage will be a round robin, which means that each team will play against each other in their groups for a best of one game only, and the top 8 will proceed to the quarterfinals. So, what does the top 8 mean? It means that the winners of each group will be making it to the quarterfinals for the rounds.
Yes, absolutely. And however, if a draw happens in terms of the number of the wins, we will take out the team that took the shortest average winning game duration to move on to the quarterfinals. And please do look out in the afternoon. We're going to have a fun match. And so the fun match is that captains from each team will play together. And this is a very good way to socialize and make new summoner friends in the Rift and bond across teams. And it will be ARAM. It will be Blind Pick Abyss.
Yep, that the most well, the best way for us to try and get people to to come and gel together is give them the most chaotic platform to do so. So with regards to the quarter semis and finals, since it will be done all today, it will be a single elimination best of one, which means that there won't be a best of 3, best of 5s. We won't have those long drawn out games, but this is all in the spirit of good fun, good competitive spirit. We don't want to constantly drag on everyone. We want to have everyone opportunity to play as much games as possible.
Yes, absolutely. And guys, don't forget to support TeleMatch. Go on to follow their socials on Facebook and Instagram. Do just search up Teletrip Gaming, and I believe the details are also in the Twitch description as well. And as for Twitter, it's also Teletrip Gaming. All small cases and no full stop.
Yep. With that, hopefully you guys are able to keep up with the Teletrip Gaming's updates on future tournaments as well. This is not the only tournament that we'll be hosting, but this is the tournament that we will be focusing on today. With that being said, I think the most interesting things is that each team coming in has their own basically objectives or targets that they want to reach. Like we could say, shout out to the upcoming players of autofill players, basically. But they're out here going to play for fun, not for serious, but for fun. So it's pretty interesting to see what kind of teams are coming in and what their objectives are.
Yes, absolutely. We have different objectives, like Zim, you said. Some they're just playing for practice, some they just want to have fun, some they just want to experience what it's like being competitive, some take it seriously. But it's beautiful that even with all these different objectives, different goals, we can still come together and compete under this same tournament.
Yep. So it's pretty exciting. I think the best part when it comes to these kinds of community tournaments is that kind of variety when we see in the gameplay. So people aren't we won't we get to see a lot more coming up from the community. You get to see a lot more coming up from their identities of players, and at the very least, build this kind of community in the Garena scene, in the Southeast Asian scene. So hopefully, this will be a next step to progress into providing a much more better competitive, and at the very least, an amateur competitive scene, if not more.
Yes, this just helps out those players, helps out all of us actually. Due to us, all of us players, you know that the scene isn't that much developed here in our countries. But however, with Telematch, such a wonderful organization, they're the ones putting out the platform. They're the ones setting up the stage for you guys to have this opportunity. And we cannot thank them enough. And also, I just want to add on a little bit. This is not the only game. There are also other titles such as Mobile Legends and Valorant as well on Teletrip Gaming that they also hold competitions and have streams on.
Yep. So be sure that if you're ever interested in those kinds of games as well, you could look out for any updates regarding those games. If you're interested, Pokemon Unite also recently occurred, if I'm not mistaken, about a month or two ago. So it's pretty exciting the kind of variety of games that want to be pushed for the esports scene in Southeast Asia. So keep a lookout for that. Now we have a few more minutes left going into the game's draft. Teams are slowly getting into the lobbies, slowly getting ready for the game. So with that being said, we're gonna take a few more minutes and we'll be getting into the draft.
Okay, we are already jumping right into the draft right now. So, just so you know, that we will be casting Group 1's game of Autofield players versus Shiba Inu Love. So, I just want to shout out a little bit for the Shiba Inu's Love team's name. That Shiba Inu is a very cute dog breed from Japan. And Autofield players, it just means that they willing to play any role, I guess. So maybe we'll see that from them. But either way, also a nice name as well, because in League of Legends we have 5 unique roles, and everyone has a set role, or you have a interest towards it. But with autofill, it means that you're willing to take up any role.
Yeah. So let's see whether the versatility that comes from the name Autofield players will give them that edge against Shiba Inu Love, or will Shiba Inu Love, strike first blood in the first match of this round robin, right? With that being said, draft is being going on. We can see that Gwen and Anivia has been banned on the side of Autofield players, while Shiba Inu Love has banned Veigar and Senna. There's a Wukong ban as well, but a reminder to all the viewers: this is a for fun tournament. There will be a few competitive things here and there, but obviously we're not expecting the players to draft or think like professional teams. So if you see anything, right, just take it in a most how do you say, heartwarming way of players showcasing what they're comfortable with, showcasing what they're really good at.
Okay, now with all the bans already being banned out for the first phase, we'll be going into the first pick, and we have a Janna lock-in from Ray is Gem. And Janna obviously very solid as well. Not sure if she benefited much from the durability patch, but still enchanters are still very relevant, still very strong in the meta. And let's see what the answer is gonna be.
Damn. When I saw that Viego hover, I was about to shout out our observer, therefore school out here are gonna be providing the gameplay that you'll be watching. They didn't block in Viego, so I can't shout him out as much, but it's fine. They picked up a Nami on the side, so enchanters have been picked on both sides. I feel like when you see a Nami, you probably see a Lucian as well.
Oh, nice! They lock in Viego now.
Alright, shout out to Defo School, our observer. He plays Viego exclusively. Hell yeah.
Okay, one trick of that broken champion. Nah, just kidding. He used to be really broken. I guess that the line of broken champs is now passed on to Belvev, and I think we're definitely gonna see her come out in this tournament sooner or later. But yes, like you said, Zim, of course, Nami premierly paired with Lucian Nami, very very lethal lane. One of the hardest lane to survive, actually, in my opinion, for bot lane. So they not sure what the answers are, but you can probably fight fire with fire, for example, like a Tristana Leona, Samira Leona. But that's not gonna happen anyway, because it's already a Janna. And already you have the Forge God locked in from Ornn, very solid. Once he gets that first upgrade, as the game goes later and later, Ornn just gets so much stronger and stronger, and he brings so much value to his team with the item upgrades.
Yeah, I think the interesting part is that Volibear is also picked with Ornn. So if they actually had a Nivea pick instead of ban, they would have the Legend trait activated on TFT, and it will be able to sacrifice their teammates and get super buffs, right? But with that being said, now that's all that's left is the second rounds of picks and bans. You can see that AD carries are banned. The premier hyper carries right now, like Twitch and Vayne, have been taken out. Definitely very strong in the durability patch. Not necessarily the strongest laners, definitely Lucian and Nami having an edge, but let's see where the champ pools lie for the side of Autofield players, with Victor being locked in from the side of Shibino.
Those are really good bans from there. Actually targeting quite a lot of the bot lane. Veigar as well can also go to the bot lane. Senna, Twitch, Vayne. So it's actually limiting a lot of options there from the AD carry. So we still have a few, maybe like Tristana, Aphelios, but I'm really not sure when it's up against a Lucian Nami lane. And we have an Ashe locked in, putting up a lot of slows. Actually, quite nice. Feels quite nice. Ashe can outrage Lucian, but however, if Lucian just dashes in with the Nami buff and procs Electrocute, pretty much half your HP is going to be gone. And it's really relied on Janna to time that shield really well to minimize their losses in the lane. And nice, we have a Talia. Talia is actually really strong as well in the meta after the changes. Her passive just gives so much value with the movement speed and can just impact the map really, really well.
Yep, I think that Talia really rounds out the crowd quite nicely in terms of control, and we see an Akshan being picked. It just feels like they just dropped down the gauntlet right there up against the Ornn. You just say, alright, you're gonna pick a late game scaling champion. You know what? We'll try and take you out as soon as possible with the Akshan. And Akshan is not necessarily pretty awful in terms of how he wants to navigate through the game with his build, since he can go on hit. I think on hit Akshan definitely a lot stronger. with the durability
Mhm.
update. So it really matters on how Ray's game on Ornn is able to resist the Akshan, similar to how the Ashe and Janna bot lane is able to resist the Lucian Nami bot lane.
Yes, absolutely. So for now, looking at the drafts, I actually think that Shiba Inu Love, they have a lot of reliability. They have a lot of damage on their side. So that's going to be a very good source of them winning this game. But I'm not going to count out autofield players that fast because their champions are really, really nice at team fighting. And when it comes to those skirmishes as well, they also have a lot of utility. So it's actually going to be a quite interesting game to see which one is going to come out on top.
Yep, exactly. And when it comes to if you see the side of Shiba Inu Love, there's a lot of early game power, but that does mean that the team is on a timer as compared to the side of autofield players. Like with ornaments, it's just extremely disgusting as the game goes on. Ashe now predominantly can deal a lot of damage, but there's also a lot of versatility with the fact that the Imperial Mandate build is exists. Not to say that they'll probably go for it. Most likely it'll be a traditional Kraken Slayer build into on hit, but the possibility is there, right? Talia, I think the best thing to highlight is how disgusting she became with her, let's say, mini
Rework.
rework. Yeah,
Yeah.
extremely disgusting with the amount of damage she can pull out. Since, if I'm not mistaken, the ground that she pulls out from her E deals a mini stun, right? I could be wrong here.
I just know she deals a lot of damage. That's it.
Yeah, I think we don't realize the mini stun because we're probably dead by the point she casts
Oh yes, exactly.
in the ground, right? So it's pretty interesting to see what it goes here. Definitely a lot more straightforward on the side of autofield players, front to back. Meanwhile, Shiba Inu, they need to find the angles, need to find ways to get access to the backline, get access to the enemy team, try and find those fringe moments where they're able to get in and get out scot free.
Yeah, and I just mean Talia after the changes, she's like really tanky. Like in the games that I go against her, it just feels so oppressive going up against her. And because of her kit, she's really really good at snowballing as well due to her kit. Compared to the Victor, the snowballing potential for Talia is just off the roof. So if this Talia gets out of control, that is just gonna spell trouble for the side of Shiba Inu is love. But the Victor definitely solid pick if piloted really well. Getting that farm and CS can be also really really strong once he gets 2 to 3 items, and pair with the other damage dealing ADCs like Akshan and Lucian, and of course Viego as well can also do a lot of damage.
Yep. Well, we are going to end this practically very, very soon. So, for those of you in chat, if you want, you can type out on which team do you think will win. If you think the Autofield players will win, you can put hashtag AFL win. Or if you think Shiba Inu Love will win, you can put hashtag SBL win. We're going to make it as professional as possible, trying to take as much from the LCS that happened earlier this morning. Make it a lot more fun for everyone, and just overall have a great time with it. Now we're going to be loading in. We can definitely give a description of what the rune sets are.
Yep. So pretty standard coming out. From them, of course, because it's Ashe, you're pretty much forced to go cleanse. If there's like a Leona or Morgana, you're pretty much forced to go cleanse if you're going up against those champions. But however, that still does not take away the combat ability from Lucian, Nami, and really nice there, Janna going for the exhaust. Once Lucian dashes in, if she exhausts it at the right time, then she can totally negate the combo damage from Lucian. And that's how they're gonna deal with it. Pretty smart way of doing so. Pretty standard TPs from Victor. Pingandia on the Talia going aggressive with the Ignite. I like it since she is quite the snowball champion. Going Ignite there is really well, and it seems like they're hovering a little bit over there. I don't think they can still catch out Talia though, because they don't have level 1 CC besides Viego, unless you go W, but you wouldn't want to do that because your clear is gonna be really bad. And Shot put down the ward on the tri-brush of the blue side.
Yeah, let's see how well this game goes. We can see that aside from trying to get as many edges as possible with the wards early on, it seems that we're probably gonna go for a standard start. You can see Volibear starting on the red side with the Viego also starting on red. So they're actually mirroring each other. So they're gonna be not completely mirroring each other, right? Yeah, one's passing top, one's passing top. So it seems we kind of they have an idea where the priority lies for each team right now.
Yes. So I play jungle, so I generally do know what their paths are gonna be like. So both these champions really love doing 5-camp clears. That's probably the better clears for them, for their options. But however, they are also very good at ganking. Volibear and Viego, very good level 3 junglers as well. So you can do a vertical on just one side and then gank the lane. So for Viego, that's going to be top or mid. But however, it's still really hard to gank that early in the game. Let's have a really nice trade here for...
Yeah. You can see that I started on an army. A bit aggressive, but at the same time, maybe the over-aggression does bite him on the champion. So it's pretty good in terms of what Dina Janna lane is doing right now. Okay, you can see that there is a trend. The seismic toss does provide quite a bit of damage, but the return from the victor does provide at the very least an even trade.
Yes, and Akshan doing really well to bully the Ornn, but Ornn, he just needs to survive there. That's just his champion identity. He just needs to survive. He just need to get levels. That's really important. Levels on Ornn is way more important than items, at least in the early game. But Akshan is stacking a really huge wave onto Ornn here. But Volibear is clearing up the top. Yeah.
That was really, really close. But we can see the effect coming up from the outside. Since the ignite, will that be enough? He is recalling, will it be enough? No, it won't. Taking in all the pots, all the cookies, and he's able to stay alive. So he does have the TP, he's able to at the very least get some of that wave, but that was very, very close.
Oh my. Oh wait, before that, Viego coming in for a mid gank.
Looking in for a gank of the mid, forces the flash. The flash is caught up by the stun, but unfortunately, there's not enough follow-up from Victor, and that is at the very least flash burn and summoners in favor of side of Chiba Ino Love.
That's very good as well, limiting the roaming options coming up from Talia in this early game. Now she really has to play a little bit more careful without her flash right now. So that's really good for Victor as well. Can prevent her from getting more of that lane pressure. And they're hovering right here.
Oh, a flash coming in with the stun as well from Viego, but unfortunately a flash in return does spell the safety of Janna.
It's really unfortunate because this flash compared to the Talia flash isn't that valuable. Okay, they're fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Because they can't really dive the bot lane right now, and because of the wave state, they still can't do anything much. Oh, Talia, oh, that's really nice. She gets cancelled right there.
We have multiple fights breaking on multiple lanes. So you can see that the dash forward able to knock him up. Will he be able to get more out of it? No, he won't, but it'll most likely force him off the wave right here, giving control to the Ornn, not what you want on an Exxon.
Oh no, Volibear is right there on the crux, and they can setting up a really good dive. Oh no, he's going in too early.
Oh, he gets the flash. Will that be enough? Yes, it will. First blood goes over to Ornn with a return kill going over for Akshan.
Oh boy, I saw that Volibear on the minimap there was already ready for the dive. Really nice there because the wave was bouncing back for the side of Ornn, so it's gonna stack really, really huge. And because of that bad trade taken by Akshan, Ornn was able to get a really good control of the wave. But unfortunately, Play for Team went a little bit too early there. But however, they do still get the kill.
Wow, I was holding my breath right there. That was really, really close. Complete understanding of the damage, the damage threshold that was needed. Not even blowing out flash or exhaust. Truly mad lads right there.
To be nice there, just the heal is enough. And they're still not going to lose that much because it's a cannon wave. Fortunately, it's a cannon wave, so they're not going to lose as much minions because the cannon is going to tank up the tower damage from the turret, so the minions don't die as fast. but still, I'd say they're doing quite a good job. Can't wait to end and animal control, controlling their losses really well there. Against the Lucian Nami lane, pretty much the objective is just to minimize your loss, minimize not dying to them that many times in lane, and giving yourself a good chance.
Okay, Akshan was just roaming into mid, but unfortunately he gets taken out. There is a return kill for Victor, but that definitely is what Pink AFK would like to see. I think it's pretty funny his name is Pink AFK, and Akshan was not in lane, he went mid. So yeah, maybe he stopped it. It should have been AFK.
Oh boy, yeah, exactly. Because of that flash burn by Viego early, that allowed them to get that kill really nicely. So
Yeah,
again,
I think, going on about that, definitely there were things coming out. I think the most important, okay, well, as I was going into that, there is an instant destruction there on Janna with the from the bot lane of Nami and Nami and Lucian. So showcasing the power of the Nami Lucian, but you know, at the very same time, this is not a position that Akshan wants to be. Down in CS, down in kills as well, giving up kill over to Talia. But with that being said, you can see that a dive coming in from the Viego. Will they commit onto the dive under the turret? But Volibear is here. Volibear actually quite a bit of damage, forcing the flash onto Nami to try and keep him alive. But will that be enough? Yes, it will. And that is a kill onto the Volibear 3v2 kill.
oh, that was a really nice dive looking there for Shinjo Sasageo on the Viego, but however, play for team, he was hovering really well, but even before that,
a missed timing on the call of the forward shot, and Akshan was able to punish that, giving him a bit more of an advantage in the game.
yes, okay, so now that Akshan is back on the kill, he's gonna be feeling really good after that one. But if only he altered a split second earlier, it would have turned the fight around. But really well knockups there coming from Nami and Scarlet, but before that pinned up.
Reverse ball just provides that kind of damage, and he's able to roam up, and that's just a kill secured on PFK, on the Talia, definitely getting the game rolling on.
Yes, things are already slicing up right here with everyone high on levels, already their ultimates unlocked. And really nice there from Pingandia FK.
Pink and AFK, my man. No, wait, no, it's
gosh.
Pink and IAFK.
Pink and AFK. Oh, Pink and AFK. Okay. Sorry, okay. Now we know.
Yeah,
really nice there finding opportunistic.
Like what Mulan referred to herself when she was trying to become a soldier. Pink.
Oh.
Yes, I watched this game. Probably see a lot of this. Alright, you can see that the force flash coming out from Victor, and because of the amount of damage that Talia is providing, that is an easy secure on the Volibear right there.
Alright, so we already see that things are swinging back into the favor of autofield players. Just Talia finding that opportunistic roams, opportunistic ultimate onto the side lanes. And okay,
but right now you can see a fight on the bot side with the jungler missing jungler advantage over from the side of autofield. They are able to secure the kill onto Nami again, actually punishing this over-aggressive lane.
Okay, so things are looking really good right now. They've even up the scoreline. Just now it was in favor of Shiba Inu His Love, thanks to the aggression of the Lucian Nami, but now they've equalized it thanks to their really nice opportunities that they found, punishing the players from Shiba Inu His Love and getting some return kills.
Alright. But we're looking at the development of the laners right now. We're gonna be reaching a point where they'll be reaching the items, first item. Looking at with that being said, there is a small wall. A flash coming in from Viego, diving onto the turret, and there's a shutdown going over in favor of the Victor. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, there's also a very small trade here. Will the trade continue to develop? No, it won't. But finally, Victor getting a bit of an advantage against the Talia, but you see a dive coming here.
Alright, he needs to go off the
onto by Lucian, but unfortunately, with the Volibear coming in, forced to take it down. Shutdown going over to the Volibear.
Oh my gosh, there's so much action going on. Just kill after kill. Things happening on this lane and another thing happening on the other lane. So realize back and forth from both teams, they're just cranking things up, just turning up the gears on this game. So just now from Shinzo Sasageo on the Viego, Shinzo Sasageo, really nice W flash there just to stun the Talia before she can get away and just immediately killing her under that tower. And thanks to the Rift Herald, able to break already the tier 2. Tier 2 mid already gone, that's gonna hurt a lot for the side of Autofield players. But however, Play 14 on the Volibear doing a really good job hovering his bot lane because their wave stick was in a really bad spot and they really needed to get the wave in, or else they're just gonna get run down by Chot and Ice. But they already engaged and he flashes over the wall just to help them secure that kill.
Yep. But now we can see items coming in for the teams right here. There's an Everfrost on the Talia along with the Chemtech Volibear, so a bit strong but also a bit of tankiness right there. But on the side of there's a mixed axe error, will they be able to punish the Akshan, still the lone Akshan? But Viego is coming in from the side along with Volibear actually. They're forcing a flash, but will the auto come in? Yes, the Stormwinger comes in, but will there be enough? No, 8-1, but now Viego actually alone 1v3 at this moment. Come up with being thrown out by Akshan. Will there be enough or will it not? Surprisingly, no one actually perishes in the team fight, but instead the team fight is coming in with these. I'm sorry, I got something stuck. Sorry. Yeah, Talia, a very fun champion when you only have one dash. But will the Viego actually be able to take him out? Yes, he will. And now all that's left is the lone dragon to be taken. That's actually a trade in favor of AFL. Very, very good.
Yeah, AFL. I think it's just Play 14 doing really well, just hovering his lanes at the right place at the right time. And then Shinzo Sasageo down in levels and just reacting to the plays, making it too slow. Barely surviving there just now, but from the stun of Volibear, he wasn't able to get the reset off. It could have been really close if he got the reset off. But thanks to that, they get a dragon. And things are really, really swinging back into the side of Autofield players, AFL. But still, Shiba Inu will still have a slight goal advantage. However, but I don't think that matters as much here right now in this stage of the game.
Yep, I think it does matter when it comes to where those goals lies and how valuable that goal is. So if we're talking about Ornn versus Akshan, like Ornn is able to function with slightly lower economy compared to Akshan.
Yes.
All because he has to resist, right? Yeah. But on the side of like Volibear versus Viego, right? Viego needs to be accelerated, needs to have a bit more damage, a bit more abilities to reset. While being able to resist that much, Volibear very, very tanky, very, very hard to deal with at this point in the game.
Yes, absolutely. And they still don't have that much items coming up online for the side of Shiba Inu is loved, so they gotta be careful right there. Missing a germ, just hovering, just poking him a little bit right there. Just dancing, just trading damage. But however, I just saw that 500 gold was onto the Nami, so that's when you think about that, the gold value advantage isn't that huge for AFL because the gold is going to the support instead of their main carries. However, I do want to ask Lepos to zoom out if you're able to during the fights. It's gonna be happening a lot right now.
Yeah, you can see that everyone's going to be shot out for the Akshan, and Akshan now just stick between a rock, a hard place, and a massive bear. That does provide a kill, but actually gets a kill in return, Akshan! Showcasing why this champion is very, very strong against Wishies.
Oh, and I just noticed he went for Gale Force there. Actually, really, really good choice. However, even with the nerfs, it's still gonna feel nice in these situations with Gale Force. And able for him to turn that around despite being down in levels. So actually really insane play from Germ.
Yeah, I think the Akshan understands their responsibility in the game. It's not to deal with the front line. You have Lucian and be able to do that. This is why you see the Kraken trade. That's why you also see Victor with the Liandry. Very, very strong item right now because of the situation, right? So Akshan knows what he needs to do, knows who his targets are, so it's pretty, really intelligent buy right there. And because of that, getting that kill onto the Talia, making sure that Talia can't constantly slow the ball is really, really good right there.
Okay, so right now we're just in the law states of the game. Players are just gonna catch waves, push waves, reset. The supports are gonna set up vision, and the next big fight is gonna happen
Right now.
in a way.
The shredded volley and the seismic toss right there. So it does mini stun. Alright, so that solves my question from earlier. It does mini stun.
Okay. But however, Shinzo Sasageo is getting a really nice Rift Herald in the meantime. It's gonna feel really nice for them to break those side lane turrets, because they still haven't gone down. But still, with those both tier 2 downs, it just hurts a lot for AFL, because that early Rift Herald from Shinzo Sasageo still keeping them relatively in control of the mid lane vision. So the next big fight is gonna happen in a minute when the Ocean Drake comes up.
Yeah, Ocean Drake, especially, I think both teams would really enjoy it, but definitely AFL even more so, because they love sustained fights. They love to make sure that they have time to get reset and cooldown in each and every fight. They are able to reach this really well. So Ocean, definitely a bigger prize for AFL than it is for SIL. Yeah, Shiba Inu Love. Yeah, that's the abbreviation, right? But both teams definitely gonna be enjoying it right now. See how it develops. Going into their recalls before the Drake spawn.
That's what you want to do, especially for laners. You can recall a little bit, but for supports, you generally want to be setting up vision at least a minute, 45 seconds to a minute, setting up vision for your team around that area for the dragon, so you have better information, better vision. As you can see, they already in control of the river because they were there first. And now,
but there's an engage on the Viego. There's actually a lot of stuns to keep him from being present. Will this be able to take down the Viego in time before the dragon spawns? Right now, we can see that there's a flash coming in from Victor as well as the Akshan nearby to try and make sure that they're able to get more out of that. The stopwatch being popped in for the body band. Body band is left alone, unfortunately, shut down. Going over to the Akshan, but will the Victor also get taken out? Yes, he will. Now, C4, C4. Will the team be repeating comeuppance being thrown out by the Akshan, but will just be blocked out very, very easily? And will this lead to a bigger development? Army going in a flash with the bubble, unfortunately not hitting anyone. Viego on the side, however, looking to try and get one, looking to try and get the resets. But unfortunately gets taken down because of the very quick flash from King and IASK right there. That's a 2 for 2. And will that lead to a longer development right here?
all things are still looking super close right here, but with the Aura HP, he's more tanky, has more advantage, seems like.
That damage with the Imperial Mantis, E combo with Lucian Nami right there.
Forcing them out, they don't want them to base. I think it's better just immediately start the dragon because the people that were dead just now, they're coming out of base right now. So I need to be careful. I need to look again back to the dragon.
Yeah,
but Shiba Inu Love, yeah, they're the ones in control right now.
With that being said, regarding the show, I think the best thing to highlight is in regards to what ultimates are present on both sides. So we can see that on the side of the AFL, the only ultimate they have is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So based on that information, they were like, okay, we shouldn't really be fighting this. Because the tidal wave, Mr. President, the Victor's ultimate, I cannot remember, it's early in the morning, what the names are, right? I remember Comeuppance because it sounds cool. Along with Heartbreaker. Chaos Storm, thank you, Mr. Observer,
Thank
man.
you. Let's go.
Professional dancers, by the way.
Oh my gosh. But either way, things were looking really good there for AFL because they're the one handling the jungler, Shinzo Sasageo. But he was able to get out in time, just spamming his Heartbreaker. And he didn't die until he went on just now. That spelled really good for Shiba Inu Love, and they were able to turn back because the Victor was on the flank onto the carries, onto Ash and Janna. Now he's getting caught.
On the board, not able to catch out one. Will there be enough to take out the Victor, or will the Victor be able to get out? Yes, it's actually enough. Now, the Chaos Star, will he be able to kill the Janna? No, she won't get. Actually, she will. Oh my god!
Oh no, the minions!
Gets the kill!
Oh my gosh. It's just runs in the team, I guess. Just getting 1v3 apart, but still getting return kills.
Yep. Happened on the Akshan, happened on the Vixen. Now they're actually looking for the Baron. There's no vision on the side of AFL to see this. Bola Hawkshot being thrown, not all will it not. Seems like no one realizes that they're going for the Baron. That's going to be a very free pick right there. Very intelligent pick from the side of SIL right there. But now we can see Korn walking up. He sees it. Will he be able to stop it? No, he will not. But will they chase? Seems like a retreat.
It's just too late. Wow, really nice there, because they knew they were going to base after that catch onto Victor, so they immediately turned to the Baron, and because of their champions, they have the damage to do so in 20 minutes. So really smart call from there, really decisive from the side of Shivan Inu Love, and they can rack up some more advantages with the Baron Nasher, and because of their base timings, because of the tempo, AFL able to get back that mid tier 1 in the meantime, so able to equalize things a little bit. But for now, they just need to hold on until the Baron finishes,
right.
so that they won't be in trouble.
I think the interesting thing is that the goal has been relatively even. Sure, about a 1k to 2k goal lead usually in favor of SIL, but overall, when it comes to where these champions want to be, like SIL's champions wish to constantly be very far ahead, but you know, AFL being able to keep it relatively even, and actually this is in their favor, because the longer it's even, the longer they scale and the longer they'll be able to get to that title threshold they want to be in.
Yes, that is a really good point there, Zim, because due to the champions, they function either way. They function better with low economy. So if their economy is just as the same as these type of champions that they need to be far ahead, they're actually winning in a sense. So they're doing a really good job there, having minimized things in the early game.
We can see that level 13 has been hit on Ornn as well, so the first ornament is here. Frostbite on has been ornified, as I would say, because I'm not good with ornament names, because how rare do you mention ornament names?
Yeah, true though.
Right? But it begs the question, what will be upgraded next? I feel like Everfrost will be the second choice. Once you reach level 14, there it is, level 14. So it matters on where these champions will be, because Talia definitely going to be accelerated once you get the ornament as well. But with no objective, an objective coming out in about a minute, we can see that there is an engage on one side. The monsoon is able to keep him alive, but not enough, and there is a shutdown going over on the Talia right there. Now they're actually trying to push the tempo, trying to increase the speed of the game to try and punish that one catch right there.
Oh, Ping and AFK, he was just stepping in between his tier 3 and tier 2, and he had no members behind of him, and there were already a lot of members stacking onto.
You can see that Colin's coming out, but the Colin's actually taken out by the tornado from Dana, but there's a lot of damage, so much control coming out from the Victor, and they're able to get a very clean in-hit pick right there. The Victor, with the build of the Liandis, the demonic embrace, there's so much on dot damage that is kind of difficult to deal with unless you have shields present.
Yeah, and Jana, she only can provide shields. As compared to Nami, she has heals, so that's where the Ocean Dragon comes into play.
Yep.
And now they're just the Ash Arrow.
The enchanted Wizard Hero does get off the Vega, but unfortunately there's no follow-up. But we can see that the Weaver's
really
coming in.
Everforce
get one off. Will he be able to actually push the SIL away? But the tidal wave coming in actually does provide a lot of CC, but there's not enough. The Vega gets taken out, and now Victor left alone. Comeuppance actually does not take the Ash, but with the coming in from the Vega, they'll be able to take one. They're able to actually unfortunately not take the dragon that's secured by Talia, but that is a lot more kills secured on the side of SIL.
Oh, just Neko Desu with the Chaos Storm did so much value before he went down. And thanks to that action, coming in at the right time, he was fresh out of base. Because of that, he was able to clean up with his team, and Ash just dies. And it was all looking really good at the start there for AFL. But the Chaos Storm just did way too much damage, and their carries was just too low on health, and they could not regenerate health back again. and thanks to that, Shiba Inu Love, they're getting their advantages that they need, and immediately a huge swing in gold. Already 5k gold ahead. That's gonna feel really good for them, and that's the thing that they really need. They need to be ahead of gold like this.
Yep, one good fight, and that's all it takes to try and swing the goal. But similarly enough, this is definitely not enough. They have to win consecutive fights. They have to make sure that the game is as fast as they want it to be, because their income generally gets outscaled. They do have Viego insurance. Yeah, that's the word. Viego insurance, because resets allows you to take the items and the full kit of the champion. So that's present there. But with Orm present, you can see that the ornaments are being given both to the Talia and the Ash, making them both a lot tankier. Eternal Winter, what a sexy name. Prime Forge Grass, oh my god. What name.
That's so hard to pronounce.
Hell yeah. Blood Ward, okay, that sounds like a...
Blood Ward?
It sounds like an Elden Ring item or something.
Okay, from Bloodthirster to Blood Ward. Interesting right there. But still, you can't cut out the AFL because of the ornaments. And wait, there's a fight!
A massive fight comes in, Kamagu's has to be thrown out, and the Chaos Storm doing so much damage onto the backside. And now all that's left is the Ash, all that's left is the Orb, and unfortunately that is not enough. With 5 members strong, with a minion wave pushing onto the bot side, it feels like this might be the final stretch, the final legs that AFL are able to stand on. Now only the Necroster is available, only with 1 member present. It seems that this is the game in favor of SIL. SIL looking to grab Grade 1, looking to grab the first win of this edition of the TeleMatch Gaming, presented, organized by Susus, quick prize by Alchemist. Now, congratulations to SIL for winning the game.
Really climatic way of starting up the day for us right there. Just immediately catching onto 4 members, immediately wiping them off, and they have a wave pushing in thanks to the inhib they gotten earlier just now with the Baron, and immediately end the game swift and clean right there. So really nice. But still, the game was really even for like 80% of the time. It was only until the last like 5 to 8 minutes that it swing right back into SIL because the champions came online, or because they did not have enough heal. They did not have that much agency when they were fighting longer, and the Chaos Storm just doing too much damage into the backline. Just Nekodesu finding really good Chaos Storms onto the Ash and Janna. And thanks to that, they were able to close this out.
Yeah, I think definitely if we were to highlight who our MVPs, I think both of us would agree that Nekodesu on the Victor has so much control in every single fight he was present in, and that Chaos Storm, even his W, providing that amount of terrain control, especially showcasing why Victor hasn't completely fallen out from the Victor match. You can alter his build as well. With the Liandries, with Demonic Embrace, showcasing why those items are very strong as well. Definitely my pick for MVP, and do you agree as well?
Yes. Honorable mention to Shinzo Sasageo, setting up his laners early up, able to get a good advantage onto the lane. But however, towards the end, I still gotta say that agree with you that Nekodesu on the Victor was the MVP, thanks to him getting really good Chaos Storms onto the last 2 fights.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, this is the end for Game 1. Don't worry, we'll be going on to a short break, and we'll be moving on to the second game of the tournament with Happy Rainbow Flatulence versus Radiance. So, don't forget to support TeleMatch. Follow our socials on our Facebook and Instagram by searching Teletrip Gaming. You'll be able to find them very easily. Teletrip.gaming for Facebook and Instagram, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Teletrip Gaming, no spaces, on our Twitter. And obviously, follow the stream to keep up on updates on future tournaments as well. With that being said, we're going to be signing off from Game 1. This is Zim and Joshua. Peace.
Look at him now. He's getting stronger than he'll ever know. He's on his way to that stage. No heaven, sure that the gates will open. He keeps me scraping for answers. Lover's revenge. Watch as he dances right on the edge of a falling see where he goes. He's never one to stay patient for long. He's trying to get to the bright new heaven. I'm scared the gates won't open. He keeps me begging for answers. Watch what he says. Words keep him dancing right on the edge of a falling Work your fingers to the bone. I know you can keep me warm. Don't you leave, it's getting cold. I got you and you got me. Don't be scared if we complete love and war the same damn thing. Yeah. Oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. I won't let you go. I want your body on it, 'cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body on mine. We'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the edge, to the edge now. We'll push it to the edge now. I want your body on it, 'cause I love the way you make me feel. We'll push it to the edge, to you to stay. I won't let you go. I want your body. Oh, cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body. Oh, we'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the edge, to the edge now. We'll push it to the edge, to the edge now. I want your body. Oh, time, trying to make you happier. 'Cause you make me smile whenever I'm falling in the end. I get life, give me scary sometimes. Give me a try, and I'll see by your side. Open your heart, let me in your life. I promise I won't lay you down. You and I, every day in life. Let me change your life. Let me change your I wish I knew how you would feel if you just walked a day in my shoes. Would you feel the way that I do if you just saw the way I walked and just exactly how my road was? Longer than you anticipated, but you don't see how hard I fought will survive. Oh, I will survive. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. From the dust I was born, to the dirt I shall return.
All right, welcome back. We're gonna be going into Game 2 of the June 2022 edition of the TeleMatch League of Legends, organized by Susus, with our prize partner being Aftershock. My name is Zim Zim, and casting for Game 2 with me will actually be John K.
Hello. Oh, it's him. Okay. So going into the next game, we have Happy Rainbow. I have no idea how to pronounce the last word. Versus Radiance. I
Right.
think I actually have insider news from Happy Rainbow, so I might know a little bit of what's coming.
I think the only insider news I know is that Happy Rainbow will probably be the only team that will draft Timo mid, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Did you know I was actually in that game? Fun fact.
You were in that game. You were what? You were
Okay,
up against him.
no. I was the AD playing on the side of Timo Mid. Let me give you some insider news. Timo Mid actually came about because we couldn't decide what to lock.
Ah, yes.
We were
Five, no,
deciding what.
it went
We were
from 5
deciding.
hit to absolute 6 hit right there.
No. We were deciding what to lock, and then Riot just said, screw it, we're locking in Timo for you. Then we're like, okay, Timo Mid.
Did
Yeah.
it work out though?
Nope. Actually, I mean, Timo Mid did get first blood, but it's Timo.
Hey, he got first blood. That means it worked out. It's definitely worth it. So
Okay. Looking forward to this game. I think we might expect some hard focus mid lane or AD, because usually I know Happy Rainbow plays around their mid lane. But who knows? Maybe they'll play around someone else.
yeah, I mean it really depends on what kind of priorities or what kind of preparations both teams have are up against each other. Because with Radiance, they are definitely a playing for fun team. Looking in when they were signing up, so it depends on whether that kind of attitude stays true with how they're going to be team picking the picks and bans in a bit later.
Yep. Judging from the last game that they've played, they only had one similarity, was when they picked the Aatrox for both top laners. Other than that, not that similar in the draft. Although they will both pick team fighting, which will be exciting to see, and I pray they pick early game so we get a lot of action. I don't want scaling.
Actually, to be fair, we had scaling in the previous game, but it was still a lot of action.
I mean, yeah, that's true. The last game was quite exciting. I feel bad for the Akshan. Man was getting his ass camped.
Feels absolutely. I mean, he did come back with a 2v1 kill on the Tatia, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, it was working out for him, but it was working out for him, but he was getting camped quite a lot. So yeah, it feels quite bad.
yeah, but it's going to be fine. Just a reminder to those of you who are watching as well. Maybe for those of you who may be tuning in for the first time, this is a community tournament that allows people to, at the very least, experience what it feels like to compete at the very least, an amateur stage with the kind of competitive vibe. Because it's not always that casual players are able to experience that. Oftentimes, you need to be pros or challengers or whatever to be able to experience it. So, Teletrip provides that avenue for the casual player to experience it. So, looking forward to that. Obviously, don't expect the most highest level of players that's exclusively left to the pro scene at the PCS. We are just going to here to have fun, to have memories, to have laughs, and see what kind of gameplay unfolds.
Yep. We'll be getting into the game shortly. Please do have some patience. Because there is some technical difficulties that happen, but this will be an exciting game judging by what I can see and the insider news I have. Currently, Happy Rainbow is on 1 win, or Radiance lost their last game, but I'm pretty sure this game is gonna be equally as contested as last game that was streamed.
Yep. I feel like when it comes to there'll definitely be a question regarding ranks by observers or viewers, whatever, right? But when it comes to the competitive, basically a competitive vibe, ranks aren't a bigger factor because it's all about teamwork, all about how you play around your team. It's a lot more controlled environment compared to the jungle that is solo queue. So it feels like no matter what your rank is, there's always a chance that you are able to just beat your opponents that way.
Yep. I mean, when it comes to rank, it just kind of mechanics, I guess. But when it's your teamwork, usually ranks doesn't matter. It just depends on how well you communicate.
Now we're going to be going into the draft very, very shortly. So for those of you who are going to be who are coming, yes, this will be the Happy Rainbow Flatulence versus Radiance, right? So if you support either one, the other, or both teams, you can just shout it out in the Twitch chat. We'll definitely be highlighting those at the very least. Now we're into the tournament draft. With that being said, what do you think will be the target from HRF, Happy Rainbow Flatulence? That's so hard to say.
Yep, so we're getting to the champ select. Let's see what's Happy Rainbow gonna ban. So they're banning out Swain. Any thoughts on that, Zim?
Swain is busted. I will just say that Swain is busted because he can't die. Senna is busted because she infinitely scales in a patch that makes people a lot tankier. So that is my take.
Honestly, I'm kind of happy they banned Senna, so we don't see any Yasuo supports.
Hey,
God damn it.
That LCK, man. Come on. Keria was the one piloting the Yasuo.
Yeah, but I mean, Yasuo support is kind of viable, but it's also kind of a coin flip, I guess. The Kata ban.
Believe in Keria.
From my insider news, the Kata ban is targeted at the mid laner because the mid laner is a very well-known Kata player, especially in like Diamond Elo. So most Diamond players will know him pretty much.
Yep. We can see that the Twitch again appearing on the ban list in the first rotation compared to last game's second rotation, the one that was casted, and that's a Diana ban. Actually, very, very surprising.
I feel like if it wasn't for the LEC, LCS, and LCK, Twitch wouldn't be that high in prio. But it was because of pro play that everyone's like, oh my god, this guy is busted.
I mean, to be fair, hyper carries that are able to run on hit, able to run Kraken Slayer very, very efficiently, are a lot stronger with the durability patch because that's the only way to like really shred enemies.
Galio, that's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure Galio has fallen off in priority already due to all the turret buffs. Usually last time before durability buff, Galio will just be second picked, and everyone just dives bot, and it's not fun for any AD carry. What is your thoughts on that?
I've experienced it. I don't enjoy it, and we were often left 2v4 throughout the entire game, and we still win. So that's my take.
I mean, it is a risk factor when you try and dive, especially at this patch, considering how strong the turrets are. But probably after minute 10, I don't think they should be diving because turret usually scales with time, so the damage will increase over time.
Yeah, we can see that Aatrox has been picked on the side of HRF, and Wukong is the response. Wrecking Ball coming in. Probably not going to be a top Wukong, probably going to be a jungle Wukong. And Lulu actually picked up.
There might be a chance that it was top Wukong because I think Wukong is quite a good matchup into Aatrox, considering the W can just fake out all of Aatrox's Qs. And usually if you're Aatrox, you don't have Qs, it's kind of a useless champ. Not gonna lie.
Are we really going to be seeing Kog'Maw taken away just because there's a Lulu?
Nah, they're just memeing.
But
I
now
think
beefy boys right here.
I think Lulu, picking a Lulu here, Radiance will probably be picking a Kaisa or something, or a Jinx, considering that Twitch is already out of the picture. Let's see what Happy Rainbow picks here. Oh, the Seraphine!
Is this going to be a Seraphine bot? Because right now, Seraphine is... Unless you have a hyper carry in a different lane. But it's interesting to see Seraphine, because I don't think Seraphine is the most popular champion, because Enchanters XD.
I mean, honestly, right now in supports, they are way better Enchantress than Seraphine, so that's a shock to me. And I don't think she's that good of a mid laner at the moment, especially into like an Ari. But we shall see how it goes.
Yeah,
maybe they pull out some.
Maybe
they pull out.
I think if we were to see the bans coming out from TRF, if they were to heavily focus on ADs, it kind of signals that Seraphine is going bot.
It might be. Although I don't think Seraphine is that bad here, considering Happy Rainbow's current team comp is literally just to run at them. So Seraphine R can just extend her range the more they run at them.
Yeah, Encore very, very strong against those kinds of champions. And especially Aatrox and Volibear benefits with enemy teams running into them. There's the Cogmore ban, scared with the Cogmore Lulu. Very, very strong 2v2. But we'll see whether they'll continue banning AD carries going into the second round.
The surprising part is Zeri is still up on the table and nobody has taken it.
Yeah, Zeri is really, really strong. Zeri is, even though Zeri got nerfs as well, but still very, very strong going in. There's a Yumi ban actually, surprisingly.
I think Zeri was changed during the durability patch that made her W literally 5 seconds Lux ulti. So it was kind of broken, not gonna lie. Man can build full AD and do half of someone's HP with 1 W. So it's kind of not balanced. I'm surprised it's going through the banning phase.
That's a Mordekaiser ban, alright.
There's the Jinx.
Yeah, there's the Jinx, right? We're gonna get powder from Arcane.
Arcane buff?
Arcane buff?
It might be. Although Jinx has fallen off in priority. Oh, the Zeri!
Yes, you were just talking about Zeri.
Free Lux ultimate every 5 seconds. Anyone?
Yep.
Oh, the ESO Harbor. What are they doing here?
Do it.
I don't think that's a wise idea picking ESO here. I mean, ESO into Wukong, you're gonna have fun.
ESO in general requires the literal stars to align for him to be a viable pick in a specific draft. And we get Yasuo.
Okay, the mid laner for their team is a 1 million point Yasuo. That's all I can say.
Alright.
He plays a lot of Yasuo.
Alright, we got that going. So it definitely is a Seraphine bot. So, definitely. Seraphine bot probably the best role Seraphine has, paired up with a pretty decent support. Like Nautilus here does round out the comp pretty decently. Not the best champion going into the repeated patch, but not exactly terrible by any means. Has provided that kind of bit of a CC utility that's definitely needed. And
here comes Reset City, or otherwise known as Viego.
Yeah. And as you said, Wukong going up in top lane actually instead of the jungle, with Viego being that final lock-in. Wukong very, very strong against the Aatrox 1v1. That's exactly because of that W that Wukong has. So, with that being said, however, looking at the matchups, how do you see the lanes going?
Honestly, I'm scared for Happy Rainbow due to the fact they lack AP. They are mostly focused on AD, so that might be a problem considering Wukong has higher armor than MR. And knowing Wukong, he will probably be dominating the Aatrox lane unless something was to go horribly wrong or the jungler was to intervene. Other than that, I don't see that much explosiveness in the early game. Viego and Volibear has to make something happen because the lanes are not that volatile, to be honest. What do you think?
Yeah. It feels like the only volatility that can come about is the mid jungle, depending on how they want to interact with mid jungle going in. Definitely with Viego and Volibear relatively strong going into the other game. Obviously, Volibear more so than Viego, but as we saw in the previous game that was cast at Viego, very, very active in the early game. as well, may push each of the mid jungle to see which one can get a better edge. And as you said before, 1 million point Yasuo, right? Definitely wants to get ahead as quickly as possible.
However, we also need to see what this Viego builds. So Viego last game did build Kraken Slayer, but knowing Viego, he does have a lot of builds. Divine Thunderer might be one of them. God Drinker, Shield Bow. It might still be viable even after the nerfs, considering Viego is an all-in champ and he needs the survivability. Any thoughts on the other lanes?
I feel okay. So I will say, talking about Seraphine Nautilus. Okay, so Seraphine Nautilus definitely a lane that is built around equalizing, but at the same time trying to get a bit of wave control. And what I mean by that is that Nautilus is just present to try and ensure that Zeri and Lulu do not overstep their boundaries, while Seraphine just gains control of the lane. And this is purely because last night I played against a Seraphine Grandmaster Seraphine player, and it was very very difficult. Once Seraphine got items, and I was crying, but we still won because Ash support is really funny.
However, the only worrying part here is once the Nautilus does go in, it depends on what runes he takes. If it takes Aftershock, he might be able to survive for quite long. If it takes Glacial, the only worrying part is that Lulu will just polymorph him, and Zeri will just free hit on his face, and they will lose the trade instantly, considering that Seraphine doesn't have any early game damage. She's just a healing machine, pretty much.
It depends on the build that Seraphine goes for, because with the Liandry's Demonic Embrace build, the dot damage actually deals so much. And especially will have a big factor dealing with the Wukong deal with the Viego, who will definitely build a lot of more armor compared to the other champions. So it depends on what kind of build Seraphine will opt for, since the items now slightly more flexible towards dot, slightly more flexible towards the fact that Seraphine's Q deals more damage with the lower HP bars of the enemy champion. So we'll see how it goes. Feel like Seraphine and Yasuo, the factors into determining whether HRF are able to get advantages. Meanwhile, on the side of Radiance, they have the Zeri, they have the Ari, they have the Viego, a lot of reset tools, a lot of ways to just rush in. Really interested to see what goes on in the game.
Well, the game is about to start soon. This is going to be an interesting game, judging by the drafts. Who knows what might happen? The early game might just explode if the Yasuo decides to go dash across the whole lane, right?
Yep, definitely. Right. So gonna be loading into the Rift. When we load up, we're able to see what kind of rune setup they have. It gives us a slightly better idea of how the lanes will go. But obviously, it is dependent on the skills of the laners themselves, right? So don't take what we say as factual, because to be fair, there's so many factors that lead into how the lane goes. We're loading up. You can see the runes, see the masteries. Yeah, see the runes. See how it goes.
I think Nautilus taking Aftershock here was the correct play. If he did take Glacial, he would have been a very squishy boy in a very dangerous lane.
Yeah, I think.
Although the Yasuo going exhaust here, that is very rare to see for the Yasuo. I would have expected him to go in Ignite.
I think.
What do you think factor in the Yasuo? The 2v2. I mean, early game, I feel if Ari doesn't have ulti, she's not that much of a threat to Yasuo. Unless Viego and her change CC.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Slowly getting into loading in right now. So if you're seeing it on stream, I'm not sure whether you are. There is a bit of a spectator bug going on right now. But I don't know, it'll probably be resolved very, very soon.
It's okay, guys. It's dark mode. It's everyone's favorite mode.
Dark mode.
Dark mode. What a game. God damn the spectator bugs.
Yep.
Alright, let's just analyze the runes here. Nothing out of the ordinary, except maybe for the Volibear. Usually Volibear takes press the attack instead of Predator. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like PTA. I mean, Predator is just to maybe perhaps match the speed that Viego is able to look in for ganks. It feels like the Volibear either is looking to snowball top as much as possible, or just look to counter gank as compared to the Viego. Since Volibest targets for ganking. If you're looking at bot lane, it's more of an equalizing lane that tries to survive. Mid lane is very, very volatile. But it really depends on whether Ari looks for that charm. And so top lane feels like that kind of best bet. So just trying to match up with the ganks versus the Viego instead of trying to match him in the jungle, trying to deal with that 1v1.
Yep. Alright, currently we're experiencing some dark mode issue. I didn't know League released a new dark mode. I would have changed my League to dark mode instantly. Would you?
I would as well, but if it's just constantly dark, I probably do not want to see it. Can't see anything. Technical, we're facing a technical Nocturne ultimate right now.
It's a free Nocturne ultimate. I didn't know Nocturne was in this game, unfortunately. Oh, good old League client.
Yep.
What a surprise. Usually spectator bugs are everywhere. Sometimes you press flash and then 2 seconds later you see them teleporting in front. Makes no sense.
Yep. Alright, so gonna try and fix it. Don't worry about it. It'll already take a few minutes. With that being said, for those of you who are watching, looking at the lineup, looking at the drafts that they presented, who do you think will win? If you want to shout it out in the chat. If you think Happy Rainbow Fortunus will win, type out hashtag HRFWin. If you think Radiance will win, you can hashtag Radiance win.
Okay, that might be a very bad technical issue right now. So yeah, that might be a problem.
Alright, so don't worry, we'll get everything worked out. We're going to be going to a very short break. As soon as the game comes on, we will definitely resume right away. So just stay tuned.
When my eyes are closed in the shadows, all the pain, all the hurt, all the lessons I have learned, I am stronger now. I won't let me down. Oh, like a phoenix in the night, my soul rise. From the darkness to the light, I feel alive. I'm a fire, burning bright, I'll never die. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. Will survive. Oh, I will survive. I'm trying to keep hold of you, but it seems like you're slipping right on through my finger. And I've spent all my energy on you. I have nothing left to offer. I give and I give, but you still want more. So tell me what it's gonna take. You know that my heart's at stake. Everything I had I gave to you, to you. Now you're shutting the door to what was all before. If you never planned to stay, I guess this was all a big mistake. I don't know what else you want from me, 'cause I can't come up with a reason you would leave. And now my mind's spinning round in circles. When you come close, then you push me further. I give and you still want more. So tell me what it's gonna take. You know that my heart's at stake. Everything I had I gave to you, to you. Now you're shutting the door to what was all before. If you never planned to stay, I guess this was all a big mistake. To you.
Okay, we're back. Oh, I think. Oh no. Their roles are not correct. That's why.
Ah,
Yeah, they just need to follow the rules thing. Okay. So they're currently sorting out the lobby where to remake the game due to spectator bot. We'll get back into the game very soon.
yep. They're just gonna be picking the same champions anyway. So it'll probably be going through very very quickly the draft. So it's completely fine right there.
Anyways, let's just talk about others. How was your day, Zamzam? Zim. How was it?
My day, unfortunately, waking up early is fine because I already had to wake up early for work on average. So looking pretty energetic. I haven't had food yet. I've only had coffee.
Coffee is always more than enough. It makes you awake, but then you will crash later on.
You're scared.
Crash and burn. Massive toilet break.
Alright, you want to do some draft predictions? Alright, what are you gonna predict is gonna be next?
Damn, it's gonna be Wukong and Diego coming up. Oh,
Wow.
what a prediction!
I predict it's gonna be Volibear next. It's gonna be Volibear. Come on then, pick Volibear. Volibear is the best champ. Ah. Oh, the instant lock Yasuo.
Damn,
And here
looking
comes the
down
bench.
the gauntlet right there. No fear.
We're acting like this totally not scripted.
Totally not scripted. Totally do not know what the future holds.
Yep. Oh, Cockmore ban.
Oh, LeBlanc ban.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Teemo ban.
Yes, Timo has appeared in the tournament.
Guest appearance, Teemo. Yeah, we're just saying all this for fun, guys. Do we already know what the champion's gonna be played? It's just right now we're just having a little bit of fun with the stream.
Yep. With that being said, I think there was one thing that popped up when we were looking at the runes that I found really interesting. And that was Seraphine with Summon Airy.
I think Seraphine with Aerie could work due to the fact that her passive is basically like a Kai'Sa Q by an auto attack. I have no idea how to describe that passive. It's just a free Kai'Sa Q but with auto attack. So I think it could work because Aerie is based off of poking, and Seraphine is known for being quite a notorious poker in lane.
Yeah, but I feel like the power of Arcane Comet is something to be not underestimated as well. So pretty interesting iterations. Definitely Summon Airy providing a bit more utility in terms of the aggression / defensive options.
Yep, that is indeed true. Alright, we're about to get into the game shortly, guys. Until then, let's just sit and wait and let them do their stuff. Because, of course, there's spectator delay due to competitive integrity. Unless everyone will just be ghosting each other, and we'll just have a Tyler 1 situation on our hands, which is not fun. Hey, speaking of which, any players you base your gameplay on, Zim?
Me, if we're talking about, because I really main bot lane, both AD carry and support. It depends on how tilted I want to be. So if it's support, it's around Core JJ.
AD carry?
If it's AD carry, it's I actually wouldn't say it's ruler. Yeah, ruler.
Ruler. So basically, you're just basing your bot lane off Samsung Galaxy's bot lane. Used to be bot lane.
Surprisingly, I forgot that Core JJ won Worlds with ruler.
And then proceed to burn and crash the next year.
Yeah.
I mean, they made it to Worlds, then they lost to NA. That's kind of sad, not gonna lie.
I will still hold ruler as the best kiting AD carry to ever exist.
Oh no, in kiting wise, he is unmatched. That guy is so ridiculously good. I don't even know what it's 8 PM, man. I don't even know how is his keyboard still working. Man press A button every like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. That's why if we're calling back on one of his Ash plays, I think it was 2018, right? 2018 or 2019, where he was a lone Ash, but he was able to kite out like 3 or 4 champions and got like multiple kills.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that clip. That was ridiculous. That was the most ridiculous ruler play ever. I saw that, I literally screamed.
True.
Although, I am surprised about one thing. The Gwen prio. I'm surprised nobody is prioritizing Gwen.
That is true. Gwen is very, very strong right now.
Maybe the champ. Maybe the champ is just too easy. I think, in terms of Gwen, I think you need to pick her into a tank perhaps, unless you're building a very good matchup, otherwise you just get very easily punished, I feel. Because Gwen is very volatile in lane, especially against champions with dashes, probably, like Wukong, Irelia, Riven.
Yeah, that's true. But this is really built around the comfort of the players, whether they're comfortable with Gwen or not, right? Because we see that there's a huge Aatrox priority, with them picking it very very early, right? So
Yep, that
it
is
really
indeed
depends
true.
on how it goes.
However, though, what are your experiences playing against Gwen as a AD? I can tell you mine was I wanted to kill myself. I wanted to not play the game. I wanted to just switch off my game, log off, and be like, I'm done.
Playing AD carry against a Gwen makes me feel like I gotten a haircut already. So
I mean, it's literally like you're hitting a brick wall and nothing is happening.
brick
'Cause you
wall,
can't
but
even
every time you touch back, it'll just poke you constantly. Like ow,
And the-
needles everywhere.
And the problem is you can't even hit the wall. You can't even. Oh yeah, speaking of which, have you seen the new AD carry that's coming out? The new melee AD carry? I think it was
Nila, right? Yeah,
She has a moving Gwen W.
This is a moving Gwen. This reminds me of Samira, except even more annoying.
Yep.
With that being said, we are going to be loading very very soon. This does occur, I think. I don't know what the issue is, but it can be solved if we're able to respectate the game. If I'm not mistaken, right now we're fixing it.
Okay, we're about to get into the game shortly. Are you excited, Zim?
I am definitely excited to see the game. It is a long time coming.
This was a very anticipated game for quite a while already. Literally.
Yeah, I want to see the Yasuo in action. I want to see these. I want to see Seraphine in action because I enjoy playing Seraphine. As
Okay, we're about to get into the game very soon. Any predictions?
me, predictions. I don't. I think the draft is relatively even. It depends on how volatile the lanes get, really. Because Zeri lanes can get very, very volatile. But if they're able to be controlled, especially, the control environment benefits HRF a lot more than Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, almost every lane is volatile. I can see Yasuo just getting screwed over in mid lane by Viego. And once a Yasuo fall behind, I don't think it can really do anything, right?
I mean, it depends. Because O and 10 Yasuo power spike is the thing. And I'll always lead to believe the O10 power spike. Alright, with that being said, we're actually going into the game right now. If you now the phase has started, you see that.
Okay, let's look at the jungle buffing. Currently, Viego is buffing top side, while Volibear is buffing bot side. This will indicate to me that Radiance will want to play for their Wukong, while Volibear will want to play for bot lane. What are your thoughts?
Perhaps it's just trying to equalize the lane, trying to make sure that the Zeri does not get too far ahead or too volatile in that regard, right? So Volibear providing a extra bit of control, and I think that with the lane setup that Wukong is pushing into with the Aatrox, I think Aatrox is taking fine stage and he will not necessarily get punished by a gang. But it depends on how they manipulate the waves. Going into 3 minutes.
Alright, currently, as you can see, the item starting. HRF has gone quite defensive with 2 Doran shields and a tier. This indicates to me they are going for the late game. Although, which team do you favor more in the late game?
I definitely favor HRF. They're a lot more control style, a lot more straightforward, but at the same time, they do have a lot of scaling options that offer. Yasuo always, touted as one of the strongest late game carries, and if you can pair it up with Hunter or pair it up with any forms of knockup slash engage, very very strong. Meanwhile, if you were to talk about side of Radiance, Zeri, as long as Zeri is able to be left unchecked, then that's still an advantage for Radiance. But I still favor HRF for their late game.
Okay, currently not a lot of action happening, but that is to be expected with the team comps they have drafted. As you can see, the jungler are just trading sides on Crab. Currently, Viego is sitting on a ward. I wonder if he knows that.
That kind of information just lands a charm, but will this force a flash out from Yasuo, or will he? That said, wind wall could be up in this direction, but it was not punished. The very most an ignite taken.
Actually, I think that wind wall to the opposite direction actually a good thing, because he does block the RE Q from heading backwards towards him, which reduces the damage.
Right.
Yep. So I don't think that was a mistake.
I think it's still in favor of the Yasuo, mainly because of the fact that the ignite was taken for that trade.
And he didn't have to burn anything to survive. Oh, Yasuo going for the kill here. Oh, he hits the tornado. Yep, as you can see in top lane, this matchup is quite hard for the Aatrox, as Wukong just press W and Aatrox Qs are just kinda useless.
You can see that the wave is crashing in. Will they look for anything else? Probably not, considering that there's a jungler around. Also, first tower is very, very strong. You can't really look to dive unless you're a surefire way to get the kill right there. But the resets are gonna start coming up for both the mid, top, as well as the bot laners as well. So you can see that the items picked up from both sides.
But honestly, the surprising thing is that Viego decided to path back down bot, even though he started bot. I was for sure he would have tried a gang top after that stacked wave. If Aatrox had lost that wave, I don't think he would be in a very good position. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Aatrox definitely one of those champions that needs to stay relevant. And what I mean by that is that he needs his HP to be, well, not HP, his leads to not be very, very far away, so that he's able to sustain in fights. Because if he falls behind, he'll never be able to sustain, not able to become that, touting titan of team fights right there.
Oh, there's a pause. We love those, don't we?
Yep. Welcome back to the TeleMatch podcast with Zip here and Don K. We're gonna continue our podcast with our amazing ASMR voices.
What's up?
Currently, we saw that the Wukong DC might be an internet issue. Good old internet providers, right?
Yep. Which internet provider are you using?
Me, I'm currently using Singtel. It's not that bad.
Not that bad.
Oh, we're back in the game. Yes.
We're back. Oh, alright.
More action.
Right. Now, looking at the first backs now, we can see that the items do definitely come into play with the control of the teams. There's a short delay right here, but don't worry, we're gonna get into it. But now, highlighting the items, right? What kind of impact do these first backs have? Aside, I think the Sheen on Wukong definitely gonna be throwing much bigger impact than the Kindle Jam.
Okay. As expected, bot lane is behind in CS, so is top. And Volibear, I don't think that's really a gank angle for Volibear anyway, unless it's flash on someone and just Qs. But due to the fact that almost every lane has sums up, I don't think that's very viable.
Yeah, really difficult. You can see that Spinner has been cast already by Ari. Flash on the Volibear. So that's already spawned, river control for the side of Radiance. But will we have basically an answer from HRF from the struggles here? Will they try to look for that fight, or will they not?
I think HRF might win this.
For the also Yasuo, and now the team fight is going right Ripple, but with Seraphine being present, providing action with the shielding, able to stay alive. Will they be able to continue even more? You can see there's a flash coming up from the Zeri and the Viego as well. Will they be able to get one off from this team fight? You can see that the root comes up, and now they're slowly retreating back into their side of the lane. You can see the Ducky comes down from the Viego, and that might actually be the punishment that they're looking for, but you can see that both teams really egging the
jump hit!
of fringe area. You can see the Yasuo.
Oh, that's first blood to Lulu.
Able to stay alive, but Lulu gets the first blood on the Nautilus right there.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that looked like a good angle for HRF. I'm surprised they couldn't kill anyone due to the amount of engage they have and the amount of damage they have, considering the fact that Ari did. Oh, and Seraphine just died here.
Hey, Seraphine just gets taken out very, very quickly. Alright, that's advantage going over to Radiance right there.
Okay, but back to the point, I'm kind of shocked that HRF would have lost that, considering the fact that Ari already used her ulti right before the fight.
Yeah,
I think
that, the cohesion of... I feel like they weren't very used to that kind of position considering the kind of damage they have, maybe. But, you know, it's still the early game. There's still a lot of avenues for him to be able to come back here. You can see that playing the Ari so skillfully, dodging all those Qs from the Yasuo right there.
I'm gonna be honest, I think maybe during that fight they might have not tried and focus one target and focus on multiple targets. Due to that, they didn't have that much damage, and that's also one of the problems with Seraphine. She might be able to heal a lot, but her damage output for burst is kinda not there. Oh, here comes the volley back for the gank.
Volley back up
and
Spirit Rush, and Spirit is such an unfair ability.
Ganking Ari is like ganking a LeBlanc. You can have fun.
Ganking Ari is trying to execute a paper airplane with a slingshot, while the paper airplane is 5,000 feet in the air.
Okay, wow! The Lulu! Do you realize what the Lulu just built?
Interesting. Early Grievous wounds.
It does make sense though, in towards Seraphine lane. He's probably going the Camtang Petrifier?
Yeah, Captain Vitrifier early. The thing is that Grievous wounds early against an enchanter, I would say it's a kind of a trap buy, and what I mean by that is that they would just wait out the Grievous wounds duration and then use the heal, right?
Yep, that is true. But once Lulu does get the Camtang Petrifier in fights, I think it will be very useful due to the shieldings, and she'll just be giving everyone free Grievous wounds. They don't even have to buy executioners or cornmeal. Oh, here comes the engage! Oh, he misses.
Unfortunately misses, but here the Death Strike goes in.
Oh, they're going on the Zeri.
But Lightning Crash coming down with the huge fight. Now, Wild Growth on the Zeri. Zeri very, very strong, very, very tanky, but unfortunately it's not enough. Gets taken out by the Seraphine, and all that's left is the lone Lulu. That's a kill in favor of the HRF bot lane.
I feel like HIF could have played that a little better due to the fact they were aiming 2 instead of 1. I felt like if they did aim 1, they could have gotten 2. Do you agree with me on this?
Yep, the positioning of the Encore definitely could have been slightly better. If you angle it behind the Nautilus, it will also extend the duration. I mean, not extend the duration, extend the range. So that could have been one of the ways to improve that play. But overall, they're still going to be happy with the trade in favor of that.
But that wave is not gonna crash in time, so I don't think Zeri's gonna miss that much. Oh, here comes a counter gank from the enemy jungler, and that is a dead Nautilus.
Alright, so World Angel as well popped up on top side with the Cyclone coming up from Wukong. Will might continue here. The second part of Cyclone, but I don't think this is a good trade for the Aatrox. Aatrox shooting down and he gets taken out right there.
Wukong won that fight due to having Ignite and Aatrox to teleport. So probably not a good fight there, but we learn. Oh, currently in the bot lane, Zeri is getting all the plays back. Oh my god, this might be first tower for Radiance. This is not looking good for the HRF bot lane.
Yep, Zeri is going to get a huge influx of gold. I mean, yes, there are 3 members on the side of Radiance that are getting the gold, but still, going to over-accelerate Zeri to the point where she will become a monster. Definitely not what HRF want.
Yep. I think Zeri, after this back, Zeri might be sitting on like 1.5, 2k gold? Perhaps a mythic item?
Yep.
Oh, they're actually funneling everything into the Zeri.
Extremely scary right there.
As you can see, the teams are grouping around Dragon. They are probably gonna go for this Ocean Drake.
Yep. But the top laners isolated. The TP from Aatrox has already been used to return back to top lane, which means that it will be a 4v4. 4v4 with items favoring Radiance, but with the abilities that HRF has on their champions, right? They're able to get one, they're able to probably win the team fight overall.
Yep, that is true. If Viego does get one, he will just go into Reset City, and I don't think that is a fun place to be for the enemy team. Wukong trading. Yep. This is not a fun matchup. As you can see, right now the mid laners are going to the side lanes, which is kind of standard after the first tower has gone down. And the bot laners are rotating over the mid lane. Due to the fact that Zeri got so far ahead, she doesn't even need Lulu to be there right now.
Dragon taken over the side of Radiance. Now, with 2 dragons stacked already, all that's left is, the soul, and now we're gonna get an Infernal Soul. Will actually pop up on the side of Aatrox, but Aatrox
I don't think this is a good idea.
Taken off. What? Here comes the return here. The Death Shot is able to keep him alive, but unfortunately it's not covering, and that actually
with a 1-for-1
on the Aatrox, and unfortunately Nautilus is the one that takes the kill right there.
I don't think that is a bad thing due to the wave state in top lane, as you can see. Wukong is going missing way more than
another fight here. Heartbreaker comes in, just takes down Nautilus. He flashes in with the Nautilus possessed, and now will he be able to get more out of it? The Wild Growth is able to keep Viego really gonna have speed, but Viego right now going to Yasuo able to get the last threat, going on to Lu, and then Ongo as well gets onto Lu, and now it's only a Yasuo versus Zeri. That's alone, there's a flashing coming up from Oliver, and it's a triple kill secured for Yasuo. 1 million for Yasuo, getting a triple kill. This is what HRF wants to be in.
Oh, that was clean. Although I felt like if Radiance could have not overextended there, but maybe the adrenaline got the better of them.
Fine, it's about trying to have fun, it's about, pushing your limits as much as possible, the competitive edge as much as possible, and in return, HRF, repaid in kind with the Yasuo getting the triple kill.
Although kind of surprising, I'm surprised that Zeri did go for Kraken Slayer rather than the standard Bloodthirster, what am I saying? Shield Bow?
I think it's maybe in terms of the fact that there's 3 very heavy spot lines on the side of HRF. So it's pretty understandable to opt for something like that. And they're heavily relying on Zeri mobility plus Lulu shield. So Shield Bow, I guess, goes down in priority when you have these other options available.
That's indeed true. Top lane is swing in favor of the Wukong. As you can see, the mythic item already completed on the Wukong, while Aatrox is still slowly getting there.
But that might be Aatrox is not completely bleeding now. It's not a complete flame horizon at the very least.
Yep, that's indeed true. Oh! Look at the Yasuo itemization, that is a surprise.
Blade of the Ruin King against the Ruin King himself. That's a I can respect that stance.
Yeah, but usually Yasuo doesn't go Blade of the Ruin King. That is indeed very shocking. I wonder if there's this kind of secret tag that I don't know yet.
Secret 1 million Yasuo tag.
I have no idea. I have no insider news on that. Oh, Nautilus is there, unfortunately.
That's an instant cast right there to make sure
the Viego! Oh, the Lulu shooting. The Lulu plus
shielding,
Nautilus
Wild Growth, the Nautilus having Inbuilt shielding with his W. So much. And now you can see that there's Ignite with the Cyclone coming in onto the Wukong. Wukong actually gets dropped in the second cast, and then a sick
he cancelled it
right there. now you can see that mid lane, you can see this coming in with the Stormbreaker. He's going to drive in onto the Ari, but once he's not gonna get it, but then it's a secure kill onto the Lulu. Now Yasuo has one left. The Onko is able to hit two because of that, and now Zeri is forced to run away, and will Ari as well get out? He will, but that was so close in favor. Actually, onto HRF throughout the match.
HIF still being behind are making plays, which is a good thing. When you're behind, you can't just sit back and watch. They will just destroy every tower and you can't do anything. A couple of good plays there. Going on the fact that they know Viego is not nearby. They engage on mid lane knowing that Lulu has no ulti and Ari has no ulti. That's a good play. And the top lane. Oh, that top lane outplay.
I think the best part about the top lane outplay is the fact that Aatrox's name is literally Uwu. So if you type Uwu in chat after that kind of outplay, you're gonna get an insult roasted.
Yeah, but I don't think VMing is a good idea here. But I'll just have to have fun.
It's just the the echoes of solo queue.
It's just the solo queue. The solo queue is speaking through you. It's normal.
Yeah.
This is why you mute all chat. You don't have any toxicity. Oh, but it was very well played though. He cancelled the second E from Wukong with the Q. Oh, and Nautilus might be getting caught here? Oh, the flash. Okay.
Oh, the power of Zeri with how overly inflated her goal is, and now we can see that from outside,
Yasuo
and shut down onto the Yasuo. That is very good right there, especially leading up to the Dragon score timer. And now
this might be Dragon's full point for the enemy team, and Nautilus is
catch. Very right.
Is he?
Yep, very fun. Lulu gets the kill, surprisingly enough.
I mean, to be fair, Lulu will be like, I'm shielding, I'm getting the kill. Man, I'm not sitting back letting Ari take the kill. Oh, I feel bad for the Ari, man. Man is basically playing support at this point.
To be fair, the moment you go for Everfrost on Ari, when AP items have getting a hit, you're basically playing support Ari anyway.
But I mean, his score also indicates that he's playing support Ari. Man has 5 assists. Oh god. I feel bad for him. It's one of those games, man. It's one of those games where you just want to kill, and you say all you get is assists. But he is deathless though. He is deathless with 5 stacks of Dark Seal.
Yep. Definitely gonna be being a constant impact across the map with the items present, right? Now you can see that there's Roy rotating 3 towards topside, trying to crash the, take down the turret to get that kind of barrier control that's necessary to continue to snowball the game.
Oh, Aatrox stepping up here. Currently, we can see there is 3v3 up here, but there is a Nautilus rotating up. Although the surprising part is Seraphine is not there with them, considering Seraphine is one of the strongest team fight. It's meant for team fighting. Oh,
you see that Bull Ender as well as Stormbreaker coming up, and the Cyclone and Lightning Crash is coming up on the side of Radiant. They're able to get secure, but the Sun Crash does not actually do anything in that regard. Does not have enough damage to provide that kind of value, even though he gets 3 right there, and that's a 3-0 in favor of Radiance.
I think that was a bit rash on their part. Perhaps they could have not gone for the fight, considering the fact that their main team fighting Seraphine is not there. But I can understand where they're coming from with their engage. Unfortunately, Zeri just has summoners, so they couldn't do anything.
Zeri has summoners and ultimate that makes it really fast, and 2 ways to stay alive with Lulu's shield and Lulu's wild growth. Like, how is that fair, right?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like their play right now is Nautilus press R, Yasuo press last breath. And Seraphine just presses the engage.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Seraphine did go for the Luden's Echo instead of the Leandries. Perhaps going for a little bit more burst.
It has definitely has its angles right there on what kind of value it wants to get. And the immediate burst coming in, maybe from the on-call, maybe from the Q as well. Especially with how much Zeri runs around during fights, you're able to get multiple Luden procs in a single fight very easily. So I see that the first coming in onto the Wukong, one group comes out, but the last one keeps the Wukong in. Now the Cyclone comes in. Cyclone actually does not do enough damage to try and deter HRF comes to fight, and now they're able to catch it. The encore is able to get two, but on the spot,
They even get the reset on the Yasuo. They need to back off right now.
Yasuo just left alone while they're dealing with the Wukong. Extremely tanky, and now the continuous fight comes in. Aatrox tries to try and get more, but unfortunately not enough. Stormbringer comes in. Will the Stormbringer be able to take down the Lulu? Yes, he will. He stays alive. But will he be enough? So in one, we get a coming in favor of Radiance. A much more chaotic fight, but a fight that is definitely in favor of the Radiance one.
And that might be game right there. Actually, no, I don't think they can end. Yasuo is spawning in 5 seconds. But after Yasuo went out in the fight, I don't think they could have continued due to the fact that their main carry is down.
Feels like Yasuo left isolated after the initial engage, and they took so much time to take out this Wukong. So tanky.
The inhib is not down.
The inhib is not. The inhib is still alive. The game is still alive.
How? It's alive. Although back to the point, I think perhaps Liandry's would be better on Seraphine here, considering he did take the Aerie.
Yep, definitely. The obvious synergy that's presented, right? But you know, it depends on the prioritization of the players right there, on what they think will providing the most amount of value in that current situation, and perhaps the Luden's buy at that moment was probably the most optimum that he has decided.
Oh yeah, I still remember when this Wukong buff came up, being able to W over the wall, it was the worst thing ever. Man was playing ADC in bot lane, and then out of nowhere Wukong appears out of thin air. It's not fun.
Right. Now we can see that Wukong walking up with the Lulu now very casually just walking up, not even taking any damage because of the amount of shieldings that's present and how low damage those champions are generally. They need to fight with Yasuo, they need to fight with Seraphine and Aatrox together to deal any bits of damage here.
As you can see, the team comp is not really there right now, as two of them was decided going while the Yasuo was deciding to back off. And that is Infernal Soul for Radiance. Oh, that is not looking good. Infernal Soul on Azeri. Any comments?
Infernal Soul Azeri means bow, shoot,
I think it's more of like snap, I'm dead. 1W. Back to base. Oh, right. They're going on Ahri, but Ahri still does have Spirit Rush and Flash. I don't think this is a very viable option.
It feels like this has an over-aggression, a desperation play right there to try and catch someone
desperation at this point. But I don't think they can really do much with Ahri. Ahri still have Flash, still have one more chance of Spirit Rush. Currently the goal lead is 12,000. I think this game is still winnable, but it's gonna be hard from this point on.
Radiance have been playing the map very intelligent. At the very least, when it comes to how they're splitting up the map, making sure that Ahri, the only champion that can stay alone. Meanwhile, whenever Wukong walks up, there'll be a Zeri, there'll be a Lulu nearby, so that Wukong won't be punished at all in this regard. So intelligently on how they're rotating around, trying to get advantages here and there. Meanwhile, we can see that lightning strike has actually been popped off for Zeri, but now the death charge is realized, and he comes all over the last one. Will there be enough to take out the Zeri? Zeri is able to flash out all over the world, so stays alive, and will this be able to get one kill? One kill, and let's see another kill going on in favor of Richard. Now, with the Viego, is left alone 4v1. Will they be able to get a reset?
He got a
Yasuo. Yasuo is now being possessed, and now it's a 2v3. But in fact, I'll feel this is in favor of Radiance, even though it's not enough. Will it be enough actually? That kind of hook does not provide enough force damage. But how much more will it be taking? There's actually so much damage coming in. That kind of damage still coming off the vehicle. And now there's 2 more kills in favor. Not just be taking it. Here comes the kill. That's game. Most likely, actually, wait, probably not game.
No, that's definitely game. I think that might be game right there.
That actually might be game right there.
Very balanced champion.
Insane. What an insane team fight coming up from both teams actually.
That was very well played from both sides. Viego played that as well as Eco played. Although, I think the champion also has something to do with it. Kind of balance. Oh, but he's dead here, no?
He is this year, yeah, this year.
Oh, what the
Oh,
hell?
never mind. Okay.
Oh my god, what's that champion, man?
There you go.
Oh.
Very fun. All right. Very suspect. Very
Balance champ.
Very
Balance
balanced.
champ. Very balanced. What the hell was that?
That was honestly
Man,
probably one of the most insane pop-off games I've ever seen in a
Man
single team
presses.
fight.
Man pressed one Q, one ulti, and yeah, so that's when kaboom.
Yeah. But that was probably it. We want to congratulate Radiance for winning the second game
Of
of
course,
the
also
day. Well,
community.
second game that's streamed today. Yep. I think final thoughts regarding it. Who do you think is the MVP?
I mean, commiseration to HRF, they did try their best, but honestly, I mean, who else could the MVP go to except for the Viego? What the hell was that play?
I think, especially like leading into the team fight, like even when we were talking about like the early game, like Viego had a lot of control. Overall, trying to supplement the bot lane, ensuring that Zeri got super far ahead early. But in the end, the Viego factor, the possess factor, really came in clutch. Even when they were in a losing position in a team fight, Viego coming in 1v4 takes out the Yasuo, and definitely cookies and cream, my favorite flavor for ice cream out here, beginning the MVP.
Yep, that is my MVP pool also. Man, just he took over that team fight, man. If he didn't get a reset, there, they would have won that, and the game would have prolonged. But that one reset was all that Viego needed.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
alright, I'm
I can't, man. That champ.
Alright, so if you can't like us, just shout it out in the Twitch chat about how much you can't against Viego. We're gonna be going to a very short break. I'll be signing off for a bit until a bit later into the day. You will still have Donkey coming in for casting the next game, which will be 1234 versus FSB. So until then, keep make sure you stay tuned in as we go into this break.
How can I try when I just can't seem to get it right? Every time I fall down again. Do I need to find a way to make everything right? But each time we fight, I fall down again. I fall down again. Oh, I fall down again. I fall down again. 'Cause every time I fight, I fall down Well, you lit up the night. My heart burst so black for something better and bright for you. But I was right. There's nothing I can do to make you realize. And every time you spend the night, I fall down again. I fall down again. Oh, I fall down again. I fall down again. Every time you spend
Yo, blood, sweat, tears in my white tuxedo. I put in work, that's my Camino. Stay up all night like Jalapeno. Kick in the door like I'm Nico. It's more than a hobby. I turn up like I just took Molly. Make waves like tsunamis. Fuck with me, I'll catch your body. Gotta keep my head straight. Cut off the dead weight. You played me like a chess game, but look who's checkmate. You.
Putting my thoughts into motion. I know you're mad you can't hold me down. Wanna put your chains on me, but you never get hold of me, cause I was born for this. I've got power and you want some, but I won't bow down to anyone. As far as I can see, you're just mad you can't control me. So mad cause you cannot control me. So damn mad cause you cannot control me.
Yo, ain't nobody gonna stop me. Ain't nobody gonna knock me. Ain't nobody gonna shut me. So cuss me out. Shy off, all my haters get wiped out. La vida loca lifestyle. Somebody better pass me my crown.
I'm putting my thoughts in motion, and I know you're bad, you can't pull me down. Wanna put your chains on me, but you never get hold of me, cause I was born for this. I've got power and you want some, but I won't bow down to anyone. As far as I can see, you're just mad you can't control me. Half of your head is when you want to stay, but I'm good on my own and I'm not sorry. No. If half of your head is when you wanna put play, but I'm good on my own and I'm not. Don't turn around. Got this feeling like I'm upside down. Blood.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the TeleMatch League of Legends event organized by Sus and our prize partner being Aftershock. I'm Donkey and currently I'm joined by Mayuri Chris. Is that how you want me to say it? Mayuri Chris?
It's fine.
Mayuri? Okay, Mayuri.
It's fine. Yeah.
Yep. This event is an online community competition for casual players such as yourself. If you're playing in norms, if you're only playing ranked, you could play in this event no matter the rank. We are here to let players experience fun through competitive play, and since it's a community competition, if you want, you could sign up as an individual, and when there are enough individuals, we can actually form a team together with you guys. Alright, we're currently gonna start the game, so let's get right into it.
I hope this game is just as exciting as the previous one. I was on the edge of my seat.
Oh, the previous one, I was about to fall out of my chair. That was ridiculous. Alright. So Mayuri, why don't you introduce yourself for a bit?
Yes. So while they're like banning stuff, let me just introduce myself. It's your girl. It's the Catgirl VTuber here, Mayuri Chris. So recently I've been doing a lot more of these castings. I think I've been at almost all the recent telematches, both as a player and as a caster. So really gonna enjoy this one.
as we get straight into the ban, as we can see that Viego will get banned, so no more Reset City, and Very will get banned out also. The last game that Viego had the last fight, that was disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting. A lot of the champs that we've already seen on this stream so far being banned out, so I'm kind of happy we get to see more variety of champions this game.
I think as the team plays more games, they will know what champions that they don't want to play up against. So usually they will ban other champions. Wow. Has the team been watching the last game? They just banned 3 of the last game champions.
Renata as well. So with that being said, the first pick here is going to be really important to set the stage of what's to come.
Predictions? Any predictions?
Well, Curly is going to be Timo.
They're gonna first pick Yumi.
That's clearly the chat move. I agree. Taking so much time to pick this one out. So many options.
Oh, and it's the Nautilus.
It's still the support first pick. Nautilus is the prio. I'm not sure if that is just because of the champion pool that is available, or if it's like something they are like a die-hard fan of. Kaisa gonna be the immediate response, which works pretty well into Nautilus. A bit of anti-tank.
Honestly, I think the Kaisa response here is correct, because when you pair a Nautilus out with a Kaisa, it can be a very dangerous combo.
Very, very true. And the support that will be assisting Kaisa is Lepike.
A traditional Nautilus counter. Lepike is
Absolutely.
actually very good in today's situation, considering the fact that the ulti penetrates shields, so it's kind of disgusting.
Ooh, Aphelios, one of the buffed ADCs recently.
Hello there, Mr. 200 years.
That's right, we're gonna see some plays here. Both bot lanes already being locked in really early here, leaves the solo lanes up for discussion.
The only dangerous thing about this bot lane is, if Pyke ever hooks one of them, they are pretty much gonna die, considering I'm pretty sure both of them are gonna take heal or blades. If Pyke ever gets
ramp up that attack speed early, huh?
Oh yeah, Pyke, heal or blades, level 1, you do not want to be hooked. If you're
Absolutely.
hooked, you're losing half of your HP guaranteed. And on top of that, there's a Kaisa on the other side with heal or blades also. The only problem I see here with Pyke is that he is very squishy even though he's very mobile. If he does get caught, it is the end of him.
Yeah, I agree. I also like to see that, not confirmed, but I like to see that both junglers taking AP options. We have Liliat versus Echo, likely going to be this is the jungle matchup. Obviously, it can be flexed in other roles, but quite interesting to see that this is where both teams want to focus their AP priority towards.
To be honest, haven't seen a lot of Echo jungle recently. This is a shock to me.
Absolutely.
Although, to be fair, I've not been playing solo queue, I've just been playing TFT. The new TFT is fun.
Enjoying the dragons?
Oh, yep. Oh, they missed the ban. Oh no.
They missed the
ban? Yeah, they missed the ban. I think. Oh no, they didn't miss the ban. They didn't miss the ban.
Oh yeah.
I'm trolling.
And Darius gone.
I'm trolling. No, they're boarding on. Yeah, I've been enjoying the new TFT set. It's quite fun. I've been climbing Hyper Row.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, surprisingly, they actually made top 100 leaderboards. But it's Hyper Row.
Wait, that's Tom Kench?
That's a Tamken stop. Oh no, that's
stop. Oh man.
Oh no. PTSD.
It's time for the Protect President Kaisa strat to come out, I see.
I don't think there's a Protect President Kaisa. I think there's a Tamken taking heal or blades and Wing on the freaking Aphelios.
Gotta take matters in himself. Oh, that's a really good pick here.
Oh, that's a good counter.
Yes,
Please. Not being biased here, I pray Camille wins. I don't want to relieve my PTSD of Tamkench. I still remember when I first changed Tamkench, it was the most horrific thing ever. As an ADC myself, it was impossible to play against.
They're gonna last pick the mid laner here for Ari and...
No.
No way, right? Oh! Okay!
A
Alright, the
bird.
fights is gonna be really fun this game.
A bird. Oh wait, I just realized something. They could flex Anivia's support.
Is that Pike mid lane?
There is a possibility.
Is that roaming Pike mid lane?
Wait, are they in their positions? I can't tell.
Well, we'll see later. But
I don't think
so
they're in the
likely it is
positions,
yeah. So likely it is gonna be the Echo Jungle still.
Most likely, right?
Yeah.
God damn it. They just baited me with the pike.
A lot of interesting. So both compositions kind of playing sort of standard. Nothing overly surprising. I'm excited to see Echo, and a lot of AP on these two teams, which is quite surprising considering the worth and value of AP has kind of diminished recently.
Yep, that is true. The only worrying part about FSB draft is that they won't have anyone to match the Camille on the side lane the later the game goes, so that might be a problem.
That's very true, huh?
Men can just build Howlbreaker and just break down turrets like no tomorrow.
That might be one of the back end win cons if like the fights start going haywire, starts to go south. At least they know that they have another option to try and close out this game. Also, Pike's ultimate has been changed recently, such that it doesn't actually give as much goal as it used to. So that's a interesting factor that may come to play.
Yeah, but I think they did change how the execute works. Not too sure about it. Not a Pike player myself. The
You expect
problem,
the
Umbro Grave. Yeah, I do expect Umbro Grave coming in probably. Second item. I think second item probably with the scanner.
yes.
The problem with FFB com is that the later the game goes, it's going to be more difficult than because they are not going to be able to catch the Ari. Camille is just going to be on the side lane free hitting, and the mid lane, unless Pike can engage on Aphelios, I really don't see them hitting anything. But who knows? A time catch might just W over the wall and Aphelios can't do anything.
Very true, very true. So I guess we are predicting that likely FSB is not going to be able to win this one, but they have options.
I'm not saying it isn't possible. I'm just saying it's harder game for them to play.
Yes. There's always Pike moments, the Pike moment can always happen. It's still a reset city champion as a lot of pure potential, and he's quite tricky to track sometimes because of the invis and increased movement speed.
Yep. Traditionally, Pike has been very good in the Nautilus because of his mobility versus Nautilus out. So it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, I agree. It'll make me think about whether or not Pike wants to take matters elsewhere, right? Not stay in lane too much, constantly roam mid together with Echo, try and set up ganks for Anivia since they can kind of chain CC very well as well.
It all comes down to which side do you want to play on. If Pike does roam, Kaisa will be farming under tower 24/7. She can't step up against these two matchup due to the fact that Nautilus has a lot of crowd control on top of Aphelios Gravitum.
Seems like it. This is gonna be a fun one overall. Looks like the spectator delay is going to run out, and
can't wait to see Aphelios in action. Haven't seen
yeah,
Aphelios
me
in a
too.
while.
I love Aphelios. It's actually my most played ADC this patch, so I'm actually gonna enjoy this.
Oh no, I haven't even played him. I haven't played him for quite a while. I've been losing way too much on him. I've been playing a lot of Caitlyn.
I see. That's another really fun ADC that is currently available. Oh yeah, that's Double Hail Blades as you kind of foresaw. Yeah.
But surprisingly, the Pike did take the exhaust over the ignite.
Yeah.
That is the shocking part. And unlike the Nautilus from last game, he did take Glacial. That might be a worrying sign. Due to the fact, if Nautilus was to all in, I'm pretty sure he will be deleted.
Yeah, Glacial Augment, of course, affecting more of your teammates rather than yourself. So that is something that may play a part. Okay, we have an 800 ping
Looks like
situation here. We're gonna chill.
Nautilus is playing for many.
Oh wait, he's DC'd though. Is he okay?
Wait, is he DC? Oh no. It's expected to be. It's expected to be,
Hey,
yeah.
he's good. He's probably reconned.
Freeze.
Ah, so we got a bit of a
Delay, yeah. But it's
Yep.
normal, it happens.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. So in the meantime, let's just
In the meantime,
take
we
a
just
look here. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we'll just get right back into this. Wait, did Pike not buy items, or do you
wait.
think that's a
They
bug?
didn't buy items. Oh no.
Wait, did Pike not buy items, or is that a bug?
No, I think the whole enemy team didn't buy items. Oh
No,
really?
this has to be a bug, right? This has to be a bug.
Oh yeah, it's a
Oh,
bug.
okay. Oh man,
Oh
goodness!
my
I thought this
God.
was some next level strats there.
I was like, what's going on? Why is there no items for either team?
Oh,
Okay.
it's been a banger
Oh.
start.
Surprisingly,
Just pass each
Camille. Surprisingly, Camille did go Doran Shield instead of Doran's Blade. Oh no.
Oh dear, here we
Oh,
go. Here's the
here we
clan.
go.
Here's
Here
the
we go.
clan.
Aphelios is dead. There is first blood over to the Echo, and that's not something you want to see as 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
Oh, Nautilus doesn't know he's on the bit.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh, and that's enough flash gone.
oh, what a disaster start. But that's
Tragedy
exactly
is
what you need from FSB right now, especially when you're playing a comp that is at a
FSB
slight disadvantage, right?
FSB does need to win this game fast. If the Camille and the Ari was allowed to scale, I don't foresee them winning this game. But due to them getting those 2 first blood, they're currently up by 700 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not to
that's
mention, Echo did manage to get the red buff as well, and it's already working on the crux, meaning Lilia probably has to focus on, I call it circular jungling, but it's technically vertical jungling, right?
Yeah, vertical, yeah.
Yeah, I always get that wrong.
It's normal. Although, getting that early first blood for the Echo is a good thing, considering the fact that Echo needs time to scale, and if he does get items early, he will clear way faster. Yep, as you can see, Camille is dominating this matchup. So I'm shocked that he didn't go Doran's Blade. Oh, a hook!
Oh, a full range hook, able to proc the PTA, but Aphelios is not level 2, meaning that
That
unfortunately cannot make use of the spin to win ability. It's very good with PTA.
I love Nautilus hooks. It's so balanced.
Oh, he did the thing! Oh, here we have a play in the mid lane now. Charming, very nice.
I think he did the auto cancellation Q, right?
Yeah, that's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's what. Clearly somebody has been watching Carrier.
And why wouldn't you? One of the best supports in the world, arguably one of the best players in the world currently. So, if you don't know who he is, go check him out.
Oh, Lilia, oh no.
Gee, Flash has gone already.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Except for Aphelios, everyone has no flashes, so that might be a problem. Oh, we were stacking with top side, but I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4 can do anything, considering the fact Lilia got forced out of the top side jungle.
That's one thing. Also, that's kind of a Tom Kench. You kind of don't want to dive that one.
The problem being right now is that Lilia is really far behind in terms of Echo still has his whole boss side to clear out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's like she got out of the 4 quadrants, she probably only got like 1 out of the 4, which, or less than normal at least. So that's still going to sting a bit.
Especially since what the hitbox?
Beautifully done. This is already some great Nautilus gameplay that I am witnessing. My
There's
eyes
some great
feel very
Nautilus
blessed, and he's
gameplay.
coming for it. That cooldown is coming. Oh, gets the bucket.
Oh, the spin to win. Oh no, he is
My
looking dead.
goodness, just in the nick of time. Wait, Kaisa?
Oh, the heal? Oh. Okay, but the problem right now is the wave is pushing into them and Echo is coming.
Oh, baby.
Oh, there he's
It's
on vision.
one on one.
He's on vision.
That's
I think he
double
can kill
buff.
him. Wait, I think he can kill
Oh
him.
boy.
Oh, nice. I genuinely thought Nautilus could have killed him if he went for the hook.
Really scary game so far. Hey, the Kench is getting beat up. Aren't you happy about that one?
Yeah, but it is to be expected. If the Camille was to get beat up, that would be a problem considering they draft the winning lane.
I see. Yeah, absolutely agree. Oh, yeah, he's gonna go in.
Oh, okay. Kench? Balance?
Okay. Okay, gets the
the
stun.
shield, the shield. Oh, I think
Ignite
that's
comes
might be a kill. Oh, he's not gonna go for it. I think the E maybe just got off cooldown.
So close.
Oh, I just realized something. Kench already burned the TP, so he's gonna miss this whole stack wave.
Oh, that's huge, especially
Yeah,
since
that's actually
Camille.
huge.
Yeah, Camille
Camille-
can try to get a split, right?
Camille is actually up 10 CS already in this matchup. It is to be expected. But still. Oh, surprisingly Lilia is not that far behind right now. I think maybe it attacks mid lane?
Not sure what happened there, but Echo already. Oh, it's got the Dark Seal and a completed tier 2 boot. This is he's gonna look to
And it's
fight
confident.
Yeah, the confident. Ooh,
Oh.
trying to go for the beautiful hitbox scheming there, but unfortunately not able to get it off. Minion's
Okay, I
kind
think
of- right there.
I think I've been watching too much YouTube because every time I see a jungler standing in the bush, the payphone song always runs in my head.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
It's always like that. But I mean, yeah, there's really not much Lilia can do. She has Romp, Raid is coming up, but it's not that soon. And oh, Namari is fine. It's pretty much impossible. Oh, she's going back in.
We still got one more charge of the Spirit Rush, but I
don't think
doubt
she
she's
has the
going to
mana.
be able
Oh no, Kench is up one level.
Camille not having enough weight clear to clear that big fat chunky wave right now, but still able to get out relatively safe. Has a pretty good
I
mobility.
feel like Kench could win this matchup quite hard if in the correct circumstances.
Is she able to get that cannon? Yes, she will. That is a very important cannon to take. As of like is with
Oh.
every cannon.
No, leave the Lilia alone, man.
Oh no, that rip up's gone.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, she's not gonna take
She-
it. They're gonna look dragon.
he's actually respecting them.
Surprising.
You know, Lilia is the top side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
No.
that top side.
The only
Cross
thing
map.
worrying about this right now is that once they get Dragon, Echo can just run up top and take care of. Oh, Lilia trying to make a play here, but I don't think that is a very good idea against Kench.
But she's
Camille
not
needs to R.
6.
Camille needs to R right now before Kench can W out.
Oh, okay, the flash comes out.
Oh no!
The
Down
E.
play. Oh!
Oh!
Oh
No way!
my god! Yep, I'm Kench for you.
Oh man.
Oh no, and that play is not even good because due to the fact now Tom Kench has TP. He can just TP back to lane.
He's just gonna come back. Amazing champion. 10 out of 10.
It was a good try. They had to try and force something on the map. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, it is a catch.
It is a catch.
And your Lilia is kind of far behind. Surprisingly, the
Conqueror.
Lilia... Yeah, surprisingly, the Lilia did go Red Smite.
Red
Wait.
Smite.
Yeah, Red Smite.
Yeah.
That's shocking. Usually Lilia goes Blue Smite, just chase you down. Man
Very true,
just
very
goes
true.
Eep.
See, Kaisa already finishing the early selected dog. So that's going to kind of delay the mythic a bit.
I think he's going for the Evolve Q if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, definitely. That's a pickaxe that I'm pretty sure that cube is evolved yet.
Oh, no, it's not yet. He needs,
a lot,
he needs,
baby.
he needs a Noon Quiver.
Needs the
As a
Noon
person-
Quiver. I see, I see.
As a person who plays a lot of
close.
Kaisa, I would know.
I see.
Although, yeah, the Kench CS deficit is compensated by the Kaisa's CS deficit against the Aphelios. So technically, it is kind of balanced.
Yeah, it is very balanced right now. No kills happened after that early skirmish. Alright, here's that
Oh,
level.
Pike is going for a play here.
But everybody is here.
Oh,
he's gonna miss the hook. Whoa, there he dodges out of Lilia bowling ball.
If I want to be honest with you, if I was Ari, I would take the hook there. Just to bait them in.
Can't do sometimes you just gotta go for it.
Oh, and
Oh wait,
okay.
Camille though.
Echo's
Can-
get out here. Oh, what?
There's
What's
two
happening
fights
everywhere?
Oh,
Oh,
some
catch! Oh, well played. Oh, and they couldn't get anything in the mid lane.
Nivea still also has the Ignivia passive still up, so couldn't get that one down as well. Overall, I would say that's a plus for the side of FSP.
That was well played by FSP, honestly. The top dive.
Yeah, it's
I
so
felt
hard
like-
to dive, Camille.
Yeah. Although I am confused, where did that 2k league, 2k goal league come from? They didn't think they took one plating top, they took one plating mid, and they have 2 kills.
I have the correct answer to that. I'd like to highlight the CS diff in the jungle. It's still growing again.
Yeah, the jungle is 1.1k. Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, surprisingly, Camille is behind.
That's a shocker right there. Must have been
The gank.
must have been the gank. Very
Camille
slight,
is
very
with-
slight.
400 gold is around 1 Kindle gem. Oh, not even Kindle gem, Ruby Crystal.
Ruby Crystal, yeah. That and like Kench managed to get one plate top because of that gank, so
And due to the gank, now Kench is actually ahead in CS. He's just at 1 wave crashing. Oh,
he
god.
ate the Camille!
Oh, no.
Into the tower!
Ah, but
that's
it's
huge.
coming.
Wait, he can actually kill her.
Oh, not the here.
Oh, but he missed the hit! Did you own that?
Oh, down it.
How's this gonna go?
Ah.
Kill? He's just gonna walk
Oh
away.
my god. Chet Kench. Chet Kench.
Beautiful Kench.
Good.
I wonder how
That's
that
like-
would have changed if Nautilus did manage to hit the hook.
I don't think it would have mattered that much. If I'm be honest, it would just CC for a bit, but it's not like a start. It's more of like a route.
That's true. Very much gonna be used, but immediately gonna get responded on and
That is a dead Nautilus if I've seen one. Surprisingly, Pike did not use his ulti there. I don't think Kaisa would have needed to ulti there, but due to that now they can secure Herald.
Yeah,
Everything is going in FSB's favor right now.
and this is why predictions mean nothing. That's a
Yep.
that hit 3 people. That hit 3 people.
Oh, I already
Ari has no spirit rush.
Okay.
But also you do not want to stand there right now. Get just walk away. Just prance away.
Currently we can see Dragon is up, so I'm pretty sure Echo is gonna run straight down there with Pike. And they're
That's
gonna
a
need to
very scary prospect.
I wonder how close is Aphelios how close is Aphelios to his mythic? He must be very close already at this point.
Has to be really close, but unfortunately I think that Aphelios hasn't been able to get much action going so far. And just sitting trying to wait for these item conclusions. Oh wait!
Oh, Aphelios? Kaisa
So talking about this.
has no ulti. Kaisa has no ulti. Oh no, but Kaisa has revoked you.
they
Okay,
got the dragon though.
they got the dragon. That's all they need to do. Sacrifice the Nautilus. Okay, I wonder. Can we see the Aphelios go? Alright, man has 200 in his pocket right now. So yeah, he is about 400 away from completed Gale Force or Kraken Slayer, whatever you choose to go. But I'm pretty sure he's doing Gale Force here, right? Due to the Kench and the bike.
I would personally pick Gale Force, but you know, how people see the game can be very different.
Echo
boy!
got the knife.
Wait, he's got the red.
Wait.
He's got the red gun. Here comes Pike. And this.
Oh, the ulti?
Wait. This is a very epic moment.
Oh no.
This do you not.
I don't think they should, due to the fact if they do feel this dive, that will be a lot of go back into the enemy pocket.
Absolutely, it's a very high risk, low reward dive here, but
Oh,
they're
they're going for
gonna
a second time. Oh, and they got him this time. Felt like that could have been cleaner if the Echo could have just committed due to him having ulti. But overall, not bad. They got 3 platings and a kill. That,
just as top later was going down as well, so just barely able to get the extra money.
To every issue.
yeah. And I think Kaisa might be mega accelerator and oh, Aphelios. Oh, no, the
teleport!
TP!
The teleport! Alright, time to say some
what are
units
you-
right here. Wait a minute! Maybe it rolled him out too soon? Oh no, Olivia!
Oh, no. I don't think. Oh,
Oh, it's really there's a lot of flashes going on? Oh my god!
And a TP coming in. Oh, two men, oh, they don't have the damage. They don't have the damage.
This is gone. Ari has no
Oh.
spirit rush.
This might be four-man
Oh,
ace.
the flashing! 0-8
Only-
start here.
Only Lilia
wait, that's
stays
it.
spending. I don't think she can do anything due to the fact that Anivia is still an 8.
That's true. And she doesn't have the Leandris completed for Lilia yet. Down behind by quite bad. But hey, split push to win. That's still the option, right?
Yep. Let's see what's happening here. Tamken is going back top lane. Oh my god, we can see Pike sprinting down the lane.
Has the yellow boots here to speed that one up. Oh, it's gonna hit!
Oh,
Black
gobble.
gets the immediate Camille up. Oh shit!
Oh my god, that might be a solo bolo. Solo bolo. Oh, yep. Man just killed my whole prediction.
Tom Kench still needs more nerfs, I feel. Already finished the mid-lane item, very cheap as well, the Frozen Gauntlet.
Yep, I think that is very good into Camille, even though Camille is late. Like Camille does true damage with a Q, but I think she can't stretch through catch at the moment. Oh, I think this might be another Q for FSB. Oh, Kaisa is just so far here at this point. It's not even fair.
Good. Yeah.
They're just slapping them with their wallets, man.
0-10, but it's not over.
It's not over. New season equals objective bounties. It's kind of stupid.
Gonna be really fun if and you have Camille that is going to be that side lane pressure, so if they can buy time for Camille to get to the point where she can just try and obtain all these objective bounties for your team, that's still gonna be really important.
The problem
Also,
with
so is the lane.
the problem with 1, 2, 3, 4 right now, I feel, is their lane assignments. They I'm not sending enough people to match Anivia or Kench. As you can see, oh, this might be another solo kill here.
Can she get a hook shot? Is that a tower there?
Oh no, that's a solo kill.
Oh man, that's a great champion.
Oh, and mid lane, oh, everybody's dead. And there's a dead Aphelios, a dead Nautilus. Back into the water you go, Pike says.
It's a really good play by the Echo, able to jump over the wall. Surprised both of them there.
Oh my god, Kench literally just licking Camille to death.
Hey, she finally got boots. That's the tier 1 boots.
Yep, let's start. 11k gold lead for FFB.
Oh, the CC chain. Oh, gets the spirit rush. Oh my.
Oh, I got my minute here. Oh, there's a huge shutdown on Lilia. Lilia.
Wait.
Oh,
Yeah, out of position. Out of position.
Aphelios is white gun. Oh no, the moonlight vision goes white. Oh, but Camille looks some fight. Oh, Aphelios can kick up. Aphelios.
He's scaling, boys.
Oh, let's go. Coming again.
Careful.
Oh,
just barely.
FFB got way too excited there and handed a lot of shutdowns to 1, 2, 3, 4. They might even get a tower off this. Surprisingly, Aphelios is not going for the tower. I felt like they could have gotten a tower off this, but oh, they're TPing straight for the dragon. They are not playing around. Straight running up to the dragon. This might be another fight, but I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4 are in a good position to fight right now, considering their items.
It's a very angry team.
Is
They
Aphelios?
could just run away with it.
Yep. Is Aphelios going Infinity Age second item?
Could be a bloodbuster, but
Yeah, also
I
could
was
be.
also a little confused. Yes, not
I
gonna lie.
don't think it can be Infinity Age, right?
No, that's no way. It doesn't proc yet. You only procs per item nowadays.
Oh, they are so smart by doing this. Look at where the echo is.
Oh boy, that is
Mine
a rough
actually
one.
5 shit.
They're gonna get 2 objectives possibly at once. Oh, Ari forced to use the Spirit Rush to get out there. So we're kind of a rough spot here.
Let's see, what can 1, 2, 3, 4 do to get back into this game? Objectives, the jungle is no longer theirs. They can't do anything about it. All they can do is probably just farm up and pray for the best. Although I think Ari might have overextended here due to her not having free rush.
Well,
There's a very near Ari. I think the better play. He might have found Echo.
Let's see! Boom!
Oh, eep.
Pike managed to get the ulti kill there, so that's cool. That is gonna go over to the side of
I just
FSB.
realized something. Tamken has a 400 gold bounty. What the heck?
Oh, he's diving in! Bounty
Man,
or no bounty?
man in the
does
chat.
not matter.
Man in the chat!
Bounty
You
or
think
no
this is
bounty?
your base? And just when you think this is your base, no, this is my base.
I can't get over my bounty if I just kill them first.
That is indeed very true. I feel like Ophelia is just taking way too long to skill here. It might be a problem. Camille is getting something done on the map, but I don't think she can get much done due to the Echo is already spawning.
On top of that, you still have an extremely fat Kaisa right now.
Yeah, this is rough. And I'm pretty sure once she base, that's collector right there.
Are you gonna say that? Are you gonna say that it's gonna take 200 years of scaling for them to come back into this one?
No, this is legitimately gonna take 200 years. I mean, if they can last until 35 minutes, I can see them making a comeback, but that's a big if.
That is a big if.
Echo getting the rip off here as standard. They might just head towards the Baron here. I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4 can do anything about it if they just start the Baron. Kench can just tank the Baron forever.
Yeah, not only that, but there's a huge lack of vision control here. Kaisa will shred through this one.
Yep, they are starting the Baron. Oh, but they're heading over it. They're actually respecting them. Oh, and a hook. Oh, Echo here. Echo.
Was DK? Oh, huge echo cross.
Oh, Avios.
He's got a 200 years. The sleep. Can he get the sleep on?
They don't have the damage. Oh, that game. They have a wave in board, that game. Oh, and a quadra kill for the Echo.
They're gonna flash land.
That was well played. They tried their hardest, they fought their hardest. Fortunately, they just didn't have the item to do anything about it.
Oh, Dancing Arrow? Dancing Arrow?
Oh, Dancing Arrow? Oh, maybe we're gonna see the... I think we're gonna see the Dancing Arrow.
Alright, it's been a while since I saw Dancing Arrow. Let's wait for it, and...
Hey,
Dancing
why
Arrow.
did she take damage? Make no sense. Oh, Dancing Arrow! Where's she going? Where you going? Eat, I'm out. Shirley
Okay.
is too excited. That was well played by both teams, but I feel like the MVP there is a jungler. No contesting. The MVP there is a jungler.
You like the plays by Echo this game?
Honestly, I felt like Echo. Wait. What? Tamkesh did 14,000 damage.
Sleeper champion, man. Sleeper champion. So for the side of 1, 2, 3, 4, who do you think performed the best?
I feel like they really couldn't do much after Lilia was invaded level 1. I felt like Aphelios didn't have the tools that he needed due to Lilia being put in behind. Because Aphelios does need to snowball a bit. If he's not snowball, I don't think he's useful unless he has items. So I felt like it was a collective collapse, perhaps. Like there was no one individual player that stood out, but there was also like it was not anyone's fault that the game went this way. It was just the early game unfortunate events that unfolded.
I absolutely agree. I think that if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, you kind of look at this game and you say this is a go next, and I think the composition also is completely fine. You can still work with this. Unless you have better stuff. Do you want to show? Yeah.
Enemy Echo just got snowballed. Lilia really couldn't do much. Lilia needs a level 6. She can't do much. The field gang top, the dive top, yeah. It just pretty much collapsed. I mean, Camille did try her best, but she can't really do much in this situation. She's more of a split pusher.
Yeah, Kench just doesn't die.
Yep, balance champ. So we can agree the MVP is probably Echo. Although
Yep.
Kench did do the most damage. Like, the man has Frostfire and Bramble Vest and he does 14,000 damage.
That's pretty good, right? That's the unkillable Demon King status for not dying a single time.
You have an Echo that's 8 and 2 with a Leech Bane and a Rocket Belt and he does 11,000.
With a fully stacked Dark Seal, by the way.
Riot.
Tank meta. Alright, with that, how
With
about
that will be
we-
the end of the game.
Yes. Do remember to support TeleMatch by following socials on Facebook and Instagram. Just search Teletrip Gaming. And the Twitter is Teletrip Gaming without a full stop. So Facebook, Instagram, it's teletrip.gaming. Twitter, Teletrip Gaming. Yes.
Yep, and we will be back later. Mayuri will still be here. I will be taking a break. Going to go drink some water after 2 mouth-watering games. Although the second one was ridiculous. He will be joined by Slifer Sky later, so just stay tuned. I'll be back later, way later in the evening. Probably for the semis and the final. And we'll be casting again, Mayuri, for the final.
Yeah, that's gonna be really
See you.
fun. So
See you
stick
there.
around. Thank you, and see you later. Woo!
Rushing through my head, yeah, I'm getting head spins. Light a cigarette when I stand. I feel like sinking down. You never meant to leave me, expect me to believe it now. And if you're saying sorry, then say it, I can mean it. And I hate how it happened. Your words never added up. I was 98 back when you broke me into fractions. Don't turn around. Got this feeling like I've been let down. My thoughts are divided, I'm undecided. I'm hurt, so I slow down. But I was younger then, making excuses for you like this. At every party when you were drunk, this game you played sober. Out on the rooftop, you said. You never meant to leave me, expect me to believe it now. And if you're saying sorry, then say it, I can mean it. And I hate how it happened. Your words never added up. I was 98 back when you broke me into fractions.
Look left, look right. And I come with a hook right. Hook right, hook right. This what the angles look like. Way up, stood high. Taking the view when it look right. And oh, it's the good life. Whipping the sauce when I cook like. Look left, look right, yeah, yeah. Come with a hook right. Hook right, hook right, hook right. Make all the man them look twice. I'm way up, stood high. But I've been in the field like Suge Knight. And they know it's good time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the TeleMatch League of Legends organized by Susus with our prize partner Aftershock. So here, right now in round four, we have our casters here, which is me, Terrence Silvery Sky, as well as my co-caster Mayuri Chris. Uh, so we have a prize pool of 9,700 RP as well as some Aftershock backpacks. And we're here to remind you that this competition is online community competition for casual players. We are trying to let players experience fun through competitive play, and we allow individuals to register since it's a community competition. And when there's enough individuals, you can form teams together there. So we are trying to make it so that everyone can join, even if you don't even have a team on by your own.
It's nice to meet you. I think it's the first time we've actually casted together.
Yeah, Barry, it actually is. So, we have quite a few interesting games so far. This is round four, of course. So, what are your thoughts on the competition so far? Because we look like we have some banger games. We have some let's put it in a nice way, Slaughterfest, and what are your thoughts on the competition so far? So we are really sizing up quite a bit of the teams here.
I think the most interesting thing so far is that there is no hard meta. There's been so many different champions picked, and I've seen situations where immediately after the game ends, the very next game, I see a lot of the champions that were picked in the previous game immediately being banned, which gives us a lot of diversity. And we've had close games, a lot of fights, and because man, this is like the first time I've casted you. Your voice is like so calming. I hope we get a more calming game this time, actually.
Uh, well, we'll just have to see how it goes because right now, we're just gonna we'll see how it goes because well, as you mentioned, this is a community. Uh, this community event is we have quite a lot of different metas. I do believe that uh the sheer fact that this is a community event gives it a lot of precedence because right now you couldn't really look at, oh, this champion's broken, we are not gonna try ban that, but we are looking more towards player preference, I feel. Uh, because sometimes I just feel that players just really like this champion. I remember someone mentioning someone with a Yasuo 1 million mastery points and that is impressive, and I wonder if you'll see it later here in this game as well. So
Absolutely, I think it's a good place to showcase uh, what you can do, and more importantly, showcase your ability as a player. Like, put yourself out there, be entertaining, be content, because we cast the games. We love to see the content that you can create for us. At the end of the day, we can cast good, we can cast bad, right? But we can only cast the game that's in front of us. And I see a level 900 player in the lobby already. What do you think about
oh,
that one?
that is a
Oh,
dedicated player.
oh
Level
boy.
900. Okay, so we have someone who is so experienced. I don't know how much it just overflows because experience is one of the greatest things you can have in League. Because if you know every single matchup, you know every single champion, you can play every single thing. This is very, very scary for opponents just by the sheer ridiculous number 915. What's the highest level have you ever seen?
That
It's
has to
like
be it, right? Oh
that
my
has to
goodness.
be it. Oh god. I've seen people who grind day in the day out, and I've never seen a single 900 player yet. This is impressive. And for a moment, I thought it was ping because I was like, "You how
It's
do
so
you?"
high, right? Yeah,
It's so
exactly.
insane. Um. So yeah. So these players they look like they are both relatively uh high experience teams. Not too sure if you'll be able to illustrate yet, but yeah, we will soon be going to Champion Select, but right now, based on our screens, unfortunately, you might not be able to see it. Is that we have some insanely high level players together. The combination of each team can almost hit like 2000, so it's like an average of 400 levels per team. That's how crazy it gets, and they are mostly diamond players. We have a couple of platinums here and there, and that's, well, it's going to gear up to be a very high intensity game, I believe.
Absolutely agree here. Now we're gonna head into pick and bans, and immediately Draven taken off the board.
Draven, it's an interesting pick because it's one of those champions that you have to get ahead early, and right now, I guess it's a very big challenge because you don't see this kind of, I would say, off meta champions, but maybe they're just going towards this targeted bans. Draven and Lucian being banned on the blue side so far. Uh, as well as Casio on the red side. This is not exactly with the exception of Lucia, there's not exactly meta, but these are some very interesting bans, especially on the blue side so far.
Yeah, most notably, those are ADC bans, which makes me wonder if it's targeted. I see like some familiar names here, meaning that I've seen them play in this telematch for a while now. So definitely some players that maybe know each other or have seen each other before, maybe having info. As Aurelia also gonna get banned out.
And Ivern, that is a single champion that changes how the entire jungling is being formatted. And right now we have the first pick, instant lock-in Wukong by the blue side. This is what are your thoughts about this pick so far? Because this is straight up off the bat instant blind pick Wukong. I'm pretty sure there's some counters to this, but where do you think this Wukong will go?
I think that Wukong is the best prior pick that they could possibly ask for, and it's responded with also very good responses such as Senna. Although it may not necessarily be the 100% best counter to Wukong, but clearly these two teams here are picking champions. I say, okay, never mind, Karthus comes out, but I was about to say that they pick really meta champions so far, and then Karthus comes out.
Well, Karthus is, from what I know, Karthus is really good at clearing camps. But when the opponent jungler visits you, you're just gonna have a hard time. So I'm very interested to see what this team is going to do because, like I said, like Ivern, Karthus changes the entire name of the game. You want to hit 6, you want your ulti, but how is that team going to build around this Karthus?
I agree. Rel also gonna get picked here. Not sure if I like that. Okay, it's paired with Tristana, so it would probably work. Rel is a champion in the current patch. I think is struggling just a little bit because Rel as a champion goes in right now, but unfortunately doesn't come out that easily. So it needs to really, when she goes in, she really needs to commit fully and try to get a kill so that she can try and get out. And Tristana is that aggressive ADC here that can help her, but we'll see how safe that the enemy bot lane wants to play because they already have a Senna.
And after that, they locked in a Graves. So this kind of suggests to me that Graves might be the jungler while Karthus is mid lane. So I guess you can just remove everything I just said about Karthus jungle right there. And they are going to the next set of pick and bans as well. The first ban on the purple side, the fourth ban rather, is Volibear. So targeting a bit of a jungle. So they believe that Wukong is the top laner in this case, or well, I suppose Volibear can be flex top as well, so we'll see how this target bet goes, but right now we have Senna Carter's Graves, suggesting that the top laner and perhaps support, depends on where Senna goes, is not picked for the red side, while on the blue side we have the jungle, possibly the jungler and possibly the mid laner that isn't picked yet for the blue side.
I like the Talia ban here. Talia in recent times has shown that she can be a very good objective control champion as well as output quite good damage ever since of many changes. And the most important ban of the day, thank you for banning Gwen. Thank you.
MSI hype.
Thank you for banning Gwen. My GameFi trauma is now alleviated.
And we're getting a Victor pickup instantly. So it's a very strong blind pick, especially since it's a control mage that has really good wave clear. You can just shove out every time you want. So this is an interesting pick because now the question is, I don't know what the purple team is doing. They have Senna, they have Graves, they have Carter, they have Victor. The only thing that says this spells to me is they don't have a front line, but I have no idea which champion is going where so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that their cards are not all face up here. This R5 pick is gonna be of extreme paramount to how this entire who wins draft situation is going to be. Zoe will round out the comp here for WT, which I don't know if it stands for win trading, but WT. Where Toki? Ah, thank you. Vera!
Oof.
Insane
What
pick!
is going on? Is that Carter's AD Senna support? Well, not AD, but bot laner to be more precise. This is a very interesting team composition because to me, one side looks like they have everything in a very pre-planned role. You have the tank top, you have the jungler who has great mobility, you have Zoe who has great roaming potential as well as Tristana Rel with a lot of engage. But on the side of purple, they're just spaghetti. I don't know what's going on. Uh, extremely diverse in their roles. What are your thoughts? Because I really can't tell what is how the lane assignments are going to go, what priority is going to be, because it looks like everyone can go everywhere outside of purple.
I think the most interesting part of this is that, as you said, everyone can go anywhere. And will Senna take the support item here? Because Senna actually has some of her numbers tweaked recently. So her soul drop rate has increased by 4 times if she kills a minion compared to in the past. So it's like I think it went up from 2 to like 8 or something like that. That's like plus minus the numbers. So doesn't necessarily have to take the route of being a support carry now. Also, if she does play support carry, that leaves Fiora as like a bot lane champ open because a lot of these melee bruiser champions can be played bot lane together with Senna. Most recently, last night we had a Yasuo support paired with a Senna. So I'm not surprised to see either like a Fiora or a Grace being paired and then just have Karthus take the jungle, have Grace play safe top lane. You know, there's like so many flexible options here. And who knows, maybe they're all flex picks because everybody knows what they're playing.
That is indeed true. It's very difficult. I mean, you can technically piece together everything, but right now it's very difficult to tell the lane matchups in particular because there are some things you always know what you want to do against certain champions. Against Karthus jungle, you want to invade, but if the Karthus is laning, that brings another element where he's not as weak. He's still gonna have mana problems, but he's gonna be uh at least not spending all his mana in the jungle. He can just farm with auto attacks. But right now, so it looks like they can throw everything in the kitchen sink right at wherever they want on the purple side. We have still 1 minute before we enter the game, but right now, if you have to put your bets on which team was going to come up ahead, who are you going to bet on? The organized team or the one that looks so flexible they can contort a victory out of it?
Man, I believe that 900 levels of training is enough for you to understand why you want to play a mismatch comp. So I'm gonna side TF1 here. I believe that um compared to the opponent, like compared to a traditional comp where you kind of know what's gonna happen, you have the surprise factor, and that's gonna be absolutely fun to watch.
Surprise factor indeed. I do agree with you on this because meta champions are very predictable. but there is a reason why they are meta champions. I'm gonna take their stance against you and vote for blue team because I really love the idea of having a very simple front to back priority system. The on of course, obviously being the frontline engagers. You have a lot of very standardized damage coming from Zoe's pokes as well as Tristana, longest range ADC at max level. And we have Rel to peel off this mismatch of champions coming in. So right now we can see from the summoner spells, it looks like it's going to be Fiora top and Victor mid, assuming of course it's not a teleport ADC, a teleport bot laner, and we have a Katas with exhaust, so this kind of cements him as the support player here. So at least some of our queries have been answered as we head off into the rift and see how does this team uh, act. Because while you do see while blue side is a bit more ordered, purple side is more disorganized, and we take opposing stance in here. We have to see how this game is going to go with Where Toki on the blue side and TF1 on the purple side.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Looks like Karthus will be the one that's taking DCS. Karthus AD is actually not new, it's just that it's not that common to play compared to some of the traditional mage ADCs, things like Ziggs, for example. It's like more common, right? Versus a Karthus. But a lot of analysts, I like to shout out my boy LS over here. He is a huge advocate for Karthus, so I guess Karthus can maybe be really good carry?
Technically, Karthus has the highest DPS if you hit every ability. The problem is if you can hit it because I have played my fair share of Karthus. I'm not a good skill shot player, so when I say I played a fair share of Karthus, I mean I miss every single kill. So that's how experienced I am with Karthus. But right now, we look at this. It's as you mentioned, it's Karthus Senna versus Tristana Rel, and I believe you mentioned something about Tristana Rel being an aggressive champion, and into something like Karthus Senna, who are still relatively squishy in this game. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this late matchup so far?
The exhaust there is gonna be off.
Oh, and we
It's gonna be quite big. Oh, a slapping fest.
This is not good for the On. You don't want to take this much damage this early, especially since the minions are not helping you. So On looks like he's out of this. Look at this, 300 health, and he's forced away from EXP of his creeps. I think at this point, you might want to just teleport back just to, cut your losses, because he's not going to hit that level 2 that fast. And that has to be so painful for the On player, just to suffer this early.
Oh, that's very painful indeed. Fiora showcasing why she is a Z tier champion right now, and well, she is gonna be more of a split pusher versus Ornn that's more of a team fighter, and Ornn does scale really well regardless of whatever happens. So we'll see how that advantage gets made use of later on.
I do agree with you on that, and thanks to the fact that he's a team fighter, at the very least, he doesn't need that much farm, but, he's still sitting at 0, that hurts so much to see. He's getting zoned out so hard. At least he's getting some XP, he's already level 2, but he's not completely cut off, but looks like he might need some attention soon, or they might just leave him for the wolves. As we see on the bottom part of the minimap, Graves is there, he's carrying a ward, so he's spotted out, but he just abandons the ward because it probably despawned time.
The pings, they're gonna clash.
Yeah, Wukong is meeting up with Graves in the jungle. I don't think they'll go from big skirmish, and after trading a couple of hits, they just, shake hands. We're done here.
Hey, Rel's not in the game. There's no handshakes here.
Well, it is, I really like some of the things that Red side is doing because of this deep warding, but looks like the blue side, oh no, they might be a single, and it's first blood! Victor gets a first blood because Zoe's too greedy, stayed up with 200 HP, it's like, you know what, we can do it, and
He's gonna try and engage in, but like I mentioned, once you go in, you can't get out that easily. She immediately has the dip.
That was Rel's jump is not as incredible as he flashes that
Okay, we stand
right now. Tristana jumps in as well. Rel is kind of stuck. Tristana goes all the way in. He'll get a reset, but can he get out? He has maybe one hit away from die. Carter's can't reach him, and looks like Rel intercepts it. Wukong's here, and right now they're just jumping in. You tried your best, Zyro, but your 900 levels is not gonna keep you in the game right now, as Tristana's reset got him out. And right now, the game's not done yet, as Zoe gets a good bubble, he gets a good poke, and Victor's already at 300 health. This might be spelling another play right now.
Man, they want to go in on each other. Man, this is already good. This is already exciting.
Oh, we see Graves getting caught. He already dashed in, so he doesn't have anything. He's drowsy, he's slow, and then
the
flash! He dodges out and he managed to escape. If he have been CC'd right then he would have easily been taken down. And he managed to escape with his life.
So he gets a free flash for that, which is she's gonna make use of Grace's flash to try and kill Victor.
He can do it! The ignite's on!
Oh,
and there goes revenge kill. It's a 1-1 in the mid lane. Zoe may have some CS down, but he's like, you know what? You got me once, fair enough. I'll get you back this time.
It's a nice flash over there, Graves. Don't mind if I do, as I use it to kill your mid laner.
And what's more, he's not short for any summer spells because he picked up a random barrier in the field as well. So, Zoe, he will always be healthy in that fight if he ever needed to. Right now we see Zoe's just shoving in the wave. Victor's been able to catch most of it, so he doesn't lose that many CS. He's able to, in fact, still be about almost 10 CS entirely ahead, while Zoe recalls. Right now, bot lane, it's getting shoved in again. We might see a repeat of what happened just now, but we have to slowly watch how it plays out.
Impressive CSing coming out here from Zyro. 900 of levels probably means that you've CS'd a lot in your life, so no surprise there that he's extremely good, especially on Karthus of all champions.
I do like the well-played CS there. I believe it helps a lot to have the double range matchup and bot lane is always a very low risk setup to just poke your opponents down and try to maximize your safety, but that one kill is kind of reset. And Graves looks like he's going for the dragon as his bot laners come to support him. Wukong's all the way at the top side. He knows something's up and is just stealing the camp. We see some pings going on the map. So looks like a very easy Hextech Drake going to the side of TF1 as will they get something back in trying to deny Graves some fun, but Graves is just nonchalant, just taking the Raptors as well. Okay, so not that. So yeah, right now it's a bit dangerous because across the board we can see how TF1, the purple team, is in general playing quite well. Oh, look at that! What happened there where the Karthus is so low? But wisely backing off for the Tristana and Rel because they just don't want to. They knew the opponent took Dragon very recently. They don't want to stay for the surprise visit.
If you take a look at how Zyro CSs on Karthus, that I thought was pretty interesting, is he makes use of his Q to hit one minion at a time. I think the isolated damage is increased if you hit the Q on an isolated target. So that's how he's been CSing. As Tristana wants to jump in.
Just a little poke there. Graves is here, but Tristana's not going to dive down on her own. But very good point on that though. Karthus, if I believe, he does twice as much damage hitting a single target as hitting multiple targets. So hitting, there might be see a bubble just barely missing. Rel is already spotted in mid lane. He doesn't know he's standing on a ward.
Oh boy.
But, Okay, this
Nice
is a
dodge.
bait. They knew this is coming, but will they be able to come up with anything?
So he's so strong.
Rel is going in for the kill, and looks like
Loba's gonna
Wukong picks it up. Rel escapes, and right now
Controllable.
Wukong,
Gets traded.
will they catch him? No, it looks like this is Rel is alive. Oh no, Katas!
Oh
He
boy,
hit
on the
it.
shield though.
The shield! Oh, that was in general just a 1-for-1 play, I believe.
They're going for more.
Can they get more?
There's more.
Oh, On is winning the 1v1 as well. Wow, that's interesting.
How did that even happen?
I think the items speak volumes. The Fiora still has a Duran. Yeah, he hasn't gotten much yet, so it's expected, I guess. Your opponent has like essentially a 1.5k item lead because you didn't buy any items.
And On can just
but-
buy in lane itself.
Oh man, I love that passive. It just makes things so much easier. You know, who needs to beg for items? Why are you a normal champion? Just build your own items.
It's actually quite fun because if you think about it, look at the top lane right now. We have Ornn that bought tier, right? So that he can kind of like sit in lane longer, has the mana. It's gonna build into a Fimbulwinter. And Fiora has chosen to buy a tier of her own to try and match that. So both laners kind of understanding the mission here and trying to react to it.
Just off screen right there, we saw 3 men dive onto that Victor, and they're summoning Herald, so this is easily the first turret. Mid turret is very valuable at this stage. We'll see if they can get more, but as we were saying that Fiora with oh no, Katas.
It's exploded on!
You can never be alone. That's so risky. And he pays for his life. Senna wasn't there yet to cover. All you have is one wall. But what is one wall gonna do when your entire opponent team wants to kill you? Look at this. Zoe, he
it's
gets
gonna
that
hit the
sticky cow. Oh, he flashes, but he jumps. Joking, he can just jump over the wall, but no, he doesn't. He's unable to do it. He already spends his dash, he already flashes out as far as he can, but he flashes into the arms of Aloha and then Wukong, and it just gets slapped down. Looks like the fun hasn't ended yet, as On may be going all in against Fiora. That was anticlimactic. He didn't even get to ram the horn into Fiora's face, but Fiora just having so much damage at this point, you have to respect that. But I suppose the tier build keeps you always healthy to throw your use. It's interesting to me, because does Fiora actually build any of the tier items? I suppose it goes to Manu Mune, but
Yeah, it's probably mirror mana here, huh?
yeah,
It's-
Murat. But yeah, it's the first time I actually seen the item on Fiora. So right now, we see the dragon is being contested again. Right now, Wukong is just gonna pump his crafts. They have been late to the party. They want to take this fight. It's gonna be very detrimental to them. So I suppose this is fine. Just give it up for now. You have to go advantage. You don't need to force everything. But still, that's a 2-dragon lead for both sides. Much needed win, considering that they have been losing out a few plays across the map.
Yeah, I agree. And like key ultimates like the Cyclone as well as like Tristana's pullback isn't actually available there, so
Oh, another fight coming in the bot lane. So Tristana just jumps in, he gets a reset, he can go on Senna, but he misjudged the jump and he's unable to catch it. But that was a very good catch onto Graves over there, who I believe they just came off the aftermath of taking a dragon. They're probably teleporting back before they just get caught out of place, and the amount of burst coming in from Wukong at this stage, he already has a Divine Sunderer. Tristana has 2 kills at the point of time and now 3. They're feeding Tristana quite they're pushing all the kills to Tristana as we see. On is here. The On horn might be up soon as they can just dive this. The wave is crashing. You have a Katas who is very good at taking revenge kills, but in the first place might not be able to survive this. Just a flash hit by Rel, they jumped in. So right now Wukong already out and it looks like it's a clean kill coming in from the side of where to key as everyone gets out alive. That 4-man dive with no response because Graves was dead. Victor and Fiora were both at top lane and they slowly moved down, but they were unable to get anything. And it looks like the there is not just a spite, he dies for it. Zoe just wraps around the back and just Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the Aloha's dash into Crushing Blow and just takes it out. Oh, that hurts because look at this, they're still not done, they're hunting Victor. I don't know if he can get him, but
The
again,
damage!
Wukong's still chasing. I don't
That's
think he'll
a-
get it, but he lets it go.
Yeah, Victor didn't escape there. He let it go. That's how hard the game is right now. But the two dragons are going to really give them something to work with here. Oh wait, does she know?
They know. Rel can jump at least, so that's the thing. That two dragons indeed, but I need to check what soul it is. But for now, Ocean will be so helpful for both teams because just try to sustain it. Oh no! Senna is just shot down, Sleepy Trouble Bomb, and looks like they are pushing too much. Right now, Jacking, he's gonna get out unless he gets the Trippy Trouble.
Oh, look at that feed work! Thank you,
Rel's still
minion!
going. Rel's still going. Just knock him
Your
out.
Artman's done.
And Flash Burns.
They're going
And
in!
there's-
You can't flash into Zoe, she just takes it and goes back in.
Flash for Flash, except that is both your Flash. Just by
man.
stealing his Flash, he can't get out. He can at least buy some time, but unfortunately, this is the name of game, isn't it? Look at this. Tristana went all in on that. Katas is half HP and he barely did a scratch on Tristana. And right now, Victor is getting caught out again. This is
Chaos
not
Stun?
your zone.
It's a
That's a
stun!
good ulti. That's a good ulti. If I
Can he
get
get
a
him?
kill.
Oh, the shielding plus jump!
Shield.
Zoe, no mana!
Zoe got him.
The sleep!
Zoe got him. And Wukong is here. Wukong is here.
Goodbye,
There's,
Sarah.
there's no way. Can he get
Oh,
it?
she comes back!
Oh, Kata's out. Kata's out.
Push out, then shut. Oh,
And that's a
the kill.
shutdown. Kata's already went back home, so he's safe from any interruption from Tristana.
Let's
But-
go.
The name of this game looks like it's just we see the overall games. Oh, though never mind. Graves is here. Tristana jumps out, and Graves walks away. Okay. Oh, that was dangerous. But it looks like every time TF1 on the purpose. Oh, I don't think I have a break here, man. As On is going down.
He gets it.
Not much you
I
can do against the duelist as he just whacks you. You are low HP. You're not even going to survive the entire. But the name of this game is catching your opponent's mistakes because every single time you overstep, someone is there to catch you. Graves is 051. He had a great start. He had 2 early dragons to his name, leading charge for that. And his team in general has great CS. They are always ahead in terms of CS. Even now, only Graves is slightly below in CS, and that's because he's 051 as Blue Side decides to wrest control of the Dragon. But it feels so painful because every time they go in for an invade, they get a high potential of getting caught. As even look at this Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Oh, good.
Very
stop
nice gravity field. Chaos
field. Oh, the Storm is out. Just looks like Zoe's caught out. He might not escape.
Gets it. That's
He
beautiful.
gets it.
Important kill there.
At the very least, he bought some time. Graves wasn't there. There's no spite still to be had. As Aloha and the Wukong taking off that Ocean Drake. So delaying that crucial win condition of that 4 Drakes into Elder for TF1.
Yeah, stopping the dragon stacking there, I think is really important. Most notably, Graves has the Immortal Shield bow now, however, still lacking items compared to Kong that is... I don't want to call it full build, but it's kinda good, sitting on the Sunriver plus Death's Dance.
Oh, that's essentially the core. Anything else he builds now, barely supplements his damage. It mostly focuses on reinforcing him to be that crazy disruption frontline and slash engage champion that we know and love with his ulti being able to hit so many targets as we see a collapse coming in. Victor's wisely backing off. They want to make sure that they can get this top turret. Everyone's rotating up. With the exception of Zoe split pushing on the side lane and Fiora matching him.
Yeah, he misses
Looks
the
like
bubble.
top lane's gonna have the action. Wukong is on. They're just dancing around the top jungle. They don't want to start the fight, but they really want that turret. On's almost gonna get it. Blue team summons Herald in mid. It'll take a while to travel through. So I suppose this is probably timeout for the Herald. But it looks like they might get a turret off this, as a single charge is almost able to bring the turret down, and Tristana is there to finish the job. So right now, the purple team is congregating on the top side. Wukong catches off Victor. That's a huge DPS loss. Wukong and Rel looks too low to take this fight though. And Tristana gets caught out. He actually gets repulsed into, and right now looks like they are getting routed. Okay, there's a good escape by Wukong, but he might not get out, and Fiora gets a shutdown. This fight was disastrous for the
Immediate
get-go.
Baron call, let's go.
It's a Baron call, and Zoe's still pushing because there's not much he can do. He's halfway across the map. Baron's just getting blown up, and
I think that was a huge turning point though. Like if you think about it, like that's 900 gold going over. I think that's every shutdown you need. And Fiora was already doing pretty well in laning phase. You give her more gold on top of that. Unfortunately, he's still going for the mana mirror though.
I don't like that item on Fiora. I can see how it's interesting, but supplementing your Qs as well as your auto attack, since you do so much of each, and technically they are all applying on hit effects, so this will be quite painful. But right now, it looks like they at least stabilized it. Everything's on that Fiora to try to dominate the game, as we see a pause going through. So at least this gives us some time to take stock. We had an insane goal lead. I wasn't very sure of it at the point of time, but before the Baron fight. But right now they're equalized to about 1.7k difference. And most of the lead for purple side's on Fiora, while it's a bit more spread out on the blue side. So what are your thoughts on this game? What do they need to do? Because right now Baron buff is going to give them a huge goal, at least pushing advantage, and we have to see how they proceed on with this game to try for both teams to try win in this case.
I think the difficult part here is that although Red Side has bought themselves quite a lot of time to kind of like scale up and try and repair the situation that they're in, the problem is Ornn's still scaling, and Ornn's about to hit that Winter's Approach very soon. That's 339 on the tier now, so either way, you still have a long way to go before I can confidently say you can take this one.
Good point. Oh no, never mind. Look at this. Tristana around catches.
Still alive.
But will they be able to kill it? They're trying for the reset, and as the screen freezes, we can only question what happens.
Oh, there's no way he lives that, right? There's no way
He's not gonna live that.
There's
But the
no
question
way.
is, what do
That's
Red
Tristana
Team
fire up.
expect?
Oh,
So
wait.
Tristana gets hit, Tristana gets a reset, Tristana jumps out. Kata still has ulti. I don't think he can kill at this range, so they need to.
Oh, that's huge.
That's huge. Call their losses. It's a 1-for-1 as they try to regroup, because Tristana needs to lifesteal. There's no way he's gonna stay with that health. One single hit and he's Kata's fate. Right now they're leveraging the Baron buff, pushing down their mid lane. Tristana's half health is very high risk as they start the horn. Zoe comes in, Wukong comes in. They managed to split the team into two, and Victor goes down. That's huge damage gone. They have no more magic damage. Senna looks like he's going down. Kata's is going down as well. And Kata's lands the ulti. On is doing his best, but no, that doesn't give you a shield anymore. But that was an incredible turnaround, because they might be down one member, but they both sides were down one member, but blue side knew they had the opportunity and they split the team up with the odd horn, with the Wukong and Zoe hitting from the flanks and splitting the fight in half. But this Fiora is still alive. Will he be able to do anything? Looks like he's just gonna peace out right there. No, he might be still be shouting. Never mind. Cancels back.
This goes for the enemy. Where Toki here has to still try and take that second Ocean Drake. Might as well leverage a Baron buff plus Fioraism to try and shove this tower in here. I really like Ornn's understanding of, okay, we win this fight if I just hit my Call of Forge God here. So
there's a lot of damage coming. He's gonna get it, but he might die for this as he gets rooted up. He might get a kill because of how ridiculous Zoe is, as he managed to land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, catching the center off guard and just taking him down. You can't let your guard down against a Zoe unless you have a Quicksilver Sash, and unfortunately he paid for his life. It was a very interesting trade, but right now 1-for-2 trade.
Despite what the kill score looks like, the gold lead is actually it's a plus minus 2k, so honestly, and with the shutdowns available, like if you get kills with the shutdowns and looking at what the gold lead is, it's actually, the swing potential is there.
It's pretty insane to think about it, because she already claimed a 900 gold bounty on Zoe just now, and furthermore, if you bring up this game, it looks like it's just the bounties, man. There's so much gold just being thrown on the table, as right now Ornn has a bounty, Wukong has a bounty, I believe Tristana's bounty has been claimed, and Zoe also has a bounty. So this is any single kill on the side, or any single kill on Wetoki will easily net you 400, 500 gold, and that's something very desperately needed by some members of the TF1.
Yeah, definitely. Victor also completing the Shadow Flame there. I don't know if you noticed, but unfortunately, due to the recent patch, I think Shadow Flame is suffering from a little bit of some bad situation.
People are harder to kill.
Yeah, you know, Magic Pen's great and all, but HP though.
Having a lot more HP, if the effectiveness of your damage is slightly scaled back, and for so many champions that could spell the entire world because you're expecting to kill someone and they just walk out with a sliver of health. Of course, if you're TF1, you always have the Carter's ulti as an insurance, but it's a bit hard to always rely on that.
I still like the buy though, like recognizing that, okay, we still need to do damage, unfortunately. Like Shadow Flame still is one of the best like magic damage items that you could possibly get. I think that's what the Cartus is gonna opt to buy next, judging by the itemization there as well.
Oh, definitely. This is a more defensive build, I suppose. I was kind of expecting what was that helm called? Just for that burning damage, because
The Demonic Embrace?
Yeah, Demonic Embrace. I keep forgetting the item's name. With Liandry's, that could be such a good item as we. Oh, small skirmish might be happening soon. As Wukong is
It's about to get Ornn upgraded.
He has a new ornament, and that's the upgraded Divine Sunderer. I'm actually curious at why it didn't go to Zoe or Tristana, but I suppose they'll get theirs in due time. As looks like they're kind of grouping around Baron while Ornn is getting shoved in by that Fiora, so that's a good split pushing play, just making sure there's pressure all around. So Ornn, that insane engage is not there. He managed to split the fight into two just now, and right now it is up to him to hold a wave right here.
Taking Ornn out of the equation for a team fight is also really important, because that Ornn is such a good team fighter compared to Fiora, so being able to just remove something from the equation, it makes you useful. Not to mention that you've just Fiora just finished the Mirror Mana like right plus minus then, so she's gonna hit a small spike there. Victor, I don't know if you want to be
Victor's
here, buddy.
Wukong jumps in. They are very aggressive with this pick, and even though they try a miracle play, they are unable to do much. Fiora here is half HP, but on you don't
LT.
want to do this. You can't do it. On is slow. On is going to go down as he dies because he thinks he can fight a half HP Fiora. No, it's a Fiora. Never 1v1 Fiora.
Grand Duelist strikes again. And so he's dead. What? And Baron.
They'll be again Baron. So, interesting play there. But at the very least,
Fiora. Yeah, they're cancelling the backs. They're trying to give Fiora as much space as
Tristana might
possible.
die. He can't back there. And looks like it's gonna be at least one inhibitor as the dieting is chased down. Whether they can get anything out of this is another question. They're trying to secure some space for themselves, but Fiora has already taken the bottom inhibitor, and looks like TF1 is going for the dragon itself. We still have some presence from Wetuki and that Wukong and that Realm mid. Trying to get some space, but looks like TF1 wants to reset. They want their goal. They want to be unstoppable, split pushing machines. As we see, they're starting to dance around the dragon pit, see what they can do. More members are ready in the sides of Wetuki, but the Fiora, that dreaded 401 Fiora again, 1v1 you any day of the week this here as they start dragon. Wukong and Realm.
Oh
There's
Push
like
engage.
Katas go down. He's on the other side. They managed to secure their dragon. So that's the third dragon. Kata's not outing, so it looks like Wukong's getting out. But right
Yes,
there, very painful. On his left alone, old soul member fighting still as Zoe and Wukong disengage. They tried to kill that Senna. They got the third dragon for their efforts, but it looks like no, On, you're not gonna survive this. Stuck in the middle between a rock and a hard place, dancing around 3 champions and Zoe.
That's the swing factor I was looking for. Look at the goal lead. It's completely turned around. Despite 3 Ocean Dragons stacking, which is kind of why Owen lived so long. Actually, that's kind of huge.
I love the play. The starting engage looks so good. Wukong catching off that the Katas, but because of the fact that Zoe secured the dragon, but because he secured the dragon, that means he's not hitting the opponent. That brief respite that Katas got was good enough to activate Zonia and survive quite a bit of the fight. In fact, so I don't know, man. At this point, we need to see whether is the objective really worth it, because it helps you in the long run. And how long can you survive without this current immediate aspects? Your entire bot lane is exposed, and Fiora now threatening split push the top lane. Get 2 more turrets and then inhibitor in the process.
It's a 700 goal shutdown on Fiora. How did that happen? Well, she's been playing great all this time, and look at that CS diff.
It's kind of expected because it's a Fiora against an On, so it's a good matchup for Fiora. You'll never actually hard lose the lane, as On rarely has a kill potential because of that. Because Fiora is at every pause. But right now, I think you gave him too much space to work with. He's
He's gonna end the game.
He's gonna end the game on his own. Okay, to be fair, Fiora has been employing one of the best strategies in League of Legends that I've found so far. Just don't die.
My gosh, that's an
That's
amazing
true.
strategy. Guys, 100% just listen to that strategy. Wait, call the phone.
Oh, there's a call for shot. They caught someone, and that
Senna?
looks like it's Senna. Katas is spotted, but he can't get it. As oh no, the blue buff didn't even get secured. Fiora is stuck. He can just run through. Victor's pushing bot. You have to know this.
Wait, are they going to end?
I don't think they can end, but this is a lot of damage, and Zoe's not here. You need your burst damage.
He's
Look
going
at
for the
this.
tower.
Fiora doesn't give a heck. He's just going in. Okay, Fiora might die for this. They might have lost the game off this, but that was extremely scary to watch.
She gets the kill to Tristana though.
3 kills. Tristana gets a shutdown, and they have a 50-second timer to work with where
Running in.
Just run it down mid. Just run it down. You have 5 members alive. Fiora, what's he going to do? Backdoor? Yeah, he can backdoor actually. All needs to hold the fort.
They can't 5-man it. Yeah.
They can't 5-man it. I
Stands
don't think
back as
there's
well. Oh, the wall! The slow!
just buying as much time. Every second counts because that
Exactly.
Fiora. Can he do much? Because the thing is, I don't know if Fiora can teleport at this stage because you don't have a lot of time to work with. You are still down for another 17 seconds as a Tristana, one of the best turret downers in the entire game. They're not gonna claim more than this. They want their piece. But right now, they look like they're going for a catch. They are not backing yet. Look at this Wukong. And right now, insane burst coming in from Zoe as the catch pays off. Ornhorn is here. Looks like the only hope of Fiora is here. They need to kill Fiora now. Right now. Tristana is poking as much as he can. Takes it. Zoe's alive. That's barely Rel and On are still the front lines alive, and looks like right now they can't do much. Okay, but that was a very good respite. You might need to be very wary about the backdoor potential anytime. Inhib is of course up for the side of Wetuki, so that will also buy you more time. Fiora can't just backdoor you and tank the turret, as the dragon is going to spawn soon as well. So they are just setting a trap here. They're just making sure they want to catch that Victor, who is running for his life right now. He knows he has been caught way too many times for this to be allowed again, as they slowly back off. They are preparing for another Baron take, as they're gonna claim the Ocean Soul for themselves for Webtukis, while TF1 they set up for the Baron. And I don't know if this is a worth trade. Look at your base, it's a shambles. You can't just give this, but they have to. They made their choice. They have to live with it. They're all charging straight into the Baron pit right now. As
Did they finish it? They didn't do it! Wait!
we got scammed. We got scammed. They decided to play it safe. They don't know if they can clear it in time. And Fiora using a teleport. I don't know about that. You have time.
Wait, that's actually good because they're baiting Baron. They're gonna do the
baiting
classic.
Baron, but you can't afford to lose anyone here. I really love the backdoor potential from Fiora, but right now, it's they choose to get a lot more pressure on the map first, in exchange for that teleport. So Baron is less likely to be on the table. As
GA.
Oh god, he's gonna be a monster. Baron started up, they got spotted instantly. Fiora still pushing, he's trying his best. Zoe's not there, he has to catch the wave. He's the only wave clear that has a lot of damage since Tristan needed from Baron. Looks like Baron still is not going to be on the table. Karthus is caught out, he just jumps in, he wants to magically steal this as... Oh, look at this.
They're trying to go for it!
This
is the play! They're cancelling it!
You need to go home right now.
Do it!
Zoe might not be able to hold on his own. You want as many people back home. Wukong's alive. They got Baron buff, they got good teleport. Looks like
is he still alive?
Graves. This guy don't have damage unfortunately, so Graves is just walking his way. But he's gonna cut. Wukong's just shoving in. Tristana is low. Graves is down. Right now it's a 2v2 at a fort, praying for their life. Zoe's down. Fiora is going in. There's no more creeps. There's no more creeps. And look at this. It looks like the end game. You paid. On, you can do it. On, you can do it. That's the game. That's the game. Wukong will end the game right here as we have a base race. And right now Wukong is getting that it hit. It was a hard fought battle from both sides. They tried everything. That Fiora backdooring as much as can, putting so much split pushing pressure. But no, it's just one hit away. Oh god, this game was insane. I don't know what to say. I loved it. Look at this. 31k by Zoe. I really love what Zoe did this game. This just very big back and forth as one team makes a small mistake that gets capitalized on, and that gives 2 dragons early to TF1. Then Watuki said, no, I'm not gonna let you just walk away with this, as they take back the next 4 dragons, get a huge goal lead, but they just keep jumping back and forth as the entire match goes extremely crazy. Oh, what are your thoughts about this game? I can't even. Oh,
I want to know what the comms are like in those like last few moments, because the call to say, okay, we're sending Wukong to try and end the game and we try and defend, and it being that close is insane to me. It's
it
just
was
like, yeah, to send a member of your team to try and counter base race, that was a work of art.
it was a one step away from defeat because Zoe gets caught out just by the amount of poke he does, but he really done his job. Fiora's almost dead, hitting the turret with his last breath and trying to get anything he can. It's just straight out insane because Fiora dies to the turret as well as a creep, and Victor is unable to do anything on his own as Tristana cleans it up with the barest sliver of health. Absolutely insane game. I can't really judge much of that because it's just both teams played extremely well. It's down to the wire, and both teams were extremely close in this fight. Absolute banger of game. Who do you think? Who do you think deserves the MVP for this insane game?
I like to think that the MVP for both sides. Okay, I think Fiora has to be the MVP of her team. From
Oh,
start to
I'm
finish, she
never
played
gonna.
absolutely well.
Absolutely.
And I like to think that the Rel played way better than what I was expecting. I kind of expected the champion to be not very effective, but her engages were very well timed and had insanely good follow up. So, very good job.
I do have to agree with you on this because you have to think about it. The Fiora was the linchpin. You don't have to care about damage. You don't have to care about goal. All you have to care about is Fiora hitting the turret. And that Fiora hitting the turret bought them so much time, so close to winning the game on so many levels. I have to agree with you. That's definitely the MVP for TF1. It almost brought them the game, and Rel as well. The early game, saving the Tristana, jumping in at every opportunity, jumping in the Wukong as well. Uh, Huge props to these two players, the MVPs of our game, as they have managed to uh almost they fought back and forth, and we had just so much to look at from these two players and so much to expect from them in the upcoming few games. So looks like we'll be heading off for our next games first. Just a reminder to support TeleMatch. Follow our socials on Facebook and Instagram. You can find me at Twitch/Surface Guy. Mari, how about you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/MariaChris, and remember to follow all of the socials of TeleMatch on Facebook, Instagram, as well as Twitter. Follow the Twitch channel since you're here as well. And I'll see you at finals. Bye bye.
Bye.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's a knife for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are release in the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Maybe when the tree alive, and the touch of night.
Alright, guys, and welcome back to TeleMatch League of Legends, organized by Susus, and we have our wonderful prize partner Aftershock. Here I am, Joshua, casting alongside with me with the banger game just now, Silvery Sky, and
Well,
Telematch is all about an online community competition for casual players, and it lets players experience fun through competitive play. Since it's a community competition, we allow individuals to register. When there's enough of them, they can actually form a team together. So I was just tuning into the last bit of the game just now, and boy, was it a banger! Could you just tell me more a little bit about it, Silvery Sky?
so for the people who haven't seen it, or seen parts of it, it was a very back and forth game. We have the teams of Tuki versus TF1, and in throughout the course of the game, it's a very back and forth. One team makes a mistake, the other team capitalizes on it, and because of that, you'll get huge leads getting thrown left and right, bounties getting claimed here and there. And in the very last moments of the game, TF1's top laner Fiora has almost managed to backdoor along with his mid laner Victor, and this was nail-biting defense by Wetsuki with their Tristana, with their Rel, with their Ornn, and with their Zoe. They just came back in the nick of time and just barely defended their base against that Fiora. That monster Fiora has been split pushing the entire game. And towards the end, uh, they managed to win the fight where their members just teleport the base and try scrappily fight back. So you have that uh, Tristana and Zoe trying to hold the line for the longest time. Zoe going down in the process. Tristana almost dying in the process. And then Ornn and Rel as the cavalry arrives, defended the base as well, while Wukong attempts a backdoor attempt of his own. So it was, I believe it was 2 hits away from the game ending. If Fiora was slightly more tanky, he's managed to survive one more turret hit. He would be able to take down the turret, and health won't be an issue, and he could have just won the game off that. So it's like a question of so many possibilities. If Fiora survived the turret hit, if they managed to do a bit more damage earlier, because they have attempted a previous backdoor attempt, the game was so back and forth. Joshua, that's just uh insane how down to the wire, how small the gap between the two teams are, and in the end, Tuki with their incredible defense managed to claim victory.
Yes, and I have to say it is an honor to see those moments happen on cast, happen on stream, and that's definitely going to be the highlight game of the day, unless we're gonna see even more of a banger coming out from the finals, and as well as along with the Herald dance as well. I would say it was also one of the iconic moments in today's telematch.
Oh,
And I would
Harold.
just want to move on to a little bit of the shout outs. Not sure if you guys did. This is from Individuals 1 from Ye Daya H. Okay, so here what he has to say. He's the only guy who wants to achieve his dream of being a pro player in the League of Legends. But however, he is worried about the bad situation of the game in our country. Yes, I agree. At least for League of Legends only. And then he's hoping that Riot Games would do something to solve this, especially on Southeast Asian League, where Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Southeast Asian teams are combined, which is the PCS. And yes, that is correct. And how will we improve if we are getting bullied by Taiwanese team? Yes, this is actually quite an issue because there's nothing you can do about it actually, because the Taiwanese are just so far much better than us. They're so dominant in the league. So that is really a sad thing. So what he wants is that have another league aside from the Taiwanese teams and only have a Southeast Asian league. So maybe this will improve the situation. So yes, I definitely agree on that. But we'll see if in the future something can be done about that issue. And now we're jumping into the pick and ban phase. So far, Silvery Sky, what do you think are the champions that are showing up a lot so far in the games we've seen?
That's the thing. Everyone has their own idea of how the game is being played. I have a feeling that this entire tournament long, there's a meta's being developed and a lot of target bans are going out as we see that Darius being banned. Gwen, of course, being more meta, give it a pass. But a lot of teams love their meta picks. A lot of teams love their off meta picks even more. So, right, just now we had a Rel that we have seen some Zoes. I think we have seen a lot of Wukongs. In fact, there was a Wukong first pick in the previous game. As we see quite a lot of teams just developing their own idea of the meta. So they know they want to follow this this style. They want to try something out. So we in the previous games, for example, we had a bit of a more standardized team. You see every single champion on every single pro player's list. We had the On Wukong, Zoe, Tristana Rel, very standard champions. And the other team, they threw in everything in the kitchen sink. They had Carters, they had Senna as a bot laners, in fact. Fiora is of course one of the best split pushers in the game, but a lot of teams know how to play around that. But perhaps at this community level, we see them making insane outplays because everyone's a bit more aggressive here. As we see right now, already the picks and bans are going through quite fast. Small shout
Okay.
out to Defos, our observer for this game, as well as a lot of previous games. In fact, as we continue on with our picks and bans.
Okay, so we already seeing Volibear and Xin Zhao. Oh, I was a little bit disappointed there that it wasn't a Belveth lock-in. So far, I don't think we have seen the new champion come out on the Rift, right?
I don't think so. Well, the thing about Belveth is it's such an interesting champion. But do you know what else is more interesting than Belveth? Picking Ramus into Belveth. Oh god, I have seen some
yes.
clips on Reddit. It's just shredding yourself into pieces as we see the Jin and Yumi being picked up on blue side as well.
Oh, are they doing a T1 reference like Gumayushi and Keria did back during Game 4 against Damwon in the semi-finals in Worlds last year? Yeah,
Awesome. It's the game.
yeah, you're thinking the same thing?
I don't follow the Korean meta as much, but Guma you see in the latest international tournament, the MSI, he has made a lot of bold claims, let's put it that way, and the trash talking did not pay off as he just gets he's still SKT was still the second best team in MSI, I guess. But it was very painful as they said we are not gonna lose any more games. Proceed to lose the next game. Hurts.
Oh, that also happened to Broken Blade from G2.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, and they went on a losing streak on G2. But now, as we are soon rounding up the bans, we're gonna go into the phase 2 of picks. And there we have it, a Victor ban. So they're targeting a little bit here and there. It's a little bit all around the place. And yes, they go on to ban another AP mid laner, Silas. Very strong combat mage, I would say.
Very strong in the as they pick in the Swain. Oh, I love this champion so much. I believe he's a support. He's an incredible champion into uh well, if you're against a Yumi player, you don't ever have to hit the Yumi player. You hit the Jin and Yumi follows. So this is something very interesting. They have a bit of split. They have a bit of pushing potential there as well. For the bot lane that's more or less locked in, the Ezreal Swain feels like they have a slight edge because both sides are not gonna have a lot of pushing power, but Swain just changed the entire field.
Yes, I agree. Swain, oh my, I remember him becoming monsters in my games where he just snowballs. And then when his ultimate like feels like it lasts forever. And then when it explodes, right, the team also explodes when his ultimate finishes up. But oh, nice. We have the first Cassiopeia pick coming in for the tournament. Interesting one.
There's a snake in my lane, as we see. So Cassiopeia is either most likely going to go against Yone, as we see a Dam Kench top. Oh, I love this.
Oh,
Uh,
again.
I believe Tam Kench is one of the sleeper picks. He's one of the best melee top laners, to other melee top laners, of course. You're completely useless against anyone who has more than 200 range. If you're not be able to, if Tam Kench can hit you, you can't, you lose the fight. So if you can't kite that slow champion, even his, knockup is insanely telegraphed. If you're forced to be melee, in this case he's against a Malphite most likely. Oh no, it might be a Tamken support. No, I
A
love
lot of
Tamken
flex picks
shop.
here.
Love flex picks here. Swain works okay in the mid lane. I do prefer Swain support. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see in champion. We'll see in game. But right now the team comps are shaping up. We have a very skirmish based comp. I like how everyone on the side of He can just jump in, no comps attached, and then Ezreal is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay at the back. I have fucking shift. I'm fine. As well on the side of AX2, it feels like a meatball coming in. What? Malphite volleyball going to jump in. Cassio and Jin going to follow that meatball in. Strong front to back as well, and good sustain with the Yumi. So this is a very interesting game. We're gonna see. Looks like we're gonna have a lot of fights.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. And I really love that you pointed out the two standout champions, like you said, it's Swain and Tam Kench. And yes, I definitely agree with my experience playing against those champions. They are really disgusting, especially Tam Kench at the very start when he got reworked. Oh, he was always picked in the top lane. And like he like just smashes everything, right? Like you said, melee, just smashes Fiora, smashes Rivens, like those smashes Irelia, those like mechanical. We know those mechanical female champions are in the top lane.
Oh gosh,
So
you just
yeah,
have to throw it. I agree with you on that. The problem with uh okay, so how are you going to outplay someone who right clicks you, goes and make a cup of coffee, and then comes back, press one button, and suddenly he's as tanky as he was before the fight starts? He's just gonna never die in lane, and you put a Malphite against him. This is gonna be a wet noodle fight at top lane. Both sides are gonna just hit each other and be like, you know what? They're not gonna kill each other. It'll take forever for that.
yeah, might as well just handshake.
Just farm, man.
Maybe.
Guys are fine. But if Tom Catch is going bot lane, we won't see this interaction as much. We have a Yone into Malphite, which is interesting because I think this is actually a bad matchup. Uh, More precise, Malphite is probably not gonna die to Yone. He's happy stacking armor against you, and so long as they delete Swain off every single fight, they don't have to do anything but build so much armor that uh basically they can't die.
Yes, I absolutely agree on that. And however, I'm also worried for Jin and Yumi because they do take a little bit of time to scale up. And in terms of early game agency, I think we can safely say that uh, they do have the upper hand, right? In terms of the early game
Oh,
agency.
definitely. Yeah, I definitely think that way because uh okay, so their skirmishing power is insane, and in the early game skirmishing powers worth so much. It doesn't matter for team fight abilities yet. And before six, what are you gonna miss? You're gonna miss Malphite's Unstoppable Force. You're gonna miss Volibear's ulti, Cassiopeia's Petrifying Gaze, and Yumi's ulti.
Zoom
I can't
zoom.
remember. Zoom zoom. You're missing
Whatever.
4 incredible AoEs, which is something I forgot to point out earlier, and that is possibly the huge game changer there. Because what are you gonna do against these 4 ultimates? They're just gonna jump, AoE you, and you are going to take it. There's not much you can do. So early game skirmishing before 6 is crucial. Survive, survive past 6, and X2 has a huge advantage going with a massive wombo combo. Not very typical champions, but they still have a lot of power going in as the matches starts and we hit into Summer's Rift.
Alright, so we can see 4 of the members of Hehe, they are stacking towards the bot lane, just rainbowing down together and just hovering, just covering the entrances. And then yes, I totally agree that Hehe, their champions also do have built-in really good skirmishing abilities in the early game, and that is not the case for X2. So yes, the early game agency is going to be dominated by Hehe. And let's see, a corrupting start for Swain, and a tier start for Cassiopeia, pretty standard I would say.
Pretty standard.
Then nothing
Yeah.
much.
Swain has a lot of mana problems, and the problem with this match, okay, here's the thing. I really don't like the champion assignments because it feels like it's one step away from shooting yourself in the foot. So
Oh
you only against
yes.
small fight. It's a physical attacker versus a armor stacker. Swain against Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is always happy to be in range of you, and Swain is not the longest range champion. And Ezreal Tamkench doesn't have the pushing power, just rotate it slightly, and that means you have a lot more wiggle room for it. So that's something I'm a bit sad to see, but well, whatever makes the players comfortable.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely justifiable. Really a shame to see that they're not going to the positions that you pointed out just now. And like you said, you already pointed out really good weaknesses if they use these champions to go against the champions of X2. But they can always still be subject to change how they play out the laning phase.
They can indeed, but right now it looks like, well, at the very least, not much troubles are being detected. A bit of back and forth, I mean, in the mid lane, a bit of back and forth across all the lanes, but looks like neither jungler is paying attention to their lanes yet. They're just farming up a storm, deciding on which path to get, as both of the junglers path up towards the top side. It's something a bit interesting.
Okay, so Xin Zhao did not go for the Raptors. It seems like he might be doing a tree camp and red buff into a top gank for Yone. But however, Volibear is mirrored with the Xin Zhao, so we might see a very spicy 2v2, maybe even a 3v2 as Cassiopeia. She's hovering over there, she's putting out vision. And now Xin Zhao is entering the river right now. He does have prior for the side of Yone because of the wave bouncing.
It's a bit pushed in though, so they can't really get a gank off. Xin Zhao is looking for that. Oh no! That is skirmish going in and a very sad Scuttlecrab going over. They just Xin Zhao, he wanted a fast clear, but unfortunately that misses him. The entire Scuttlecrab, in fact.
It's a little bit unfortunate over there. Yeah, I guess he didn't track where Volibear was going, but however, it is hard to say which clear he's gonna do. He might just do a tree camp gank into the lanes, and now he's just gonna double cloud. That's gonna feel really nice. 140 extra gold going into the bank, and then Xin Zhao is forced to fall back to his crux. Okay, the bot gang is negated thanks to their bush ward from Hehe.
So Hehe's push ward was fine, but the thing that stands out to me is everyone's pushing so much. Xin Zhao doesn't have a lane that he can gank. He can maybe gank bot, but his pathing is not towards that area. He wants to hover that Yone, that Swain to get their main carries ahead, because Ezreal Tamkench is a soft lane. You can afford to hang back, play safe. But yeah, double crab though. It's a huge lead for Volibear, and there's nothing to steal here as Sing Zhao invades camps.
Yeah, he's just hovering around. That's really sad. And because the lanes they aren't trading that much as well. And it's also because of their champions. They also don't have the best kits for ganking. And that's where it hurts as a ganking jungler. But however, have a joint movement into the Raptors of X2. They're just doing some shenanigans.
Nothing goes on to it. It's a bit too deep to try and comment anything, even if you have the slight advantage like he did. But yeah, if you do that, you might just get caught up spawn, and he just decides, you know what? Let's play it safe. We take a bit, we get some space, and we let you know that you're not gonna get everything here. As Volibear's in the bush, getting ready to gank here.
The wave is pretty much in the really neutral state, and it is a cannon wave. So he can look for some angles right here. Okay, not really. It's pretty hard because they're like full HP.
You need a flash for that. I actually think if he went all in for that, he might get it. Because Swain's level 6 is a huge power boost in team fights, but in this kind of small skirmishes you need to focus your target on one single champion. He actually might have been able to kill Swain in that small window there. But looks like he's gonna play it safe, get some more camps, establish his lead over that Sing Zhao, who is more or less trying to keep up, but maybe that's too scuttles is too painful for him to handle for now.
Okay, so we already had some resets coming out from He. Only the Iron Smite Whip though, that's actually not too bad that he's still able to complete that. Generally, me playing like Lee Sin, like pretty much with no ganks and like no crab, I only get like a pickaxe, but maybe because he already farmed his second cycle of camps. And now we can see that Xin Zhao, he is starting up the Inferno Drake.
Oh?
And Volibear, he's hovering, trying his hardest to find a window.
I think he spotted that Volibear actually. And because of that, they made the call to try to take Dragon. But Cassiopeia, he gets lucky and walks into Sing Zhao, who doesn't have health.
Okay, this is spelling a very big trouble. Xin Zhao, he's only level 4 and gets the first kill for Cassiopeia, but however, can she get collapsed on? A very nice knockup onto Cassiopeia. Exhaust coming out of the time catch, forced to flash away. And the petrifying gaze does not hit anyone. Okay, and they do get away with it. That's good. That's good going into the main carry for X2. You can be really happy going for that.
That's such a sneaky play to try and take the... Oh no, never mind.
Unstoppable force. Oh yes, and it gets cancelled. Nice stun by Volibear. Now he's level 6. Do they need it? Alright, they don't need it. And another one. Kill going to X2.
That's painful. I assume they saw that bottom skirmish and they're like, you know what, we can just take more across the map since we've seen Swain and Ezreal and Kench. And of course, you know that you just killed Sing Zhao yourself, so it's easy 2v1 dive right there.
Yeah, I guess it was unfortunate because like Cassiopeia, she pushed the wave, or the wave was in the neutral state. So you just hovered around the river. That's what mid-laners do once they push out the wave. They like hover out of vision, just trying to get down wards, or maybe be ready to roam onto the other side of the map, impacting the lanes. And it just so happens that Xin Zhao was on the dragon, and really unfortunate there. And she just waited for Xin Zhao to get chunked by the dragon, picking out her time, and then committing onto him. And sadly, the bot lane of He, they did have prio, but it wasn't like true prio, so they didn't went over to help out.
They didn't have true pioneer because I believe there was a free dragon. They spotted Volibear topside, so they if Swain just put himself in between instead of take the small sacrifices, might be worth it. But looks like Sing Zhao is gonna be set even more further behind. Yone at least has a CS lead, but Sing Zhao double crab stolen, killed while taking dragon. That's a huge time sink, and you just lost all of that. 700 gold at this stage of the game, 9 minutes in. That has to feel very bad if you're a Sing Zhao player right now.
Yeah, and like we said just now, we thought that they were the ones with the early game agency. But however, X2, with good wave management and very nice timings, they are able to get these advantages for themselves. And seems that they're the ones looking to get this Inferno Drake.
Xingjiao's not even here, so they're gonna repeat, except that it's reversed. And Malphite just walks off, never mind.
Oh, he does have tempo after Shockwave.
Blue team has slain the dragon.
He does, but it's just a bit sad to just give up some stuff because you know it can cross map plays, you can try and get some gold back on the board, but that's a free dragon. It was a
Yeah,
good
they
setup
virtually
at
get
EX.
nothing back, right?
It was a good setup at EX and well,
Oh, okay. Oliver shuts down the turret. Swain with the ultimate is able to survive. But still, I still think that's a good trade for X2. They're happy to do that. Force him off the way. Force him to TP back into lane without flash. But however, he is able to stay for this cannon wave.
he's desperately trying, but his Q doesn't have the greatest range. He's able to get some back, but across the board, I don't like the chances for Hehe from what they're doing right now. Because just look at it, CS lead for Jhin because it's a passive lane, favors Jhin. Because Ezra has no wave clear, Tapi has no wave clear. So it's pretty free and looks like even the Herald is going in the favor of AX2. They've been getting wins across the board.
Yes, and once the Upeka, he drops down that Rift Herald onto those juicy plays, just gonna rack up more gold advantage for X2. And they're really setting up themselves for success here as he resets. Look at his items. Little bit of item, just a cloth armor and the Negatron cloak. Still, that's really solid.
Oh,
Ooh, Ezra is a little bit low here.
if they have enough mana, they can just set up Curtain's Call here, but Catch looks like he's still too healthy to be taken down like that alone. Painful to watch, but at the very least, they're still surviving this lane. I say that, but looks like Cassiopeia is already making very deep wards into the opponent's jungle to make sure that nothing happens to their bot lane. But since I was already placed, there might be C or
That's
D.
gonna get spotted. Oh no, he can't go for this. Alright, and Sinja, because of the vision set up by X2, is gonna get caught out. And he's forced to flash away. Oh, and that just hurts. That just hurts in the neck. To give up that, and they have to give up their whole bot side jungle. And Cassiopeia, she is moving. Volibear, he's still running in tanky, and he shuts them down. The curtain call is being called. Cassiopeia, they have to back off. Cassiopeia is here. Swain, he's kinda late, but however, he might get collapsed on. Swain. See, fine. Members of Hehe trying to salvage their mid laner, and yes, he does get collapsed on.
It's a grave situation, but oh,
Ooh!
wow, that was
Cyrus
greedy,
Hehe, oh! Nice, he just flashes in for the kill onto Time Catch, and Time Catch flash away, and instead, oh, and in the end, Twinkly Israel, he also dies because of the poison, right?
Yeah, that's such a huge play by Cyrus. That's they had a lead already. They have a dragon, but this is what cements it as a very strong play. And right now, across the board, not only do they have more gold than their counterparts in almost every single position, but they're going to get a first star as well, and there's another bit of gold going to the pockets of every member there. So this is going to be very, very difficult for basically Hehe to try, but they need to find new opportunities.
And again, oh no, that is just really
God.
unfortunate for Dubu. His wave was in a bad spot and he walked up trying to push the wave. And then Upeka was still around the area and saw an opportunistic gank and got him again.
Rebecca was everywhere, it's just nothing stopping this. He was prepared to
I mean, he does have
hammer.
really nice setup from his lanes though. That's what
Yeah,
enables
that's true,
junglers,
that's
right?
true. I think the single bit split by Xingjiao just set him back so far that
Yeah, yes.
he can't match.
Yes.
Oh god. 1200 gold difference between the junglers. But surprisingly, I suppose it's not really surprisingly because if you keep track of gold kill KDA chats, that Cassiopeia with that 5 kills is 2k above that Swain just because of how much he has also impacted the map, preparing for dives and catching the Swain. quite painful to watch. We have to see how they try to come back from this.
Okay, as Cyrus, he hits level 11. Really nice power spike in this stage of the game. And his items are just horrifying to just look at right now at this stage of the game, really.
He
And
almost
you
has a
can
run.
just look at the minimap, how much vision they have control of the river. Those two controllers in the river, they're just basically saying we're just gonna dominate this part of the map and you can't do anything about it. And okay.
There's no vision. There's no vision.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. They know, I think they might know because Xin Zhao is top. They're just showing right here.
Okay, so
Alright,
right
and
now,
they're gonna go right now.
they made the right play, but now they are stuck. And their only hope is to try. But no, there's not enough. Dark Edge and Ezreal.
Yeah, there's not much to say to that. They're pretty much just forced to run the other way and just trying to run down that other guy, trying to run down the Jin. The Jin G just needs to kite back safely. And then his team is just gonna come from the tier 1.
Yes, that
Just run
Devils is
them down,
pointing out
zoom.
something to us. While that fight was occurring, while the 4-man die was occurring, Malphite solo killed Tony. So, okay, we can forget about top lane winning. They the solo kill at top lane is the clearest way to say which lane is winning, which is even more of a detriment because Yone doesn't even have his first item, his shield bow, and looks like
Alright, so Oh Sui, he's forced to pop auto ultimate. He was a little bit scared right there, he might get dived upon. Because Volibear Upeka, he didn't use the ultimate just now on the tier 1 dive. He didn't even need it, so maybe he was a little bit scared he might use it right there. But he's just happy to just burn the flash because I'm gonna kill you anyway the next time I go on you.
it's a bit of a. Let's see how the mental status of Hehe is going so far because it's just quite. At the first sign of trouble, we see straight pop the ultimate, and that's his only way of surviving the lane. He is forced to back just because of it. He cannot stay in the Volibear lane. I'm actually surprised he doesn't go for any stopwatch anytime soon. Just the base 654 items able to stop any dives. But I suppose Volibear is always going to disable the turret, so at the very least there's some comeback goal that's possible to add. So the question is how do they get that goal with almost everyone being 0-2 on the board?
Yeah, and it's still a goose egg for them. It's still goose egg for Hehe. So if they are able to find that one shutdown and get themselves on the board, that can really just give them a little bit more cushion to fall back onto and try to continue to find chances in this game. But AX2, they're not giving it to them. They're just gonna start up the second Rift Herald. They have all the control in the world to get this.
Second Rift Herald secured, second Rift Herald is going to be brought to mid. We might see them just dump it in as the entire team. Look at this, it's 18 minutes into the game.
Okay, we're looking mid, looking mid, looking mid.
Oh, he's just gonna
They
die.
can do it. Yeah, he's just gonna die.
He's just
They're
gonna
too
die.
they're too tanky. They're far ahead of the curve right now. Right? The HP, the items, they're just going too far
Everything.
ahead. Oh,
What is he
He's
doing?
actually going in. Holy.
He's not. The turret's going down. Whether he lives or not it doesn't matter because the turret's going down and he's just going to fall along with it. Herald's gonna get 2 charges because of this, and
Oh, they're definitely taking this. It could even charge another one onto the tier 3.
yep, they can. 73 health is good enough.
Pump
They
can,
need to
you
stack.
have to go.
He
Is he
can't.
gonna knock it up?
He can't. He has to take the hit. If they go in, they lose the fight. This is a triple turret Rift Herald. Problem is that
Okay. Alright, I think they're just gonna have
Yeah,
enough
that's
at this point.
Dragon's up soon. They can just take it on the way back. Just tap out some free stacks on the way. Okay, here's the problem why I see he has, and something that need to show up, is that their coordination is.
Okay, so before that, we have an engage onto that. Yumi popping out the ultimate and TP coming from Malphite. Unstoppable force onto 2 members. And nice, they get the time catch away. Their frontline tanker is gone right now. As playing with the ultimate. Good enough damage onto the Malphite. Is he still? Oh, he doesn't die with barely a tick of health. And then Sirius just, absolutely poisons Hehe off the map. And it seems like they have the HP to continue on this siege.
This game is over at this point. They need some miracle comeback, and there's only 2 people who can pull off that miracle. So, is Twinkle able to? He doesn't have his Muramana yet. He has a Triforce, but that's taking a bit of respite. But he needs his items as soon as he can. They need more damage. Look at that Malphite with that 100 HP walking home just now. It was just so painful to watch because it's just a sliver. And they need better coordination because that's all they are missing. Even at 18 minutes into the game, they were still split up in 2-1-2. But why? At this point, you need your objectives. You need to claim goal. You need to catch someone. But you're just letting your opponent dictate the fight. They're going to win every fight because they chose to take the fight.
Yes, that is a really good point right there. And yes, you can definitely see when you pointed that out that coordination factor is very much better for X2.
I love the teams that always coordinate this 4-man dives early. Even mid laner roaming is good enough, especially if you add in that Volibear with the ability to just disable turrets. Oh boy, it's nothing. Okay, fine. We see a potential catch here.
Okay, so Corgi on the Shinzao, they're trying to desperately try to kill off the Malphite, but however, that's gonna take a long time. But however, they do chunk him down to relatively low. But however, he's just gonna dance as he just bases. He still has that tier 1 safety, and he still survives from all the load. They just blow all the load onto the Malphite, and still not enough.
You have to remember
just
that
too
he
far
built
ahead.
armor. He built
Yeah,
armor,
he just needs to
and you
build armor.
threw 2 guys, both of them who aren't fat, and both of them. Oh, this might be a catch. Cassiopeia is not that tanky.
I don't think so. They're the ones getting caught actually. Alright, so Unifying Gaze is going on to Hehe, and now they're just running them down onto their tier 3s. And Sway, he explodes back into his grave, and Chiro, the Immortal Shield, well, that's proc. He's still surviving quite long, but not long enough.
This is game.
And then Israel, he just died in the base.
It was a good try, but you know, it's a bit difficult to try and do anything when you're so far behind. Just look at this. They don't even have to do anything about that Singtel. He just can ignore him because he doesn't do any damage as they just claim the Nexus over here.
Right, so very dominant victory from X2.
It's a perfect game.
Yeah, really perfect game, really nice setup. It was like they let it was slow. It was like slow for the first few minutes, but then when they decided to like just turn on the gears, just turn on that accelerate button, whenever they want, they just take over the game. A really nice textbook game from there, and I definitely can see that, like you said, the lane assignments were really big factor in hurting them in the lanes, right?
Yeah, if you can't win before 6, yeah, going up against an ultimate, a team that bases off their fighting power off their ultimates with that Malphite, with that Cassiopeia, with Volibear, so much AoE there, and then the Yumi as well. So there's so much factors in that you need to win before 6. You need to snowball the game. You need to get a huge lead at the very least to try to, you know, disable your opponents. But unfortunately, they tried their best, but they were unable to do so.
Yes, really nice textbook game right there. And now we're gonna hand off the MVP. So I'm seeing from the stream, Cirrus with the huge damage coming out from his poison. He has 19k damage in just 22 minutes. That's a lot. But however, the MVP, I want to give it to it's between Cassio or Volley. I think I'm just gonna go Upeka. Yeah, Upeka, the jungler. Yeah.
You can technically attribute a lot of Cassio's lead just by Swin stepping up and Upeka being there to catch. And
Yes,
I do
yes.
agree with you on that. So it's a very good laning phase, of course, from Casio, but you back out at Volibear, always ready to cover his teammates and go for the easy kills.
Yes, absolutely. And that will be it for this game. Congrats to X2 for taking Hihi down. And we'll be moving out from this game and still stay tuned because the next game is going to be the fun match. So, yeah, we'll be looking forward to that and see you guys in the next fun match.
If I saw you now, would you start running? Do you think about what you're running from? When I'm going out, I can't stop wondering. Do you think about I really would? If I saw you now, would you start running? Do you think about what you're running from? When I'm going out, I can't stop wondering. Do you think about I really would? If I saw you. If I saw you would you start running? Do you think about what you're running from? When I'm going out, I can't stop wondering. Do you think about I really would? If I saw you. Can't stop wondering. Do you think about I really would?
Trying to act like you care, yeah, I know that you didn't. Cause all I see is the distance that's between us. Go ahead, keep lying to me, cause this shit won't get old. This feeling's holding me back, like can I just let you go? I could act like it all didn't happen. Tired of the pain that you gave, cause I'm already numb. Go ahead, keep lying to me, cause I just don't care no more. These feelings holding me back, fuck it, I just want you go. Trying hard to hide this pain. Deep down I know that things will never
You want me beating on the floor for you, but I fell free the second that you left the room. I'm taking back my life. All you did was use it. You break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my life. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. Now I'm coming back to life. You're too late, begging on the floor for me. I'm not the same. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I'm taking back my life. All you did was use it. You break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my love. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. Now I'm coming back to life. You're all that I wanted, but this couldn't last. I wish that it would. And now I feel haunted by the ghost of our past. I wish we were good. I'm lost in emotion, consumed by your love, and I can't escape. My heart is an ocean, but it's not big enough to fix these mistakes. Take me far away from where we both started. I need
All right, once again, back, guys, for the fun match right now. We're already jumping right into it. However, still want to shout out to TeleMatch League of Legends, organized by Susus, for helping us, being the wonderful guys that they are, organizing this tournament, as well as our prize partner Aftershock. And we have a prize pool of 9,700 RP and backpacks up for grabs. And casting right now is me, Joshua, alongside with Defos Cool.
Yo, and whatever you said just now, they're all very true, but they just do not apply to this game because right now we're playing fun matches between the team captains of, well, every team that has played today. There are a total of 10 team captains going on right now, and in ARAM you can technically think that, oh, it's just everyone fight all the time or everyone just pick whatever they want to play, but I don't think so because as you can see here, both teams have a very specific type of composition that they're going with right now.
Yes, and we already see a lot of spicy champions already. We have Irelia, Nidalee. It's not a lock-in yet. They're just hovering. But for lock-ins, we have Irelia, Soraka, Israel, Renata, Kennen, Aatrox, Senna, or fits with his name because he's John Senna, and Xerath.
A one trick, even one trick in a fun match. No mercy, no holds barred. So okay, let's talk through a little bit more about what happens in this game, right? So obviously, left team are going for a more team fight oriented composition, and on the right team they're playing a little bit more sustained, right? So what happens here? What I'm thinking is that the left side, they have proper sustain in the Senna, proper poke in the Xerath, and when the team fight is needed, Cannon can waltz right in. Renata using the bailout will be able to just send Cannon right into the middle of everything. The team fight potential is just really, really high right now.
Yep, absolutely. But however, just want to remind you guys that this is the Group 1 captains versus the Group 2 captains. And concurrently, we also have all the other groups' captains just facing off against each other right now in the fun match. But however, this is the one that will be casted. And then following on from Defos that you said for the left side there, now moving on to the right side.
Right.
There's Lucian, Nidalee, Irelia, Soraka, and Israel. Lots of damage and at the same time lots of healing. Nidalee and Soraka, they're gonna be healing up their main carries. And it's gonna
Totally.
be really, really spicy.
And I think right side they have their own composition. We refer them to blue team on the left and red team on the right. Right, correct. Anyways, so on the red side, I think they have a team comp as well, but their composition is planning to play with the poke that they have. They have range in terms of Nidalee and Ezreal, and I'm actually thinking that the Lucian's gonna go AP as well because of his W damage output can be plenty high, especially in such a narrow tunnel that is the map of the Howling Abyss. So I wouldn't say that the red team is at a deficit for having not an as established team composition, but if they can land the pokes very, very well, blue team won't even be able to get their chance to do anything in that throughout the game.
True, absolutely, I agree. And then Nidalee, Junk King, I know that username, that is Canyon's username, so maybe he's making a reference to Canyon from Damwon, one of the best, if not the best junglers for years in the competitive scene.
Wait, what?
And he
What
also
am I
is a he also plays a lot of Nidalee himself, Canyon. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like, where did the Canyon reference come from?
I don't know. I mean, look at
Jungle
Nidalee.
Girl.
His name is Jungle King.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's his solo queue IGN for Canyon.
But
I'm not
here's
sure
the
if he
issue,
changed it.
though. Canyon does it's this the sorry, rather Howling Abyss doesn't have a jungle though. It's gonna underperform. We're not gonna have a good
Oh
game
no, he's
anymore.
gonna underperform.
Oh no.
Oh boy, sorry about that. I just did a caster curse right there. Caster curse
Oh
move.
no, you ruined them. All the hopes and dreams. Threw them down the bus. Or or
Okay.
rather like over the bridge into the Howling Abyss. Is the Howling Abyss the place or the bridge?
Oh, that is a good question. It's like the debate
Is it a debate? I think it's a fact, but I just don't know which one is the real one. Which one is correct?
I don't know. Sorry. I was
mean,
thinking about
Yeah.
the debate between if we have one butt or two butts.
What?
Okay, I'm weirding out people right here. Better stop.
You're weirding me out.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having fun, man. It's the fun match. Come on.
Yeah. I prefer having fun without being weirded out as when we get one of those nocturne
Oof.
cats again.
Okay, we're seeing the silhouettes though. That's really nice. We're seeing the silhouettes from the champions.
Yeah. Give us a quick moment as we try to work around the issue. All right. Sorry for a little bit of a silence there as we're trying to get the visual bug out of the way. We are finding the loop in this hole, which is the howling abyss. I think the cameraman fell under fell into the abyss. So like, well, that's why we were seeing the void, right?
True. He definitely fell into the void abyss.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's an interesting idea, right? What Riot did with the void. In terms of lore, the void is just a being that exists, and all of a sudden there's a star, and it becomes spoke and they can't sleep, or rather they wake up, and they get like they witness this. And what I think is interesting is that they chose how to go and I think it fits very well.
Minions
Damn.
have spawned.
Nice there, Defos tapping into the lore of League of Legends, which is so rich. So rich in lore. I only know a little bit. I only know Lee Sin's story, that's it.
What about Gwen?
Huh?
Do you know the story about Gwen?
When? No. We should talk about it. Oh wait! Okay, the game's starting. Go Adam.
It's happening. They're fighting. The spears are being thrown, and I'm currently watching this game. Okay, here we go. Starting taking off. Rough skirmish happens, and it will be a 1-2 fight in. This is a favor for the red side team.
Okay, so that's a nice spear. Hold on to Nada. But however, red side, they're low on the HP bars. Feeling the pressure a little bit right now here.
Yeah, I think their conditions are still. You don't want to overstep. Though their health bar are low, they do have Soraka to play that heal back up as we are staring right into the eye of the abyss. Mr. Cameraman. There we go. Thank you very much. Now, wave crashed in, and always when the wave crashes into the turret, you crash right back at you very easily. You just pick up a kill onto the Renata. Renata with no bell out.
Another snipe.
Picked up a kill onto the Soraka. That's what you get for game time
Just them sniping each other off, tasteless. They don't know we didn't even see that coming right there. But they just know the amount of damage they can do. Okay, but damn, Sarah is just doing the work right here. And boy,
the problem that Red has a that's how that Serena goes right into get the 3-man touch. Ooh, that's huge. Harry. He can survive a little bit longer, but will not be able to stay too long as he gets shut.
Unfortunately, he did not have any follow-up anyway. I think he was probably just going in for fun anyway, just for the style points. Because his team was so low, but the snowball in.
Cannon right in the middle has the ultimate just hit level 6 there. The ultimate, you lose it, get no flash his way into the red side team, and everyone drops. So that's step for the
Right, so 22 parents right there.
Oh, Irina
flexing.
goes right back in. You're not getting a chance. You need to come right in. Irina goes to the middle, picks up the announcement. Ooh, but Mark gets himself out of the range. Chuck will not be able to help keep his team alive. Straight off the left and right.
Just 22 parents just flexing out his skills right there. Just maxing out the mechanics display right here for Aurelia. 22 parent on the Aurelia. He's the one flexing so far.
Oh, they're not giving you a chance. They're not even giving you a chance to analyze. And the mark is in the blood. Everything takes one down. And we want to go in again. And not land the stun.
Alright, I mean, Chicos, he's just landing his skill shots right, left and center. And I'm just wondering how is the health bar just going down so low, so fast? And just every time, just look at him hitting those skill shots so nice. Just racking up so much damage, so much value for blue side.
Totem belt, and he is he has a single boot and a full machine item.
Oh yes. Oh man, the Renata handshake though. Oh, just look at that.
Alright, lands it. He does have the option to go right in. Let's go, so goes into the middle. Gets 2, gets 3. Never mind, that's a 3, there won't be a 4. As he picks up the triple kill.
Wow, there was a really beautiful input buffer, I believe. When he was on the way with the snowball, he altered on the way, so there's an input buffer with the ultimate, and Shinzo Sasageo
Tries to do the same thing, will be under the spirit, will not be able to survive. As Mordar, I'll just refer to her as a Renata, dies to the arena.
Nice display there from 22 Parent. His Aurelia mechanics are really nice, really on point. And he's the one keeping the red side team alive in this game so far.
And I
was
curious about why is Aurelia locking. Aurelia on this map is not always bad. That shot drop. Karen goes right in the middle. Not be able to do anything. I throw way out of it. Murda using the ultimate will lock down. Backwards, he can go back. He doesn't even lock it. Everyone else will be back as well. 2v6 off. 3 more. That's done and
Ooh, it's done.
Putting it out. One member that I really who's going to it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, and it's just like a turn of chance, but again!
It's in again, the lockdown on 5 men. The bit of everything is relying partially on Congress to stay alive. Junkie comes in and gets 2. I was wrong. Apparently there are brushes in the jungle. Junkie gets it off everyone again. Yeah. Fine, no one helps on. Try to stay alive for as long as you can. He doesn't want to do that and clean up the kill. As you do Karen goes in for the stun attack.
Oh man, there's so many action going out, and that's what ARAM is all about. We're not complaining anyway.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't. You're just sitting there literally wrapping up and up. Wait, again. You just carry yourself alive. Right up and goes for a kill. Renata glass. Definitely a glass cannon.
I really like that you're putting a lot of puns in your casting style. I really like that.
As Arena goes right back in again. Arena not giving a chance to breathe as he gets knocked down by the down. Soon her 3 members down on the right. Though Amelia is single-handedly carrying.
That's absolutely. He's
this is better than as in how Red Team should approach it.
True though. As much as he's doing these styles and just styling over the enemy team, just hitting multiple enemy stuns is still not gonna amount to much if they're still unable to get the towers.
It's in the middle of everything right over again. You will kill another in a minute. Wow, I really like up too, but Canon will definitely not be able to kill him out of my team. Right here in the middle of everything, in terms of size, dive, a lot of time for, or rather his mistake, Renata Khan. It's not really smart right here. Very soon, there will be the inhibitor.
So Sasageo just being that tall Kyojin right here, staring down them from the walls.
Slicing Maelstrom comes in, that's 2 kills, and then a third for shot as they collect the Bella.
Puny little Zeus right there. But however, he is puny. With the damage he does. It's a puny, it's huge.
Okay,
again,
going right
wow.
back in again. Yeah, down to there. Especially a last the Param picks up too.
I mean, Perrin, he's just setting up himself up like it's totally not his team. I mean, you can't blame his team that the champions, they don't have any setup. So it's totally heavily reliant on those stuns from Perrin, and he's just been hitting them again and again and again. He's just in the flow state right now.
Oh, going right back in again. I really don't want that second. Not even like or anything. I don't know help. That will be much faster. Waiting in, crashing in. Little drop to red team. Try to push the red team off. Will succeed in
And I mean, he's actually reached the point that he's carried so hard.
Arena going back in again. You see the dash easily go in and out. And it's just Aaron relentless on the attack.
My man, Perrin, he's just carried so hard to the point that he's actually leading his team ahead.
Ultimate will not be able to secure a kill. It would have been great if I
Oh my
god. Right now, like it does not get through! Gets 3! I relay in the middle of everything, will not be able to survive for a long shot. Will at least secure the kill for Jumping and 5 man 8.
This seems to me just like an anime, where just like 4 side characters and they're just the protagonists just fighting each other.
Yeah, that's completely true, but I think a better way of saying this would be this is a WWE Royal Rumble, where everyone's in the ring, and then they just duke it out, and then one person survives.
Yes, absolutely. There's just the star in between. And those stars are Chot and Perrin right now. And again, there's the stun. Oh, Shinzo Sasageo?
Never mind, not even the kill onto the Soraka. You will man down, red team. But it's just like they'll try to shove the way to pick up that first.
Oh my, Chot with the damage.
The ultimate destroys the hell bar. One health left, or at least we'll have to try to snap away a little bit to stay alive.
Okay, they're trying their best to shove the wave, but however, it's still pretty much the same thing because they're also putting themselves in danger at the same time, trying to push. And this is an angle to go in.
That's the third. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Shot. Get the bell out. We'll take like a little bit longer and then uses the ultimate, but a little bit too late as their carry is already down. Paris goes into the backline, trying to secure kill 100%, but the team is not up over the nature. Meanwhile, Lucian trying desperately to follow up. Bringing that was no way to not be able to survive as of right now. got the 8.
And Perrin. Oh, okay, she's really smart here.
Down.
Really smart here, using the execute so that they can't really end anyway. So they might as well just reset like that. And coming out of base fresh for their items because that's the only way they can like reset by dying.
Sageo seriously has way too much doing. Just fight in the middle of everyone for a full solid minute. Very soon, Shirlong responds to Shirlong comes up to take but right now, Shot with the ultimate ready has the option to be able to go right in. His key, so he won't be able to go right in very easily. Oh my god! Grab that spot! Uses the slicing nostril, tries to lock down on the Andrew. And as I said, he did not have the correct itemization or at least skills ready to complete the kill. Those drop for nothing, and meanwhile, are making an attempt to push the red side. What they can. Here next to 5. And just maybe get another turret.
I mean, Chun, he probably chose his poison a little bit wrong right there. But before that, Arena in the back line.
Never mind that. Open on Asia takes up 2. Asia and I realize this is a match between these two as you can keep them alive, but Asia is gonna lose out on his ultimate very soon. He doesn't get another reset on it. He is going to drop. Trying to pick up the Ezreal. Do so, thank you, Maelstrom! No, thank you, Maelstrom, but Protobell, good enough. That's 2. Irelia left alone on the map. It's 9 main 8.
Yeah, like I said just now, Chun, he needs to be careful right there. A lot of the team fights that they were winning was because Irelia was the one going onto his backline, and he was going onto the backline of Irelia. And it was just in the end who was the one who had lower health and was still surviving. It seems like Perrin, he's just trying to get a reset right here before doing as much value as he can.
He tried to pressure and manages to pick the kill. That won't be too much. Meanwhile,
oh, the Nidalee
now, takes up 2, and the third Baraka with the Warlock won't be able to survive for too long. Because it has a lot of health, doesn't even have a lot of tankiness. Will drop now, Sasage is still, or at least close to the turrets. Is setting up to clean his out close to the ending here. We can see on the one Andrew gets chunked out, destroyed by Chun. Meanwhile, 22 Parents picking up the kill on Chun. He is alone. Can he do it? He has done 1 versus 4 fights throughout the game. Can he do it? 1 versus 2. Until they make a mistake, and that mistake is out. Parents going right in, trying to come on, low on health, they'll out, stays alive for a little bit longer, was not able to get their reset. And the red team will keep themselves alive for a little bit longer.
I mean, just now, blue team, they did have a lot of time. Okay, not chat. Okay, not chat. Okay, they did have a lot of time just now on the respawn timers to actually end the game, but I saw like they just wanted to have more fun, you know? And I understand that and I respect that. I like that a lot, just to have more fun. Just to see which of the protagonists are gonna carry harder. That Perrin just displaying his mechanics so superbly, just dashing around like a madman with that Aurelia. And now it seems like that Shinzo Sasageo, he's also coming up online. He's actually also doing a big part in carrying his team fight so far.
That's a 1 man down, but Hot is still available as the slicing on the cap. But does not have the total value. Slicing doesn't have to get was able to pick off the Soraka. Very low, will drop now.
Oh, parent.
The two fighters are alive. This is a JoJo reference moment. Oh, I see you walking towards me. They're fighting with each other. Blades versus Blade. Which one will fight up? Will win? We'll find out. A lot of stabbing coming right through him. This is the stamina that dodges it. This game is, or at least this part of the fight is auto attack reliant. Arena does have higher attack numbers. You can see the fight until Renata comes back from down.
Oh, she's just gonna die.
The answer was not. Renata was more like a creep than a champion. Help give Karen a little bit longer of a reset.
Oh my god, how long is he gonna survive?
Comes in. Will pick it up. Soraka ran too fast. Could not stop herself from running into the embrace of the Aatrox. A lot of big blades being swarmed onto the Soraka. Help does not mean out to remember. Will be able to drop very quickly. Low on health, that's not good. Has no fight potential. God has a second health drop. Goes right in, picks up one. Is left alone. Will he be able to defend? The answer is clearly not. They are waiting for 32 parents. They're telling her, hey, you're good, right? Come out. Let's try this again. As Senna just stops her, goes right in.
Okay.
Clear this out. Wants to pick off shot, but it's... Ooh.
Oh no.
Around, was able to pick up one.
Oh
That's
no.
the second. Sageo regretting his decision. Goes out right in, trying to stop the Soraka from shooting. Oh, meanwhile, Amelia turns side, tries to start hitting on her own support. One auto attack away. Renata flashes in to clean up the game as Luti secures the victory.
Wow, my gosh, it was just a battle of protagonists. Instead of it just turned into him. I mean it's just natural because it is Aatrox anyway, and he's the only one that can actually duke it out with Irelia, and really close to winning a lot of the time. It was just a matter of fact if he had his World Ender available or not, and we can just look at the damage charge right there. Woo!
Totally, and the fun part about this entire game is that there are clearly only three players that are shining the brightest. I don't like doing this. I don't like to just say like, oh my god, they're so good. But they are literally so
Yeah, we're forced to.
And-
we're pretty much
and-
forced to say so.
yeah, and out of the three, I have to give like the biggest credit to Perrin because he is solo carry. Even in this, even in his losing matchup, he was the single person with the highest damage throughout the game. He was able to just single-handedly dish out the highest amount of damage without any support from his team. We can argue that maybe Soraka healed him a little bit, but I don't think that's happening. I think I really just relied on the Conqueror and just got way much healing than what Soraka could provide.
Absolutely. He going up against the titans of Sasageo and Chart was able to keep the entire team in the game for so long. And at a point, I thought that he carried to the point that they're actually the ones leading. And I bet that probably happened in some point of the game. But however, as later on, Sasageo, he also came online and you can see his lifesteal and his damage. Ooh, just like
Yeah.
ending worlds right there.
And I think that in that like 1v1 between Perrin and Sasageo would have lost it if Renata wasn't there. Like, in the auto attacking matchup, Perrin was clearly at the advantage since she has higher attack speed than Sasageo, and Sasageo can, and I mean like Perrin can easily sidestep Sasageo's knockups, and it's just incredible how Perrin played that out, and even was able to pick off the Renata when she appeared.
Yep, and absolutely. And let me see. Do we have a poll? Okay. But it's okay. That will be it for the fun match. Thank you so much, guys, for enjoying this game together with us. We enjoyed it plenty. But however,
Yeah,
we
fine.
were going into the knockout games very soon right there. And we'll see you guys. Bye bye.
See you in a bit.
You're all that I wanted, but this couldn't last. I wish that it would. And now I feel haunted by the ghost of our past. I wish we were good. I'm lost in emotion, consumed by your love, and I can't escape. My heart is an ocean, but it's not big enough to fix these mistakes. Take me far away from where we both started. I need to go back where we last started. Somewhere we can put our past behind us. Anywhere we can go anywhere. Take me far away from where we both started. I need to go back where we last started. Somewhere we can put our past behind us. Anywhere we can go anywhere. Dry up your eyes and make sure no one saw you fall. 'Cause you don't wanna show. You're terrified to go. Here I'm calling, but you just wanna stay. Not ready to face this. Don't think you're made for this. But the drums, they keep on beating. All you trust is leaving. Put aside your fear and go. Just know that the world doesn't depend on you. The weight of the sword just isn't meant for you. I hope that you know you don't have to carry me. Don't have to kill to feel you're protecting me. 'Cause all that I know, all that I know, all that I know is you're not made for war. it's time to go. I can feel your wild heart beating. No, there's no retreating. Guard your heart. It's time to go. 'Cause all of the world is independent now. The weight of the sword just isn't meant for you, meant for you. I hope that you know you don't have to carry me, don't have to kill, but you're protecting me. 'Cause all that I know, all that I know, all that I know. Just know that the world doesn't depend on you. The weight of the sword just isn't meant for you. I hope that you know you don't have to carry me, don't have to kill, but you're protecting me. 'Cause all I know, all I know, all I know is you're not made for
All right, and welcome back. We are here for the quarterfinals of the TeleMatch League of Legends tournament organized by Susus, with prize partner being Aftershock. I'm back. My name is Zim, and casting with me for the first quarterfinal. Well, for the quarterfinals will be Silver Sky. What's up, man?
Hello, and we are having so many great games right now, and we are concluding the group stages and just jumping straight to the quarterfinals. Had a long day of games ahead. Zim, how do you feel about the games today? Were they as good as you expected? Better?
Yeah, it was as chaotic as I was hoping it would be. Like watching pro play for like the past week since it started back, I was like, all right, people are just gonna go back to playing standard, thinking about what they're doing. But now going into the telechip, everyone decides to do whatever they want. So much fun to see. Amazing picks coming up here and there. Even that really close game with the Wukong backdoor decision, man. Tournament's been hyped so far.
It's indeed that hype is crazy. We see so many off meta picks. We won't really see a Kata support. Uh, and something as crazy as that kind of backdoors we've seen. So many plays, so many interesting moments we have in the tournament as we get into the quarterfinals. It's pretty sick we have so far. Uh, so right now we already have the group winners. Do you want to take it away, Zim, and
Yeah.
announce who has won each group so far?
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna go from group one. From the group one, the winners for that group and the ones that will be streamed in a bit will be Shiba Inu Love. Congratulations to them. Woo! Group two, the winners, the number one team for that group is One Head.
This is truly
Yay!
they may be one hit, but they're truly a 5-hit team.
One hit with 5 hit mechanics. Let's go. Right, the third group, the winner for that group will be Players with Brains. Woo!
Pretty good. We'll
feel
see
like
how they
this
do against zombies.
I feel like this is the one time I've actually like seriously looked at the names of these people.
Oh, they have a very creative names, man. They're just
Yeah.
throwing it all of the way. Uh,
So and finally, well, the final one I'm gonna be announcing for the group four. The winner of that group is Where Tuki. I mean,
that
Where
is
Tuki?
Tuki. And for the next four groups, for group 5 to 8, we have AX2. One of the teams that we have actually casted just today. Following that up is Penguin Tea Party. We
Is that
have
like a
groups.
reference like the penguin from Batman or something?
They are penguin with A, so it's PAN Gwyn. So
Oh,
uh that's a very interesting penguin, I guess. Exotic, maybe. We have group 7. We have BP from NP. So I suppose that's some representation from uh Neon Poly, perhaps.
maybe, perhaps.
Perhaps. And finally, in Group 8, we have Muchao stacked.
What's a
Uh,
Muchao?
well,
I think
they are
that's
at least a
that's a
very stacked
mystery.
team.
Yeah.
So these 8 teams have went through 40. Out of 41 teams, these 8 teams have emerged, and uh, right now we have to see in the quarterfinals who is going in for the long haul, who is going straight to semis, and then perhaps even win finals.
Yep. We're pretty much have every team should be ready. Yeah, but we're gonna go into draft very very soon, so stay tuned with that. So be sure to keep everyone. Be sure to keep your seats warm. Get a popcorn or whatever snacks that you have, and we're gonna get into it very very soon.
You remember that these teams are incredible. They have raised quite a bit of adversary, beating everyone else in the group stages to emerge. This is of course, it's an online community competition, so it's a bit more casual. This quarterfinals will in fact be a best of one, as with other games as well. Uh, and we're actually gonna be streaming One Hit versus BP from NP soon. So how it works is winner of Group 1 will be fighting against Group 8, winner of Group 2 will be fighting against Group 7, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Uh,
But I think the last thing we want to do with that, shout out to our observer Defos who recently casted the For Fun A rank game. Man's been working and grinding out being an observer. Definitely not the easiest job in the world.
He's
You know,
already at it for 6 hours and he's gonna do it for even more of it. So that's incredible, incredible dedication. Huge shout out. I love your observer skills because really it feels like you're always on point with everything, man.
yeah. All right. I think when it comes to the games coming up, definitely, even though we are, this is a more casual tournament and everything. Now with the fact that it is quarterfinals, it is a best of one as well. Some feel like this is gonna be the moment where players are gonna be a lot more, how do you say, competitive in a way. Like there's a lot more stakes at hand. So we'll see how that evolves the way they play.
We will definitely see that. The teams are coming in, they are all pretty high level, but more importantly, they are pretty high ranked. So these are I suppose this may be a community competition, but they are really the cream of the crop that we are gonna see right here.
Yeah, totally cream of crop. As we see, as we go into the tournament draft loading in here, we can see that both teams are ready. Uh, Team Cypher in the sky on blue, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Team Muchao stacked on the red, if I'm not mistaken.
And right now we can straight away see how these teams are featuring their drafts because already we have a Vin Bennett's an interesting band I would say coming in, and as well as a Lilia from the other side. So it looks like it's gonna be ADC targets as Zeri is taken out as well. So maybe getting rid of all those marksmen for uh Team BP from NP, making sure that their ADC feels as uncomfortable as possible.
Oh, oh. All right. So for those of you who heard what I said, ignore. Erase what I said a few seconds ago. Yeah, one hit versus BP. Let's go.
So we have one hit. Will they pull off a very 5-hit strategy? And BP from MP. Uh, we'll see how they feature their drafts as well. Unfortunately, I can't think of any puns for that. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Pretty interesting. Looking at the bands here, I've seen so many. Seen Zeri, seen Fiora, seen Lilian in the tournament, so I'm not too surprised to see them banned out. Surprised that Vayne is still a high priority ban. That's actually the first GP ban I've seen.
GP.
Maybe the teams have been playing it when they were not streamed, probably.
You have to do a bit of research against your opponent. Just search up their match histories, see what they pick, see what they ban. Hopefully you get some inkling of what your opponents want to bring to the table, so you can at least try to counter it. As we see, Vago picked very flexible jungler usually, and King of Resets right there.
Yep. Now it feels like the response is gonna be the casual. Never mind, it's gonna be Karma. So with Karma being picked, will we see? We will see the Wukong actually. So pretty standard jungle pick probably here. I'm not sure whether they'll flex it like a previous game, when they flex Wukong into top lane.
Wukong top laner is slightly weaker in the meta, but it's always been a keeping of many top laners as well. Because regardless of anything, you always want some goal, and being a laner means you always get to farm creep, so that's a huge plus. Meanwhile, they also have Karma, which is very strong support if you can flex her to other roles as well, but she functions more as a defensive champion instead of offensive support. If you as a mid laner, you have a shields, less killing potential, but a lot more survivability.
Yep. I think rounding out the first round of picks and bans here for this game, we can see that Senna and Palm is picked over for one hit. Meanwhile, BP picks up the Cogmos. Very, very surprising. Considering that often we will see Cogmos paired up with Lulu, but I guess they feel like this is a really decent Cogmos spot against a lane that doesn't have as high of a kill threat.
There is also a potential that if Karma is mid, this is a Kog'Maw composition. So Kog'Maw, Lulu, and Karma, just everyone keeps Kog'Maw alive while you have a couple of beefy front lines, making sure Kog'Maw is untouched completely. So that's a very interesting possibility we have if Karma is flex. As you mentioned before, the Lulu is still on the table. But we also have to see how these teams pull off their rest of their drafts.
Yep, we can see that the bans coming out here. Veigar banned out by BP. Meanwhile, one hit bans out the Volibear, which honestly pretty surprising. You see Wukong already shown. I don't think they'll pair Wukong with Volibear at any different roles. So bit of a surprise there.
Playing it safe, they only know the ADC, so they only know Kog'Maw as marksman. Wukong can be flex, Karma can be flex, so in theory, Volibear can go top lane. I don't particularly like this, but it's actually a pretty standard if you want to just stomp on your lane and move on to the next objective as fast as possible. Because of how much diving potential you have there. And I don't think we'll see the Lulu's taken away from the table. So unfortunately, we won't see a hidden Lulu support here being. So in other words, we won't see a Karma flex, or will we?
I mean, well, Karma could still be flexed, right? We still have quite a number of enchanters. Yes, Lulu is the best enchanter paired up with Kog'Maw, but it depends on whether your prediction of this Kog'Maw composition goes through as well. So right now, they're picking up. They're actually locking in the Victor. So pretty safe, stable mid laner here coming from BP.
I always love Victor because he's one of those champions with good wave clear. You have a very strong AoE zone control in your gravity field, as well as relatively strong laning phase and sustained damage. But right now we might see an answer in the Azir who does exactly the same thing but slightly different stats. But nope, never mind. Looks like I've been debated into a Gragas instead.
Gragas. I think let's actually kind of see whether they'll still pick up their zero or not. See, there are multiple hovers going on. It feels like they might still opt for it with Gragas going to the top lane. So it kind of cements what kind of playstyle they want to have with the weak side top. Well, let's see what kind of answer will pick in the mid lane. Will it be Nivea? Yes, it will actually.
So, Anivia, stronger control mage, higher creep clear potential, higher AoE potential, but weaker CC in the sense that, well, you always have your Q, so that's that floating ball of ice that explodes in the stun, which is never bad. And you also have a very strong terrain ability in summoning your frost wall. But you do have a lot of mana problems, so it's slightly worse. And we see a Clad. This is a
We
challenge.
we see a Kled being thrown out. Now, I love to see like unconventional picks like this. Like Kled, definitely one of the funnest champions you could ever see. With how chaotic his games can be, but I think the only issue is the fact that after showcasing like Wukong called Karma, it feels like the draft didn't really evolve around the cog, and now cog is kind of forced to follow the Kled in, which is not necessarily what Kog'Maw wants, but it depends on how well they're able to execute that. It just puts Kog'Maw a lot more at risk. Meanwhile, it feels that One Hit right now have every tools in their disposal to make sure they're able to control the battlefield, providing a lot of terrain control, a lot of zoning as well. So it feels like One Hit has a 5 hit understanding of what they want to do.
I do agree with that because the problem with Kog'Maw is you need to build a team comp around this very immobile marksman. And unfortunately, I mean, technically, you have a meatball composition. Everyone charges in like a giant meatball and tries to roll over your opponent instantly. So that is okay with Kog'Maw, but it's not the greatest because Kog'Maw doesn't have a lot of defensive tools, and you're not providing any defensive tools besides that Karma, perhaps a little bit of shield. But as you mentioned about One Hit, they are truly 5 hit in how they understand what they want to do. They have a very slow, methodical pacing of the game. My only worry is they might be a bit too slow because all of their champions feel like they want to scale up. So Senna with the soul stack, of course. Anivia wants his first two items. Uh, and these are the two main carries on the side of One Hit. So we'll see how they play it out.
Yep. Now, looking at how these two teams are shaping it up, like it feels like most of the games will be pretty much slow. Like it doesn't seem like any lane aside from top perhaps will be volatile. But then again, Gragas is one of those very strong resist champions, able to play weak side but able to resist very heavily. So there's not much variance when it comes to how volatile the lane could be.
Top lane indeed will be. I do feel that top lane indeed will be a very contested zone, so both junglers might want to pay more attention to that. Uh, Kled is such a interesting champion because you are doing what Fiora does, but you trade off a lot of your dueling power for chasing power in the form of your charge, which it's basically a semi-global, maybe 2,000 units worth of running and speed boosting your entire team. So I'm really interested to see if they are gonna put in a lot of resources to get the Kled ahead. In fact,
Yeah, but it begs the question, like, what kind of Kled build will we be seeing? Because prior to the durability changes, Korean Kleds would often opt for Sunfire Cave and a lot more of those heavy tank items. And now that those items have been, well, are a lot stronger now, will that be the case, or will we be seeing the regular Gore Drinker Kled, or maybe even other kinds of build variations on this Kled against the enemy team comp?
the advantages of Gore Drinker Kled is that you have always that burst, that tiny bit of well, I say burst, it's more of a burst of health instead of burst of damage. So you can always take more riskier trades. Sunfire gives you a more generic boost, which I feel might also be useful here, but I really do hope to see a God Drinker because usually the clads who build God Drinker, they love their fights. They want to take every fight they can have. So we'll have at least a more interesting game. But uh top lane, clearly the focus of this game. We have to see if the other lanes will impact as well because that Kog'Maw, usually Kog'Maw is a main part of the composition, but we'll have to see how he works as well. This what are your thoughts on this how this is gonna go for the other lanes though? Because we have talked so much about top lane that Claire is always such a interesting pick. It feels like it's a clash of egos because you're just throwing everything on the table and asking your opponent what are you gonna do about it.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that's currently missing is it feels like when it comes to the other lanes right now, it's built around whether or not they're able to get any edges because both laners like Olivia and Victor are more of a they need to try and resist lane rather than trying to get any like fringe benefit like fringe advantages here and there. So it's kind of very difficult to assess. Bot lane, however, it depends on how aggressive this Karma lane wishes to play because prior to level 2 or even level 3, there is a lot of strength in the level 1 Karma, even level 2. In that case, depending on which points they put into their ability.
Definitely. Karma is one of the premier supports in terms of pushing power surprisingly and as well as poke damage. But you always have that utility in your snare and your movement speed, which is what a lot of support Karmas love to get. Uh so indeed this will be a lane that favors the red side. They will have a lot more pushing power as I mentioned before, as well as poke damage, which sometimes you can't really trade back at much. One tongue lash versus a few auto attacks, that's not enough.
Yep. Now you can see that the lanes, essentially the jungle starts are happening right now. You can see that it's pretty standard. Both jungles are starting around bot side, and they're gonna go up onto top side, see whether they're able to get an advantages for the either Gragas or Kled. Alright. Meanwhile, mid lane, pretty standard. Depends on which of them is able to get their initial poke and how that will translate to any advantages.
Indeed, so slight advantage for Victor in my opinion, but we'll have to see how he plays out the lane because it's quite Victor has a lot of pushing power which makes him uh not just pushing power, dueling power in terms of his Q, which gives him a slight shield and empowered auto attack. So right now as we have a bit of the technical difficulties, but we will get back as much as we can soon because it's a bit blurry.
Yep. Alright, so don't worry, the game is still going on. Right now, the game is relatively even. Kog'Maw Karma did hit level 2 first, which means they have a slight advantage in the lane. Meanwhile, on mid lane, there's a small wave building up in favor of Victor to see whether they're able to get a bit more pushing into that tower, maybe get a bit of lead. And top lane, right now, Kled, showcasing why Kled is very, very strong early. So it's gonna be interesting to see how the lanes develop.
Just charging straight in as we get back into the game. Kled may have a small CS deficit, but he's very powerful in terms of his traits. Meanwhile, one thing I want to point out is Senna is actually going for a fasting Senna build. So you take 0 CS at this, you play as a support, and you pass all of CS to your actual support, who doesn't take a support item, so that he can build up more gold. So you have a tankier front line, and you get more souls on Senna because you get Senna actually benefits from not taking CS as a so-called support marksman.
Yeah, but so I think there needs to be a clarification for viewers at the very least. When people are referencing fasting Senna, it means that there will come a point in time where Senna will be the one that starts farming, because fasting means you are going in prolonged periods without consuming anything, right? Which means that later on, eventually you will be the one that starts eating up the CS. So this puts a lot of strength in the Senna lane because Senna can run low econ in the early game, meanwhile providing an extra bit of gold for that support, for that frontliner. So that's essentially how the dynamic works.
More skirmisher going on top lane, but yeah, we haven't really seen much attention given to these two guys, which is surprising. I would expect a lot more harvest, but Clad's already off his horse, but he's enough rage to maybe a couple of attacks will get him back up. So if Gragas doesn't find a window to pop the damage, he might just get back on his horse, and it's going to be a very difficult fight until they reset. Yes.
Alright, so now we can see that there's a small trade that goes on the bot side. Guardian is proc on the center, but takes quite a bit of damage. Now, meanwhile, we can see that the wall from Anivia is able to get a bit more, but here comes the Kled also being able to remount onto Scar and is able to secure first blood for side of BP. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Victor's able to secure and escape with his life from that gank. Will there be more from this?
Well, they looks a bit aggressive, but the wave is pushing in, so they'll probably not take the fight. But that was incredible action by Kled. Because the problem with Kled is his HP is deceptive. If he managed to remount, there is another 300 HP and you lost the fight. If you have committed too much into it, you have no escapes, you're gone. And Gragas' only escape is his E. Right now, at least the dragon's taken, so bot lane knows to back, but they're just pushing in.
Yeah, the dive comes in. Will there be more development from this? No, it won't. Now, damn, that's such a awful place to back in. More to probably use DP to come back into the game. But overall, still, as we just said before, Kled, exciting purely because of how deceptively tanky that can be. Because of how his remount mechanic works. Essentially gives him extra health bars if the fight goes long enough.
It's not just the extra heal, it's also the extra ability. So, more precise that he gets the shooting ability, the pistol, as well as his bear trap on a snare. Sorry, snare on a bear trap.
Don't worry.
Bear trap on a rope?
Yeah, bear trap.
Oh man, I can't remember. I played the champion, I don't even remember. So you see a small fight going through.
Yep, currently in favor of the bot lane from Cosma and Karma, but now we can see that there's a continuous brawl in the top lane. He has been dismounted, but his rage bar is very, very close, more than half. Will that lead to an over-aggression again by the Gragas?
The thing about this is Gragas actually, more precise, AP Gragas has this opportunity to take down Kled because of how squishy Kled is without the mount. So if you can burst him from this HP, you win the fight. But the thing is, he looks a little too healthy and his rage is way too high. And right now you have to be very worried. Kled can just remount and press his charge, and Gragas has to be very worried. Because he's a bit too pushed up.
Yep, I mean, when it comes to being pushed up, it just gives a window for Kled to just engage onto you, not in reference to junglers, because if you can see here, Wukong is passing towards upside, but trying to match the reset of these camp timers, basics of jungling 101 when it comes to farming, right here. Meanwhile, you see the bot lane here, there isn't much of a lead when it comes to like Senna, Kog'Maw, like the Senna and Kog'Maw difference as well. To be more precise, Palm Kench and Kog'Maw, it feels like the Kog Karma lane really understands their capabilities and getting that extra bit of advantages here.
Yeah, they always want to poke and they don't want to push too far. As I said that, they might have just pushed too far.
They pushed in too far. That's such an early cleanse, but that forcefully flashes in, understands the capability of the champion, but here comes the Devour. Devour comes in. This may be the end for the Kog'Maw with the passive. Will it be enough to take down the Senna? It probably will not be. That's a kill over to the side of one hit. Meanwhile, we can see Wukong coming in to deal a bit of more damage, but that is a kill that's necessary to try and ensure that Kog'Maw slows down.
Oh, and then we see
Well,
this coming in
the
through.
cards coming out. Will he be able to get this hit? Heartbreaker comes in with the stun in, and now with the repossessed, that's a Kled taken down and one hit, getting wins all over across the map.
So that was unfortunately a mistake after another mistake. Kled overstayed. For Kled's case, he tried to back off, but he wasn't given enough time. and Herald already being popped, so Gragas getting a lot of gold from this. Gong's here to try answer a little, but not much he can do. And as for bot lane, getting snared there, true creeps, in fact, it was just really unfortunate that Kog'Maw was unable to sidestep that and at least try to survive it, but wins all across the board as you mentioned, and we'll hit a bit of a lull state for now as we see how these teams are going to react to this reversal of fate in a sense, because Claire is no longer hard winning his lane. Nothing of it. He bought the Mercury treasure to survive slightly better against Gragas, but that might not be enough.
Yep. I think when it comes to the builds that are currently being shown on screen here, I think this is interesting that this is the first Viego I've seen building Divine Sunderer. Because every single Viego that I think that we've seen on stream has been building that Kraken Slayer. So it's pretty interesting to see what how that will change the dynamic of Viego in this game.
Viego, well, Kraken Slayer gives you a bit more damage. It gives you attack speed as well, and that third hit is always good. Glad.
Ooh, the amount of poke that's coming out from the Gragas just is easy pickings. Gragas getting that solo kill onto the clan, and meanwhile here, bot lane might be caught out. Actually, the Wukong might be the one that's caught out. The double cyclone, making sure that they're able to get CC'd out. But will that knockout be able to be enough to catch the Wukong? So he won. Wukong actually stays alive. Now, with the re-engage coming in from the side of Kog'Maw and Karma, able to secure the kill with the Caustic
Spittle?
Barrage, right?
Bio Arcane Barrage and Caustic
Bio
Spittle.
Arcane Barrage.
Oh man, that was bit too far forward from Wukong, and this basically spells Cloud Drake for the side of blue, and right now it's gonna be a bit of a problem because every single objective so far has been given straight out to this team. So there was one Herald, there was two Dragons, and the goalie is still in their favor as well. So this is a bit of a dangerous situation that they have to be worried about, because you can't just give everything across the map.
Yeah, but I think that when you were looking at the fight earlier, it kind of showcases why Kog'Maw is very good as a champion that doesn't die, but in fact is able to retaliate once people are overcommitting into the fight. As you see previously, being able to take out the Tahm Kench due to that over-aggression coming in from the side of one hit. So interesting to see whether this kind of playstyle will be what they're gonna go for. A rather hit and run kind of style where once they're running, Kog'Maw is there as the security, as the damage going into the later parts of the game. See what we can see here. That catches in alone Viego. Will Viego be able to get out? Heartbreaker might be forced out right here. Actually, Heartbreaker might be enough in order to take him out. Forces the flash in, and he gets a reposes onto the Kled. Now Kled, Viego is able to get out with that repossession. An easy, totally easy one hit. Totally not worried at all. Outplay.
That was so good at the start. It looks like Claire's gonna win the fight on his own, and his backup is coming. But no, Viego managed to burst him down. I suppose there's a Divine Sunderer in action. You don't expect that huge burst coming in, and that was all that's needed to try to just rush your opponent down. As we see right now, Senna versus Kog'Maw, they might be pushing a bit far.
Yep, Kog'Maw does not have his W up, which means that when it comes to the overall trading power, it's not as strong. Meanwhile, we can see here the power of the phase rush Gragas out there, just able to get very, very quick trade and then be able to get out very, very quickly. But here comes the charge coming in with the Betra on the rope. Will he be able to bring back? Will that actually lead to a kill? No, the Run Shadows is able to help provide an extra bit of tankiness as well.
The thing is, I don't believe Claire has landed his 4th hit there, so his W is a 4-hit passive that could be quite powerful, but unfortunately he didn't get the execute, not really execute, but the huge amount of bursts that can come in from this 4 hits, just by how fast Gragas went.
Here comes Chaos Song pushing Anivia away from the lane, which means laning power for Victor. Meanwhile, we can see that the bot lane, the 2v3 is going up, and now with the Cyclone coming in, will he be able to get out with his life? Yes, he will. Cyclone comes out as well, but forces out the flash. Will that be enough to stay alive? Yes, it will really well play coming in from the Thumb Catch, but now with very low HP bars and a Cosmon that can just ulti from like half a screen away, will they be able to get out in time?
Looks like they will because they're not pushing for the vision under turret right now. But this really showcases the true power of Tam Kench, the best tank support in the entire game in terms of keeping your team alive. You just see you get one Devour and one charge away and he's home free. And what's more, Senna is also kept completely safe during the entire duration and it's such a powerful such a powerful duo because of the fact that they are so hard to kill and even with the Wukong ulti it was not enough.
Yep. Now with level 15, well, 15 minutes into the game, now we can see that the teams are rotating. Fights happening both on top side. Right now we can see that almost in the entire team is coming out towards top side. That's one shutdown going over in favor of Wukong. Now, will they be able to get the Gragas? Yes, they will. 5 members rotating up and now they'll be able to get a free Rift Herald. Meanwhile on the bot side, getting 3 hits onto the bot side turret.
They'll be fine, they'll be fine. Rift Herald's worth a lot. I mean, it's the second Herald so you don't get plates, but you really need to break open this game right now and goalie has been swamped. Like, I want to point out just how tragic it is that Explosive Cast has just brought the Wukong closer to Gragas who has landed a crushing blow just to finish him off. There's a potential chance Gragas could have escaped, but not when he sent Wukong straight to his own face. Alright, now we see the push coming in.
Oh, but this might be an over-aggressive push out and Victor just gets blown up from Nivea. I actually did not realize that was happening. I was just looking at something else.
Oh, the
you
wall.
can see that amazing wall is able to secure it off, forces the flash out, and now Diego kind of ahead with actually so much support and able to punish that overstay from VT. And now that's a free reign onto the dragon, onto Soul Point.
Just getting a bit too desperate there, trying to push the second turret. They neglected the fact that Dragon was spawning soon. And because they paid the price, they have to give up Dragon for free. And they couldn't get the second turret either, they just pushed way too much. Oh, Gragas!
Oh, there is the body slam flash and that just secures 2 easy kills. Meanwhile, we can see that with Wukong coming in, he's able to stop the dive coming in from the Tam Kench with that with the Cyclone, with the charge. And now there's so many low health bars on the side of one hit. Will they be able to get even more? They're only able to get 1. Meanwhile, they're able to secure the kills. Instead, BP over aggressive again. We can see Zoom on the Gragas, extremely well piloted. And now all that's left is them to just clear out the waves. There's no danger they're in with these 2 champions that you can see on your screen.
So that was a 2-4-3 trade. It was very back and forth. The Gragas made a huge play, and honestly, if they managed to get out of there, that will be a chef's kiss. Perfect. Just because of how well played. And this is why you always want a very strong enchanter support. Compared to Lulu, Karma can provide a small shield that gives you movement speed. But Lulu can provide you with the wild growth that keeps you healthy. But unfortunately we don't have that. They have a lot of movement speed, but they have no way of playing around that.
Yeah, he is right now going into the builds. We can see here, we can see Hex Drinkers are being built here on Wukong, perhaps maybe with more. I get the fear of the Gragas right now. Very, very strong on the side of BP because of how basically versatile the champion is with his items, with the fact that Phase Rush just makes him so mobile as well.
Gragas and Anivia both have a lot of damage coming in. A lot of AoE damage, so they don't even have to try to hit you. You have to walk into them. So the the glacial field, sorry, as well as the random barrels here and there. What are you gonna do? You have to take so much damage just to get in. Another interesting thing about the item builds that I want to point out is not only are they just building defensive, Kongmo seems to be going for Rage Blade first, so there's something interesting to note because Rage Blade first item may not be as good as what it looks like. I'm not too sure the item order of Kog'Maw actually. Bit out of touch with that champion.
I mean, in my opinion, the best first item you can get on Kog'Maw is Wit's End.
I was
And
thinking...
especially in this kind of team position with a lot of AP, Wit's End giving a bit more tankiness, as well as the fact that you do get that a bit of haste when you're able to auto a champion.
Yes.
Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying right now, we can see that there's a massive amount of people that stun out and Ruta will ever possibly be able to stay alive long enough. No, he will not actually get taken down by the Kog'Maw, but that was actually really well played, but unfortunately he wasn't tanky enough to capitalize on it.
AP Gragas suffers the weakness that he is definitely not as tanky as full tank Gragas that we sometimes see. So even though there was an amazing 4-man cast which sent 3 members away, never mind, we still have another part of the fight.
Yeah, we can see that the fight going on here. Wukong trying to force in, and here comes the charge. The charge is able to provide that extra bit of movement, an extra bit of haste to try and secure it even more, diving in between the second and even the third perhaps. But that is an extra bit of, that's the kind of edge you want while being that behind.
Love how they are willing to pull the trigger, because this is what a lot of teams always neglect to do. They are losing and then they decide to cut their losses. But if you keep cutting your losses, you don't take high risk plays, you're gonna suffer a lot. But unfortunately, they are not going to be able to take Baron because of all those low health bars they have to back off. But they managed to get a bit of a reprieve. They get back the goal lead, and we'll see if they'll be able to contest the dragon which is spawning soon to prevent soul point. To prevent soul, sorry. So yeah.
I think it's pretty interesting in terms of the build. The item builds right now completed after that series of events. You can see that Black Fever finished on the sled, just giving an extra bit of damage.
Oh, he gets caught.
You can see that guy onto the Karma. Karma is able to stay alive for so long, surprisingly enough. Meanwhile, you can see a massive cycle onto 5 members. If I'm not mistaken, you can see, will he be able to get onto the egg Nivea? No, he won't. Watching out the stopwatch, and now he gets taken out. But now we have a couple of members still relatively healthy, primarily the main damage dealers on the side of the T. One hit, now retreating back into the dragon pit. Will they try and look for the dragon, or will they try and find an angle to see if they are able to get even more kills? That glacial storm is creating so much problems for the side of BT that they can't really move up. But will that be enough to take him out? No, it won't. And Nivea still stays alive. Will they be able to secure the dragon from this? Yes, he will. And Nivea is the one that secures the dragon. Meanwhile, you can see that Victor is able to take out the dragon. Will they be able to get more? Yes, they will. Come on, just be able to free fire consistently. He comes into the ultimate. Because they did not get a kill. Almost gets a kill. Right here. One more. And Nivea is left. Nivea left all alone. Don't think you're able to get a kill out of that. You're taken out. Eldria, the Kog'Maw is on a rampage. Sure, they may have lost the dragon. That actually is so, but that's a win in favor of BT.
We see Vego going, but I don't think too much will come out of this. But as you have said, soul point going over, a bit of tankiness would usually go a long way. But we are dealing with Kog'Maw here. He's one of the highest damage champions in the entire game when built correctly, and looks like he's already gotten that Lunar's Hurricane, so he can hit everyone in your team equally. So this is going to be a bit of a tough situation, as Vego looks like he might want to try steal this.
Very, very risky. Will be able to steal it. Yes, he will. Vego Ghosting just steals the Baron. Does not care at all. Meanwhile, you can see that Gragas comes in. Will he be able to get a kill? No, he won't. He's just able to deal enough damage. But now it feels like BP is on the retreat. One hit. In fact, Shower. In fact, Diego. He, pulling out the 5-hit play, understands his limits, able to get that smite steal.
Knows that is too important for him to not miss it, and he knows everything is burnt already. He just charges straight to 5 people, using his own shroud to hide from his opponents. They know he's there, but he can't do anything about this. He just charges in and dives straight for the Baron. Unfortunately, this means that entire lead, well, they still have a lead, but that Baron buff was so crucial. They buyed so much time for them to work this situation out, and looks like the entire red side, one of their win conditions is gone for another 5 more minutes as whoa, never mind.
Okay, Senna, goodbye. Very fun when you have a Victor with Death Cap second item and just instantly blows you up along with the Cosmo.
You can't afford to buy any defensive items as what is Anivia doing there? He's running for his life and Kled says no.
A lone chicken stuck in the jungle right now, and now there's a monkey coming in, there's a robot coming in, there's another kill. Now
Everyone's
Victor unstoppable.
Okay. Great play by Vego, but unfortunately, since some of his teams is down right now, they should be able to get one turret at least and start sieging up the inhibitor turret as well. Especially since you think for Kog'Maw's insane range, he shouldn't take extra damage, but
That explosive cast is able to push in the Wukong. Wukong now stuck onto the backline, and that's a lone Senna dealing with the Wukong. Meanwhile, you can see that Kled able to take out the Tahm Kench, and now Gragas alone taking so much damage, and that's another secure double kill going in favor of the Wukong.
And right now we have Vego who's alive. He can go for the hero play, but he needs to find his opponents first. It's right there. But it looks like he'll take the safer route. Unlike the previous time, there's no one clear thing they can do. And he needs to somehow outplay the entire opponent team in order to win that fight. So he's just gonna go for Crux. But really good finger on the trigger there. Being able to call your opponent's bluffs and pulling out all the stops. Even though it's very close, the health bars were very low. But commendation to Breezy on that Wukong there. He gets hit by explosive cast and he gets sent to the opponent team. So what does he do? Free engage! Just go straight in. The Kog'Maw though.
Yep. I think when it comes to biggest factors that really determine how well they've been playing, like Wukong and his Cyclones have been very, very clutch. We can talk about the fact that Victor and Kog are also really, really strong right now, but it feels like the space being created by Wukong, by the Kled as well, surprisingly, with how, I would say, early his early game ran. It's really, really good to see that they're able to fight, like bounce back. And meanwhile, we can see that there's a short trade happening here. This is gonna go for the tower. Understand that right now, kind of over, but still,
He get it?
he does get the tower at least, right? But that is shutdown goal going in favor to Vego.
Vego looks like he's gonna be the main carry for his team right now, finding the opportune picks. But they don't look like they're positioned on the right side of that. They want to push out, but look at this. They're letting their top side of the map, and their pings are coming out. They might even lose the hit turret without even mounting a defense. We see teleport coming in from Gragas.
You can see the Cyclone comes in. Will the Cyclone be able to take out the Nivea? Meanwhile, they actually allowed the TP in from the Gragas, and now Gragas is stuck in no man's land, forced to flash out, forced to get away, and that's a free in-him pick over from the side of PP. BP just knows their limits right there.
What are you doing though? Why? Because the thing is, yes, you want to get some advantages, but lose an inhibitor, and the super minions are always going to be a huge pressure until your inhibitor respawns. So you need to keep clearing the wave, making sure nothing is shoved in. But losing an inhibitor for no reason there feels very painful. But at the very least, they are in position for the Elder Dragon spawning up very soon. Getting some vision down and try to deny your opponent some vision as well.
Yep. We can see that everyone is pretty much ready and set with the items that they have. You see that Kog now has a TMN ready as well. Pretty much items across the board in favor of the side of VP, but it depends on how well it's executed, because as we said before, Kog'Maw does not necessarily like to dive, and if he gets caught out, unless his team is able to provide that space for Kog'Maw to get out, still a very difficult position for Kog'Maw to be in. But right now, both teams are just posturing by the Elder Dragon, figuring out when that Ghost Trigger is in. The Ghost Trigger is actually coming from the side of VP with Char coming in, and now it's Cyclone going in onto the backline, getting onto 3v4. Meanwhile, you can see Wukong on behind on his own lonesome, but able to get a kill secured with the help of Kog'Maw. Meanwhile, and Nivea is actually behind him, being able to secure the kill on the Karma. With a 1v3 coming to his head. For a flash, Kog'Maw A man that knows that he's really surely wrong. No threats at all because Fletch is with him. Now he's able to flash in, try and get the kill. Meanwhile, Anivia 1v1 left alone against the Victor. Does get the kill, does get the shutdown. But with a 2v3, it is in favor of one hit. But when we're looking at the champions, looking at what they can do, BP definitely a lot stronger. And we can see that right now they're desperate to try and get them together, but unfortunately it's not enough. Krogmaw is godlike, just takes out with the Runaan's Hurricane Frog, gets the double kill, and now that's Elder Dragon probably going over in favor of BP.
I'm going to lie, he might mount another steal, but this is something you never want to face, because I was gonna say that that BP was gonna run around like headless chickens, but unfortunately you wanted too much. One hit tried the 5-hit strategy and failed, and right now, okay, he's safe, he gets out.
Man,
Elder Drake does. Devour across the wall and save. Valiant attempt, but no round 2, no objective steal again.
Yeah, but that was a really well fought. Now, it really showcases that the strength that they have, even though they're freaking champions, not necessarily in theme or in line with what Cosmo wants, they are playing around the Cosmo, which really begs into question what BP is doing, or they know what exactly what they're doing. We thought one hit was 5 hit, but meanwhile BP is 5 hit right here.
The one thing I want to point out is Cappuccino on that Kled. The whole point of this is that he can charge straight into the entire opponent backline, and Gragas cannot charge through him. So either Gragas takes the hit and tries to knock the Kog'Maw back to his team, as we see right here, Kled just gets redirected off the...
He still ends up going to them.
He still hits them.
Unstoppable, by the way.
Truly unstoppable. But because of his charges, you cannot hit the Kog'Maw. You cannot try to flank him, you cannot try to explosive cast him to Oblivion, and because of this is a offense is the best defense kind of idea that's working out quite well for them.
Yeah, I think even to say that the Kog'Maw does get taken, get focused on, they don't have enough single target damage to try and focus on a specific person, unless you count the Senna. But unfortunately, Senna always has to deal with the Wukong, a monkey slamming his giant. I am not going to complete that sentence. It sounds wrong. The monkey, he's hitting Senna. Yeah, let's go with that. All right.
He is not. He's just waving his pole around, and getting a lot of hits with it. So it's a very dangerous target because he may not do the most damage, but that Black Cleaver shred is going to be quite huge over here. Especially since multiple members of the side of one hit is very squishy. Okay, just shoving in the wave and powering some minions.
Yep, Baron buff as well as the Elder Dragon buff should be enough. Dawning Shadow is thrown out, surprisingly enough. That is a cooldown that will not occur if they're looking to fight right now. See, they're trying to chase them inwards. Meanwhile, we can see that Kled is pushing the top side. We can see that a Cyclone is being thrown out with the Tomcat driving on his own. Force the flash out, and because of that, he gets taken down. Meanwhile, now Senna has to deal with Wukong again. Wukong able to stay alive with how tanky he is, and the team is able to follow up as well. Meanwhile, Kled managed to get the top Nexus turret and will be able to get the second Nexus turret with the help of the entire team. Now all that's left is the lone Nexus. No one is hitting the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is able to free hit. He's able to deal so much damage, and that is the game in favor of BP. Congratulations.
BP from NP will be your team going into the semi-finals from this match. And the thing about this team is that we have seen them struggle a bit at the start. It was a very slow start. They had lost a couple of kills. Claire's been essentially tried to pull off some stunts fighting Vego 1-on-1 back in the early game. But right there we see how as soon as they pull a trigger, they have the killer instinct to go straight for jugular every single time. Claire and Wukong just charging in, giving up so much space for Kog'Maw. It's really incredible how they played this game because they knew they would win if they fight. Even if they were behind, they knew they would win and they pulled the trigger.
Yep, that's the kind of confidence you need to have when you're competing. It doesn't matter if it feels like the cards are stacked against you, but BP showcasing that they are the true five hits, not one hit, and they're able to make it into the semi-finals. Congratulations to BP. I feel like when it comes to MVPs, it's there's actually a toss up. There's so many people that we can highlight as MVPs, but for me, I'll probably give it to the Wukong with the amount of space he's able to provide that gave the Cosmos so much ability to just take over the game.
Definitely, I would agree with you on that because Wukong is just he did what Kled did, but he did it earlier, creating a lot of space for the entire team. He built that early game up for that Kog'Maw and provided space for that Victor as well. Completely agree with you on that statement. Very, very strong presence in the game.
Yep. Now, with that being said, congratulations also to all the other teams who are currently playing their quarterfinals or have finished their quarterfinals. We will be taking a short break, and when we're back, we will be moving on to the semifinals for the TeleMatch League of Legends tournament organized by Suit. So don't forget to follow our socials. Don't forget to follow us on our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We will be back after the short break.
You're my safe tonight. You catch me when I fall. How could I forget the city where we lost it all? Knowing we'll recover, 'cause we're only human, yeah, we're only human now. And we found each other, hidden under the ruins, so nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. So nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin You give me air to breathe, you give me electricity. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. Knowing we'll recover, 'cause we're only human, yeah, we're only human now. And we found each other, hidden under the ruins, so nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. So nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. Nothing could ruin us. I never thought I would fall for someone until you came and changed my life. 'cause you always in my head. Look, baby, how far we go now. Steady around, I need you by my side. Don't you ever let me wake up. Let's go far, see if we can reach the stars. Let's go farther down the sort of sky. Only you and I this whole night. Let's go far, see if we can reach the stars. Till the sort of sky. To the southern sky. Looking at you is like dreaming alive. Don't you ever let me wake up. In case I wake without your hand, or who let someone else. Look, baby, how far you go now. Stay around, I need you by my side. Don't you ever let me wake up. Let's go far, see if we can reach the stars. Let's go farther than the sort of sky. Only you and I this whole night. Let's go far, see if we can reach the stars. Till the sort of sky. And I this whole night. Let's go far, see if we can reach the stars. Till the sort of sky. To the solar sky. Only you and I. I've been praying for a lover, someone who's through thick and thin, who knows me like no other, someone who gets under my skin. I let down my walls and I let you in. You make me fall over and over again. We're vulnerable, I wanna know every little thing about you. Show me the right, show me the wrong. I wanna make it part of me too. I wanna see right through you. I wanna see right through you. So baby, please be true. Yeah, I wanna see right through you. See right through you. in your atmosphere. Lay me down and rest my soul. Pushing and pulling, just like the ocean. We're making waves and baby, we're not stopping. Electric shocking, take me to the top and time stops whenever you touch my body. High on loving, it feels like you're in heaven, 'cause you're the one. We're vulnerable, I wanna know every little thing about you. Show me the right, show me the wrong. I wanna make it part of me too. I wanna see right through you. I wanna see right through you. So baby, please be true. Yeah, I wanna see right through you.
Hey, Mr. Bully, won't you just see right through me? On the dying days when I ask for forgiveness of myself. Hey, Mr. Bully, what you think when you push me out of my own head where everything makes sense? Breathing in the lies that keep me open from the truth that keeps me holding on. Holding on to your lies. What do you think will find me when you destroy what is inside me? I'll carry on. Say it's over when nothing's closer to what you're fighting for. Fade away from where we've been. I close the chapter where I'm ripping out my pages. Stop the fire under my skin. Oh, light the blaze again that stood alive for ages. Breathing in the lies that keep me open from the truth that keeps me holding on. Holding on to your lies. Where do you think you'll find me when you destroy what is inside me? I'll carry on. I'll carry on. I'll carry on. I'll carry on. I'll carry on.
All right, welcome back to the semifinals for TeleMatch League of Legends, organized by Susus, with our prize partner being Aftershock. My name is Zim, and I'm back for the semifinals with my boy Surfer in the Sky. We both are back again, and we're excited to see how the semifinals is gonna go.
So far, we already had a very kind of a back and forth game with we have saw with One Hit versus BP from NP, where despite some early game fumbles, BP from NP has managed to pull the trigger at every single turn and just went straight for the jugular, and very interesting match there, just by pulling off turning off the brakes and just going straight in every single fight. So hopefully we see something as interesting as that with our next game that's coming up. So who are the players though?
Right, so going into the next game, we are going to probably see players with brains and AX2. These teams were able to beat their opposing rivals in the quarterfinals, and now we'll be seeing them matching up in the semi-finals. Now, with that being said, obviously there's one team left that has not been mentioned. Muchao Stack, they were able to win their quarterfinals game, and now they're making it to the semifinals up against PP from NP. Going to be an exciting game on their side as well. But obviously, the focus now will be on players with brains and AX2.
The thing is, there were some teams I'm rooting for because I saw their games and they were really, really incredible. But right now we have the teams that beat those teams that we had seen. So this is only one step higher. So we thought we had hit the peak, but we just kept pushing through, and looks like we're gonna have a absolutely high class level of gameplay. Question is whether we have a banger where we have fights everywhere, or we're gonna have a very methodical, very classy style of gameplay.
Yep. Especially with the previous game when we saw the Cogmore coming out, definitely all the training weights have been put down. People are ready to try and skirmish, trying to showcase all the tools they have in order to make it into the finals of this. Now, that being said, the draft is underway. We can see that an orb band coming in from the side of players with brains, and we just call them brains throughout the entire game. Meanwhile, AX2 on the side thinking what to ban next.
On is always such a major issue because he's not ban worthy, but I mean in this case, he is sometimes ban worthy. Sorry, he provides such a great engage tool. He's never bad. He's one of the only tanks that benefits your team in the form of ornaments, and provides a lot of strength to your team as well. So good survivability, very very tanky champion. The ability to build items while in lane is additional plus, but incredible champion to come off the table as well as quite a few other picks as well. In fact,
Yep, I think when it comes to the champions being banned, they are definitely, we wouldn't really call them like S or Z tier champions of their particular role, which probably highlights that these champions are definitely in the champion pools of each respective teams. So it's just definitely target banning rather than banning out whatever is currently OP. I mean, except I guess Ornn, I would argue Ornn is super OP, right?
Ornn is definitely meta. The question is how much emphasis we'll put on it. And most tank players who play top lane, they will all agree that Ornn have always been relevant since its inception. We also see a Malphite ban there as well, so a bit of a target ban, trying to prevent all those hard engaged top laners. Uh, so we still have a few other tank top laners that are alive, but unbanned. But we'll have to see whether you have something like a Maokai or a Dumb-Catch top.
Yep. Right now, we can see what will be the first pick. We have a lot of premier champions still available. Senna Wukong, for example. But we have a Lux. Lux first pick. Actually, really interesting to see whether we'll see a mid Lux or a support Lux. Obviously, in the recent times, support Lux are a lot more prevalent since AP items aren't super strong on Lux. But, we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, we can see that there's a Yumi Hubbard. Yumi locked in, never mind. I'm not the biggest fan of the champ because of how unfun to play against. But when it comes to seeing it being piloted in the highest level, it's always interesting to see the different champions that players will pull out.
We see a Jin Hava as well, and something we see from a previous game of AX2 is that they really prioritize this because it's quite a safe lane. You have decent damage and decent poke, as well as decent sustain because of Yumi's heals. So we'll see if they lock this in as part of their strat, and yes, it is. So that's the bot lane covered. Uh, very standard for AX2, I believe, and it's quite all reliable in a sense.
Yep. Oh,
What?
we have a Sona Loken. Sona is a champion that does not get heavily punished. Assuming it's a champion that if you're able to get out of the laning phase with a decent amount of passive stacks, you're able to take over the game very very easily. With the amount of abilities you're able to cast, and paired it up with a misfortune, and it kind of puts a lot of power in the bot lane of the side of Brains compared to AX2 actually.
Extremely aggressive, especially since Sona's greatest weakness is that she doesn't have escape. She has a movement speed spell, but it's kind of weak and it buffs her teammates as well. So if you can catch her in lane, you can theoretically win off that. But with Yumi with a Jin, the potential of that drops all the way to the ground, and it's the bot lanes have spoken for themselves. We'll see how they play out in lane as they issue the challenge out.
Yep, we can see that Vex has been picked in response to Lux. Not necessarily the best champ. Not Vex is currently not in the best state as of right now because of how the durability patch has provided an extra bit of MR for every single champion in the game, and Vex wants to try and get in, wants to try and burst people out very very quickly, and it's kind of a weird angle without like mobility in enemy team as well. So we'll see how it goes. AX2 probably very comfortable on the champion as well, so we can't really discount that when it comes to the drafting of these teams. But we'll need to see how it'll develop going into round 2 of picks and bans.
Both teams are lacking their jungler and top laner, and so far from what we see, both teams are lacking a very major front line. So we can't really have, we can have a split push option like Fiora as we've seen in the previous few games, but I think both teams really want their front line to provide their squishies, especially since the side of AX2 they have that Jin, that Vex, they have long range artillery. You always want to provide a bit of cover for those because unlike a split push comp, you can't just leave them alone and pray that they live, especially with how slow their movement speed can get.
I feel like the funny thing is that I was thinking about what AX2 could pick, and I was thinking Olaf, and Olaf was banned because it makes a lot of sense when you have the Yumi as well. We were thinking about what champions pairs well with Yumi, and
Ooh.
Maokai actually
Maokai.
picked for the top lane. Very
Well-
very surprising because we don't actually see Maokai anywhere but support, if we see it at all.
This is so old school. I remember the old Trinity where Ornn, Maokai, and Malphite are the best top laners. Then they changed Maokai's ultimate. Uh, I'm showing my age there, but indeed, Maokai is a very strong front line in terms of sustain. His engage is a lot weaker because it's a very slow form of Ornn's ultimate in a sense. We see a Fiora pick, so this is really capitalizing on the Maokai being unable to punish you in lane. Try to get a split push up. Right now
Yep.
we left junglers, so that's a question of where to go. And surprisingly enough, Graves, because instead of a front line, which I would honestly prefer, but we'll see how it goes, because Graves is a very strong early game champion, can snowball your lanes instead of just trying some shenanigans with your front to back while split pushing team comps.
Yeah, and I think the Graves smokescreen cannot be understated how strong it is against artillery champions or champions that require a lot of vision to be able to operate. So Graves smokescreen are able to cancel out, like maybe split the team of AX2 in half in these kinds of team fights, right? But we can see that the final pick is Nocturne to provide an extra bit of dive threat with the artillery provided by Jin and Yumi. In a way, so it feels like both teams have a rough idea of what they want to do, but it's more in line of what is comfortable with them rather than trying to counteract each other. In my opinion.
Definitely, they are not really looking to say, you pick this champion, so I pick that champion, so some 5-hit plays coming in, but it's a pretty strong team come from both. It's very clear what the plans are because on the side of AX2, it's a very standard artillery comp, just making sure your opponents never get to play the game, while you have playing with players with brains. It's definitely have a Fiora. It's a split push comp. Yeah, that team is squishy. So it's always a question of who gets busted down, and then Nocturne I feel is the key part of it because he can be anywhere at any time with his ultimate paranoia.
Yeah, but when it comes to what Nocturne can provide in the game overall, because in my opinion, Nocturne is one of the few champions that was heavily heavily impacted by the durability change. So now, if you go Bruiser Nocturne, even if you do ultimate in, you don't actually have enough damage to provide any kinds of value overall. Which
Yeah,
begs the
you're
question on whether you should opt for that lethality, full lethality Nocturne, try to burst someone down before your inevitable death, or will we still see that kind of Bruiser Nocturne style?
well. The thing about lethality, okay, assuming that you manage to catch someone off guard, lethality Nocturne Paranoia becomes the delete button, so that's something to always consider. Bruiser Nocturne, you also have that power, but you have a bit more team fighting survivability, so you can at least stay around, do a bit more damage. But if you look at the team of players with brains, they are a bit more flighty. They have a sauna at a very minimum for escaping, and they have quite a bit of CC in terms of smoke screen, make it rain, strat from misfortune to get out of situations, as well as light binding from Lux to hopefully CC the Nocturne and keep him away from the squishy members of players with brains.
Yeah, I think. But obviously, when it comes to a discussion of the team comps, the X factor that I want to point out definitely is the Fiora.
Oh
So
yes.
the running gag of a previous tournament that I've casted was that if you are playing Fiora and you don't team fight with Fiora, you will lose,
Okay,
which
that
is
is
which defeats the
interesting.
purpose of picking Fiora because Fiora is purely a split pushing champion that deals with 1v1s, even 1v2s very, very strong, right?
Yeah,
But
Fiora's so Fiora's weaknesses in defense is just the fact that you can't really burst down a target. You can't even ensure all your hits land just because of your lunge. You do have some form of utility in terms of your riposte, but honestly, you would rather have some other champion, maybe a Kled, to do your team fighting as a potential split pusher.
yeah, but I'm not gonna discount the fact that every game I've casted with a Fiora and that Fiora does not split push, they win, right? Even with the fact that they build Hullbreaker, they somehow team fight and they somehow win, right? So if it happens again, team fight Fiora will be the running meme that I'll forever carry until my grave.
It will be the curse that you bring along. If there's a Fiora around Zim Zim's games, you'll always see it team fighting to win. So
No, it's not like even team fighting to win. It's like team fight and win. If they don't team fight, they lose. That's the weirdest. That's the weirdest thing of my experiences with Fiora, right? And I'm hoping to see it again because it's really funny.
uh there's that always that factor with Fiora that uh I mean, to be fair, team fighting is a art of its own. Uh if you can pull it off, it will be good enough. So wow. So the observer believes that Team One is gonna win. Shout out to Defos, by the way. Our observer has been I said 6 hours just now, and now it's 7 going 8 hours of observing for us.
He
Oh
said
no,
T1 win, dude. He didn't
oh
say T1
T1
win.
T1 as an SKT T1
Yeah.
wins worlds. That is
Also, I think it's a bug, but I don't think some of them bought items. But I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Yep, it is. It would be cool. Observer, could you rearrange the teams in the scoreboard so that we are able to get a better idea of it? Thank you very much. Therefore, again, shout out to him. Almost 7 hours right now of observing is crazy. The kind of work that goes into the viewing experience for you guys watching on Twitch right now at twitch.com/teletripgaming.
So right now, oh, Lux is getting caught out, I guess. Small poke coming in, back and forth. He's not returning a lot of damage, so Lux is actually down to 200 plus HP. Not a great start, especially considering that that Vex has a corrupting potion which is used during the fight. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
So Lux is gonna burn a few potions, while Vex loses nothing but a single charge of corrupting potion.
Yeah, so you can see that Maokai clearly feels like something's off. Might be able to. Will he be able to get any of the farm? Yes, he does actually. He gets one. Surprisingly enough from that. But you know, Fiora, the nature of Fiora, just very strong in lane. If you're able to get any level of zone control, can't really get retaliated against one. Meanwhile, you can see that the bot lane here, Sona actually took a lot of damage when the camera was, shown away from the bot lane.
A bit of poke here, a bit of poke there. Auto attacks and Yumi's Q. You can't just take free damage like that. As you see him just get hit another time. There's both potions already spent, and one interesting thing I want to point out is that Misfortune went with the Tear build, while Jin went with the Boots build. So neither of them have extra damage directly, but there's a bit more utility to catch at Sona as he gets rooted down with that HP by just
and that's actually first blood going in favor of the Jin Yumi lane. We talked about how the lane, if they doesn't have as much kill threat, surprisingly enough, they just showcase that they don't care. They do have the kill threat with it 2v2.
It's a lot about respect, because Sona is like, you know what, I can poke you, and most Sona players, they want to just walk in, throw their Q, or throw their auto attack, there's power, that does a lot of damage and walk out. But the thing that he didn't account for is that Sona is still one of the screechiest champions in the game, and unlike Yubi, you can't hide behind your ADC, it's taking a lot of damage. Basically getting rooted multiple times, taking a lot of random poke, just lost him his life.
Right. Now, going into, hopefully we're able to calm down a bit. To analyze the games going on, you can see advantages coming over. Fiora's lane kind of expected, right? The fact that Lux is a byproduct of that 1v1, and we'll see whether it goes for TP as he does. But meanwhile, on the bot side, that single kill will definitely give a slight edge. You talked about earlier, the Misfortune with the Arcane Comet, right? And the Tear as well. Probably gonna be Lethality Misfortune.
Oh, definitely. Usually, Misfortunes that rely on their auto attacks, as well as their strat and their passive, they will go with more Kraken Slayer build, which doesn't really utilize much of the Tear. So Tear usually signifies, in this case, Muramana, which means he's going for a Lethality build to sustain that bit of lethality that he needs. So to be fair, his team does moderate amounts of physical damage without it as well, with the Graves, with the Fiora. So not a big issue there for going full lethality, especially considering everyone in the opponent team is kind of squishy as well.
Yeah, you can see it's a better take on what possible builds you can go for. I guess not too worried about the Maokai, not too worried about having to deal with auto attacking and nonsense. Just put the make it rain, put the bullet time, you just deal a crazy amount of damage with the build going forward.
Oh, definitely. One interesting variation of the Misfortune build is the very old school Misfortune. So you can go with some people will call this Inte. I have a friend that particularly loves that build, which is Liandry's effect, which is a bit overkill in terms of oh, there might be see a bit of action here.
That Shadow Surge coming out from the Vex is able to secure the flash, but the Light Binding keeps him alive with the Prismatic Barrier. The Ignite does come out, however, which means that overall, that's a really good trade. If your Lux, having Ignite taken out and you did not perish, is still considered a win. Now we can see that Grace coming in just to help push in the wave, make sure they're able to get a pretty decent wave back timing as well here, forcing it in right there. But overall, a pretty good series of events. I feel like that does highlight how Vex now does not have as much damage as before.
He doesn't indeed, but it still doesn't change the fact that he's just making it happen against his Lux. One great thing about it is that his poke goes through creeps and he just abuses it to a maximum level. He manages to snipe Lux from across a lot of weird angles through creeps, and it's a bit of a difficult situation as you see, oh, they're going for an early dragon, something AX likes to do, and they were punished for it in a previous game when they were discovered, but looks like they're going to claim it for free here.
Yep, having priority in the bot lane right now, definitely assisting that. Mid lane definitely in control of the Vex. Meanwhile, as much as we were hoping for, the Fiora is not has not gotten the advantage that she's looking for. Like, sure, the CS difference says otherwise, but it's not enough to try and essentially provide that extra bit of pressure onto AX2, saying that Fiora perhaps is a taking time bomb.
Fiora will always be the split pushing threat. Whether we see the team fighting threat as a alternative that we might want to see, but he has actually bought Cull, so this signifies he's going to play it a bit safer, focus on the farm. So it's not just pushing his CS lead. Of course, while you're playing it safe, while you're not hitting the opponent turret, you're not getting a huge advantage of forcing pressure off the bat where the doctor might have to come and support this Maokai, but there might be a bit of action here.
Yeah, he's stuck in the wave, and unfortunately, because of the final spot used earlier to clear the minion wave, cannot really return back, even if you hit the light binding, right? But Prosperity Barrier showcasing a bit of why it's a pretty strong shield spell in the game. I think people underestimate what Lux's shield actually provides overall.
It's about 200 shield at level 1, and you're going to keep it that way for a bit, but skills with AP, so it's always going to be somewhat relevant. But it looks like, while mid lane is seeing a lot of pressure, at the very least top lane is quite comfortably ahead with a Cull, in fact. So
you can see that Paranoia coming out. We can see that we fan now with the Yuumi coming on. Final chapter, as well as the Paranoia going on to the Misfortune. Misfortune actually stays alive for so long, but unfortunately it's still not enough with the curtain call coming from the Jin, sniping him from downtown, and they're able to secure one. Will they be able to get more right now? Collateral damage, forcing out of the Graves to try and escape. But that is a really well played series of events coming from EX2.
This is the Nocturne threat. You always have to respect that, because what you're gonna do at this early of the game, if Nocturne ever passes Paranoia, you cry and you pray that your jungler is close enough to save you. Unfortunately, in that split second where Sona and Misfortune move apart, Paranoia kept them further, and they were forced to retreat to their base. But unfortunately, even though Misfortune with that Blue Suit Shoes tries to dodge for as much as he can, is unable to escape the claws of Nocturne.
Alright. But that was pretty well timing. I think the moment you're level 6 on Nocturne, the time not spent using your ult is time lost, it feels like. Because it will come to a point where Nocturne's ultimate does not provide as much of a threat as people are hoping for. Because there's not enough damage supplementing Nocturne's engage. But we'll see how it goes as the game goes on. Successful gank, successful level 6 coming in from the side of AX2. Now it's just a matter of seeing how it develops. Meanwhile, you can see, players with brains gets the first Rift Herald of the game. We'll see where they decide to put it down to try and get that extra bit of advantage.
Oh, Lux is being forced to ulti the wave every single time just to shove out. It creates some space, but well, it's not a tool that you can afford to just burn too much, I suppose. that's something that opponent team can take note of. A lot less burst coming in from Lux. But at this point, I believe Fiora is fine with farming. Hopefully they can make a play at bottom. But when I said make a play at bottom, I mean players with brains. But looks like AX2 repositions themselves because they find that it's gonna be a bit too tough to dive there.
Yep, but now we can see that items are coming up already. Umbral Grave alive and well. Meanwhile, the
Umbral Graves on their graves is a pretty good tool to get some vision control. Deny your opponent some vision so they cannot step forward, but it looks like they're playing too safe. Players with brains, they might be using their brains, but they're sometimes, we have seen teams that turn it off and went full ham, and look at that curtain score being popped.
yes. Totally a threat.
Just some poke, I suppose.
Turning calls out there.
Interesting thing to note is that Nocturne is not going straight for that Axiom arc just to improve his ulti CD. So while he has the Ionian boost, it's not pushing the maximum limit of it. Right now they drop Herald and mid, try to break some plates, get Lux back into the game. But Vex is here, Nocturne is here.
Shadowsurge and Paranoia going on to two separate targets actually, and they're able to secure one kill onto the Lux. Now Shadowsurge again going onto the Grace, re-engaging, but there's actually a lot of threat with the amount of damage he has, which is censored by this any continued engagement. But it's still a really well-timed 2v2 coming from AX2.
They were setting it up, but they didn't account for Sirius, they didn't account for Yupeka on their Nocturne and Vex. They could have gotten so much more, but just by not knowing the positions of their opponents, they are forced to give up quite a lot of space. So you can't go for the mid turret. At least you can't take down mid turret if your opponents are just missing from the map and ready to engage from you at off angles. Because what happened was Sirius went down to try to gank bot with Yupeka, and when they returned, they found two people trying to shove in the turret, and that was easy pickings. Oh, still at least two turrets out. Oh, a bit of poke coming in.
It's for a pass. Will this lead to a bit more, and the grand strategy will be issued? Will it not? Right. But it just puts into perspective right now. About a 30 CS lead in favor of the Fiora has a call as well to try and accelerate that level of that goal right there. But he's resisting pretty well, the Maokai. Not giving too much advantage, which is exactly what you want if you're picking a tank top and you get counter pick Fiora. But it could be better in both cases.
Definitely. You see a situation here where the Rift Herald, if they have spent it on something like the top lane to accelerate the game even further, so they can reshift some players around as a bit of poke coming through, but Maokai is middle, and Graves is here.
Graves is here. You can see that the ultimate coming from Maokai is being shot out, unfortunately, just to push the Fiora away and not get anything out of it. Meanwhile, he's probably just gonna steal the drugs away from Nocturne with the position that he has. Still, staying alive, not risking anything, throwing out the ultimate to make sure he stays alive right there, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, considering that this lane had zero attention, I really liked how both players have chose to adapt. Because Maokai is playing it safe, he's 30 CS down of course, but he's still matching in terms of level with Fiora, so he's not losing out anywhere there. Meanwhile, Fiora knows that Maokai is playing it very safe, he's not going to get anything out of it, and he gets Carl instead so he can farm up. And right now we see a bit of attention coming in the bot lane as they start setting up 4-man with Nocturne, with Yumi already on Nocturne and Vex coming down.
Yep.
This is going to be a dangerous situation.
Yeah, but it depends on. It seems like they've already called it off, unfortunately. Now with Lux and Grace pushing in,
Oh,
the Shadowsurge goes onto the Lux, but unfortunately that's not actually a lot of damage. If the Paranoid does come in, obviously it'll probably be enough. But one light binding might spell doom for Vex, so has to be kind of careful. I'm actually surprised with the amount of Shadowsurge being thrown out the way on the side of Oh wait, no, never mind. The scoreboard didn't update. And Vex does have a kill if I'm not mistaken.
Uh, One thing to point out is, Ipo, they're trying to do something interesting.
Right
and
now, it's just a lone tree. Able to get a
of
ward out to
course.
be able to showcase it. But now here comes the Paranoia going onto the Grace and forces the flash out along with the collateral damage. They're able to stay alive right there. But, you know, Maokai being the bait, providing an extra bit of juiciness. Like, if you cut me down, you'll get some gold. And that allows him to get the flash away from the Fiora, who's pretty much been wrecking havoc easily. And meanwhile, able to catch out onto him, but here comes the Crescendo getting the Vex, and now will they be able to get two here with Graves available? No, they won't, but still punishing the over-aggression that comes out of it. Sure, they may be able to get one on the Lux, but they're able to get a, fire back.
They fire back indeed. So that was the problem with Lux is it's a very skill shot reliant champion. So if your opponents are experts at dodging like what this Vex is doing so far, it's a bit of a problem. But luckily they are able to answer back with that, and both teams, they are kind of building towards their key advantages. Fiora has already completed that the Cowl, so that's a lot of gold coming in as well as he backs off, I suppose, and he's able to just focus more on trying to split push instead of just playing it safe right now. But the rest of the map, Lux is already down quite a bit. They managed to get some advantages back with some of the turret plates with the first Herald, but I don't think Lux will feel good about this game so far. Just getting caught off by the Vex Nocturne combo. And meanwhile on bot lane, setting up the 4-man dive is already 2 kills on that Jin. And as well as the DCSD, that's gonna hurt.
Yep, and Dragon is spawning very, very soon. Actually, he's spawning it right now. And we can see that there's already 2 Dragons stacked on the side of X2. Now they're rotating pretty much the entire team to see if they can get into Sopon very, very quickly. If we're looking at the ultimates that these teams have, they don't benefit too well with getting, Cloud Soul, but it's still a novelty that will help them out rotate through the map very, very quickly. It seems that, faced with rain, they're willing to just give it up for now, waiting for time, waiting for that moment to scale up. They get that extra bit of items before they look for a fight. Meanwhile, you can see that Paranoia, along with the final check that comes up, they're able to get a catch onto the Sona, and unfortunately with the Crescendo plus bullet time, it's not enough damage right now. That amount of that chain vest, providing the extra bit of armor and the current call, just secures another kill for the
Blue
Jin.
team's turret has been
The
destroyed.
problem with that Misfortune is that you typically need to win your lane in order to start stomping your opponent. So that bullet time did a lot less damage. Never mind, we see Lux getting caught out here.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the amount of CC that's present, the Lux is just another victim of this onslaught from the Vex, from the Nocturne, constantly getting punished.
They really need a lot of deeper vision, and contesting it is very important. You look at the mini-map, there's so much vision at the bottom side of the map for the side of AX2, but there's nothing across the board for players with brain, so that hurts a bit. You can't defend yourself from an attack that comes from any angle. So while Fiora is still ahead, Lux is unfortunately taking the brunt of the damage by getting caught by Nocturne. Not much of his fault, but his team needs to do a bit more vision here as look at this again.
Instantly pop, Paranoia, Shadow Surge, not even Shadow Surge, just Paranoia, along with so much follow-up damage from Jin.
If there's at least some vision around, you can be prepared for Shadow Surge, but to be fair, Paranoia, you're not gonna solve it with vision, but at least get a bit of forewarning, because knowing where Nocturne is too important. What is Graves doing here?
Graves just got caught out. There's a Rockahart plays a tree, a cat, and a ghost. Nowhere to go. Gets taken down.
He should have known. That hurts because there's a bit of a communication issue, I believe, because he should have known that his the entire enemy team is backing off, and one of the places to get back off is their own jungle, and maybe if he pathed slightly differently he could have lived, but okay, that will be speculation for another day. You see right now, something needs to be done right here because, okay, to be fair to players with brains, they are only 1.2k gold behind. But the main problem is there are 3 dragons down, and the goal lead is all on the wrong players. You look at AX2, Jin is fat, Vex is moderately fat, Nocturne is moderately fat, and Maokai is a tree, so he doesn't need items, unfortunately.
He just does photosynthesis, man. That's the value. So
Photosynthesis.
he'll grow slowly.
He goes slowly, it did, but meanwhile, we saw just now for a glimpse that Graves is the richest member on the side of players with braids, and another Nocturne ulti, and
Going on the boss
another...
side along with the final chapter, but Riposte does provide that extra bit of safety, but unfortunately Shadow Shield as well coming in from Vex. This dive combo of final chapter Paranoia and Shadow Shield does so much damage. Unfortunately here, you can see that Luck, even though he gets the full combo, unfortunately it's not enough. But here he comes, the light binding, maybe able to secure it with the bullet time, but unfortunately he doesn't. Critical comes up. Critical is able to get in one, maybe another, but it's fine. The rotation from the AX2 members from bot all the way to mid, able to secure even more kills. That's a 4-for-1 trade in favor of AX2.
Something that we failed to mention is just how fast AX2 reacts. So we see that initial fight at bot lane, usually you'll be like, you know, they got a good catch, they can look to get something else. They don't even have to look to get something else. They already caught that Lux out, they already caught that Misfortune out, and they started a fight that across the map, halfway across the map to try push their lead further, as since they know they can do it. The problem with players with brain is that they are a bit too far behind. That Lux and that Misfortune, they don't have the goal that they need. Look at that, there's not even Muramana built yet, and that is what's hurting them. Their carries don't have the core items needed to function. Fiora doesn't have the ability to survive a Vex Nocturne dive, and right now they are kind of starved options. They have to find a way to catch their opponents instead.
Yeah, slowly but surely the item difference will also, be in play, because if you look at it, the previous engage, like MF, if she had a bit more items, maybe if she completed her mana immune, perhaps would be able to, execute on that bullet time onto the Jin, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Now we can see that both teams are posturing over for that Dragon Soul. The Maokai ultimate, really a powerful zoning tool in these kinds of situations, and now we can see that over the wall, will they be able to look for something? Now we can see a Paranoia is being dropped out here. Fiora left alone in no man's land. Meanwhile, we can see that the dive.
Oh, there's a combo.
Actually could not get anything out of it as they shut down in favor of his fortune right there. And now they're able to get even more. All that's left is a lone Jin. Current Call does not provide any kinds of value, and unfortunately, that does spell doom for AX2. That's such a massive win for people's players with brains.
It was so good. Okay, so what happened was that AX2, they thought they had the lead. Well, they had the lead. Then they threw it all because they believe that, they can just run straight at opponents, they're not strong enough. But they've forgotten the fact that the problem with Lux there is that Lux is not letting any of her hits at that point of time. You have a lot of very mobile champions, you have some spell shields here and there, and untouchable champions. But what happens if 4 people stand in a straight line? Then Lux ulti boomed everyone, and Misfortune's bullet time just followed up and wiped the board clean. Right now they managed to take Baron for free off that play, and this marks the comeback as well as the huge goal swing for the entire team of players with brains. They can just afford all of the items I said they needed so much. They have Muramana coming, a bit of Banshee to provide some safety for that Lux, so it can continue throwing out spells. And this marks the turning point. This is where everything changes.
Yep, a lot of items coming in now on the side of players with brains. You can see that the Ravenous Hydra is completed on the Fiora, is looking for that lifesteal Fiora. This is a definite team fight Fiora build if I've ever seen one. The only thing missing is Hullbreaker, because for some reason all team fight Fioras build Hullbreaker. But ignoring that, Graves already completed his Collector as well as a Hex Drinker to deal with that Vex, and now MF has the Muramana, has the Last Whisper as well. That bullet time is gonna do so much damage.
So So far, the entire game we have seen the bullet time landing on only Maokai, and suddenly, as soon as the squishies are hit, we are reminded why it hurts so much, just shredding through the entire team. And right now, we see a few defensive options being picked up. But if you take a look at the goal graph, right now, there's a huge goal lead for Graves because of just a sheer amount of power. Oh, he catches, and Zonya has popped. I was gonna say, sorry,
That's
go
actually a
on.
stopwatch right here. We can see the Shadow Steel coming in along with the Paranoia. The target is unfortunately not the target they want, which is the Grace, and because of the best bullet time, they're able to get the kill onto the back. Meanwhile, Nature's Grasp from the behind. Unfortunately, Maokai does not have enough damage, and all is left is a lone tree surrounded by 3 women willing to cut him down. Coming in the 4th and the 5th member here to try and secure. That life binding actually lands onto the Jin, and Jin gets taken down finally, and another turret gets destroyed, and 5 members strong, they're pushing into AX2 space.
Byron is showing he has a chops. He's just landing skill shots after skill shots. After a very unfortunate early game, he managed to pull this insane turnaround, and he's just catching his opponent left and right. They might even be going for the game here. The Baron buff is still up. Fiora is low though, but they might be able to get it out. No, Fiora goes down. Unfortunately, they didn't wait enough for the creeps, and they are forced back. But right now, there's a bit of a chase going out, trying to stop them from backing, trying to recuperate whatever losses they can. But it looks like they might just not be able to spot off their opponents.
Once they turned around, feels like players with brains finally found the go button, finally found the on switch in their brains right there. No pun intended, no flame intended. The team name is Players with Brains, so I'm trying to have fun with the name. But the more I think about it, the more it sounds like if I ever try to make a fun with the name, it sounds like I'm blaming them. And I'm sorry if it does sound like that.
When they start winning, you can start saying that I'm very stupid. Because really, it's all about that switch. That one single team fight at the Dragon Pit not only secured them their first dragon, they prevented the opponent from completing a Dragon Soul, as well as obviously the most important of all, winning a team fight, getting a free Baron, which led them a free inhibitor and a turret before they backed off. They didn't even lose much because all Fiora died to was the turret, so nobody claims that, as we see a short pause as Jin DCs from the game. But right now it looks like it's going to be a very dangerous situation. Fiora has not really ever split push much for this game, I suppose. He's been part of a lot of fights, so yeah. You are saying that Teamfight Fiora.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Teamfight Fiora is the way to go in amateur competitive league. Alright?
So, in other words, since there's a Teamfight Fiora in this game, do you think that players with brains are gonna take it home?
I would love to say yes, but it's still pretty volatile. I think a lot of it is due, in fact, with the fact that Vex, Nocturne are kind of on a timer, and now they're building items that don't really supplement their damage. So even if they're able to get a successful engage off, they're at a point where players with brains have a lot of defensive items, have a lot of defensive options. So it's very difficult to try and execute on those engages that have worked out in the early game when we are currently transitioning into the mid to late game.
Definitely, the Nocturne's already falling off. He doesn't feel like he's gonna hurt as much, and more importantly, Paranoia is more like just a nagging fear instead of actual shock value. So right now there's a lot. Oh, they catch someone.
Able to catch him. Does have Zonias, however. Will he be able to proc? Yes, he does! Forces the Zonias off of the Vex, and now Paranoia is being procced up to try and keep and provide that extra bit of safety. Now, Fiora is in no man's land. Will Fiora be able to survive? Grand Challenge being issued. Will he be able to take out the Nocturne? Yes, he will. And that keeps her alive. And now that light binding secures the kill onto the Jin, and all that's left is a Shadow Surge being thrown onto the Grace, but Grace with his extra bit of thankfulness gets a massive quadra kill, showing that mastery level 7. That is the ace. That is probably the game. Congratulations to players with brains. They found the on switch, they turned on their brains, they've ignited, they've showcased their skill, and they're able to come back from what was a massive early game defeat, I guess.
There was 3 dragons down. The goal lead wasn't that great, but the 3 dragons felt the entire game, and one single mistake from AX. It was so painful, but unfortunately, I have to give players with brains the chops of this because Really, the Lux suddenly turned on and went straight for every single binding, landing snares after snares after snares on Jin, on Vex. They can't escape. Burning the Zonya. What are they gonna do? They can't escape, and that really, despite their poor early game, they really pulled through, landed their wombo, and won the game.
Yeah, it's really really cool to see. Um, Even though these players, very down early into the game, right? Keep their mental, making sure that they don't get tilted, and Siren on the Lux actually able to showcase why they picked the champion in this game.
So is Siren your MVP for this game?
No, definitely no. It's
Oh
Grace,
man.
dude, bruh.
It's Grace. I
Yeah,
have to agree with you on that. Siren might have the great late game, but Grace was the one hanging on for the entire time, getting getting the heralds, getting some leads, especially in terms of goal. So while it's not while it did not look great, at the very least he kept his team afloat.
yeah. That obviously I echo the same opinions regarding that. I think especially going into the team fights, showcasing at the very least the mastery of managing or managing his position and where he has to be in the team fights overall, right? Sure, we had the one more combos of light binding, bullet time, and all, as well as crescendo in this case. But still, without the his overall positioning, I don't think players with brains would be in this position to get the victory in the end.
Truly indeed. I have to give the chops to I have to give credit where it's credit's due, and AX2 they also managed to play a great game on their side. Very very slow pace, but unfortunately one mistake ends their entire journey to the finals.
Yep, it's
So
unfortunate, but with a best of one format, these kinds of games will occur. But it's all in good fun in the end. Don't worry about it. It's all in good fun, making sure that everyone's able to enjoy the games that they are playing. Because all of the purpose of this competition is to provide that extra bit of experience. With that being said, though, we're gonna go into a very short break, and we're gonna go into the finals for the telematch League of Legends organized by Susus, with our prize partner being Aftershock. So don't forget to support telematch by following our socials on Facebook and Instagram by searching teletrip.gaming. Meanwhile, also follow our Twitter at teletripgaming. There's no full stop in between. With that being said, though, we are going to be going to a short break, so don't forget to warm up your seat as we go into the finals very soon.
I break hard, it's what I do, yeah, I give up. I give up, oh, I give up. I stay drunk to not get hurt when we fuck up. We fuck up. Oh, I don't wanna hate all the things we do. No, I don't wanna fight, I don't like to lose.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TeleMatch League of Legends organized by Susus with prize partner Aftershock. We are now about to commence the final match of the day, which is the grand final. I am Mayuri and I am joined by Silver Sky for once again. We started the day together, or at least for me, and we're gonna end the day like pretty much together as well. So the prize pool that teams will be playing for, as this is the last match, once again, the prize pool is 9.7 thousand RP, as well as some backpacks. And TeleMatch is an online community competition for casual players that lets players experience fun through competitive play. Since it's a community competition, we also allow individuals to register, and when there's enough individuals, they can actually form a team together, something like a solo queue, but in a competitive tournament fashion. It's a lot of fun. I think I saw a couple of teams today that were essentially individuals, but I hope that they had fun and made some couple of friends. Now, I've got only one question for you, Silver, and that is, are you ready?
Sorry, I was busy listening to this ASMR podcast by Mayuri Chris, but I was definitely ready for this. It's the finals of the finals. 41 teams have been fighting for this chance to win the grand prize. And right now, right here, we're gonna see which team is going to be it. So we had a game from just now. AX2 has won their match against players uh
Players with
wait.
brains.
No, sorry. I didn't even say the right. Yeah, players with brains, and Mu Chao Stack has won BP from NP. So, Mu Chao Stack is a team that I don't believe we have seen the entire of today, and they
Oh, they
used to
used
be
to be
the
the talent.
telematch winners apparently, and we'll see if they can go for go for another victory lap right here. So AX2, they are the challengers in this case, and we'll see if they have what it takes to dethrone the current kings.
Coming off of the semifinals, like to reference that the players with brains were down in the beginning, getting repeatedly ganked by combo plays left, right, center, and it kind of looked like the situation was very dire for them, but they managed to turn it around, and it just goes to show that these players are not to be taken lightly.
They definitely aren't because players with brains, it's all about that switch. They once they turn on that switch is good enough to win the game just straight off one wombo combo into a Baron play, into trying to challenge for as much as possible, into catches here and there. For entire game, the Nocturne Vex combo has been the greatest part of their detriment. The Lux in particular getting caught out, Fiora as well, just because they tried to push out. Just take a step away from your turret and you get dived. So, but as soon as they start to wear off that early game troubles, it was good enough for them to start showcasing what they are actually capable of. So we
Going
jump
in-
straight into the champion select. We can see a few bands coming in through.
Yeah, looking at the current pick and bans, I think that I was expecting like more of meta bans actually, because when once you get to this high level, the usually what happens is you end up with players that are just super ready to take on each other. Like they are just super high level, super high skill. But it seems like both teams are kind of doing their homework. The Kane and Darius bans, I think I had word that they were pretty successful with Darius in particular. So good to see that these bans are coming out.
There's something that's also been mentioned around the grapevine that Kaisa is a great combo into that team as well. So, uh, it's a lot of potential power picks, but the opponents they have done their homework as well. Yumi banned to prevent that Jin Yumi. Maybe we won't see a Jin Yumi combo, as in Yumi is really banned out, of course, but maybe we'll see alternative ADC as well, trying to find a way to circumvent this ban. So
Players with brains now just gonna take as long as necessary to kind of just lock in those champions. It's gonna be Udyr. I literally just checked the LS jungle tier list, and that is on Z tier right now. So who
going
knows?
straight
Maybe they
for
were
it.
looking at some memes halfway through.
Uh, Truly, there's something to note. We're getting a bit of information from the desk that Muchao's stack has picked Lilia every game along with Darius, Corki, Kaisa, and Nautilus. So we'll see if they pick up the other champions as well. So we have of course Darius is banned. Corki, Kaisa, Nautilus still up, but looks like they might be going for uh Comfort as they have a Kaisa perhaps going for it.
If it
Yeah.
ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the rule of the game. Likely, we're gonna see the. That's not a Nautilus. That doesn't seem
Close
very
enough.
Nautilus.
They both have a hook. They both have good CC. Pike of course having the best CC of all. Death is just executing everyone with your death from below. Yeah. Killing your opponent is the best CC because they can't do anything. They
I
can't even
absolutely
cleanse it.
agree.
But meanwhile, it's a Jinx Lulu, so it's not something like a combo, but Jinx is still a very strong hyper carry that is a very big threat. And of course, the range advantage against Kaisa, especially early on, could be a bit of a problem.
I kind of like that they opted to play the Jinx here. Both teams having an ADC that really can pop off and give us a good show, which is absolutely what we want.
The funny thing is, it's all very one-sided because it's all about Pike landing that hook. If Pike doesn't land that hook, Kaisa is not in range. But as soon as that hook lands, it's gonna be huge trouble for team. And oh, Lux is banned from Siren. Last game we have seen Siren pull off some massive late game outs and perfect bindings, and looks like we are not gonna see it this game. As both mid laners and top laners are still unpicked at this moment.
Oh, look at that Malzahar hover. If Kaisa even dares to out in, that is the counterplay right there.
Just straight out look at you and force every single member to buy a QSS. That's 1.3k gold down the drain, especially early game. That's gonna hurt a lot. Either you bite the bullet and be forced to tank the hit, or you just have to sacrifice your core items. Just that big step is equal to one entire BF SWAT. And what is that, Aurelian
better
Soul?
nerf Soul, because that's what's being picked right now. A champion that just can't stop getting nerfed. It's Asol.
Asol is such a good pick though, because okay, not good pick in that sense, but if you think about it, they have a lot of roaming potential. Kaisa, Pike, Aurelian Soul, and Lilia, they all have one way or another to move quickly from one place to another. Of course, I'm speaking about their roaming potential, so they can just affect every lane they want to. They can just rotate from one point to another. And right now, it's going to be very dangerous for the opponent team. And I like the Aatrox round out because there's a lot of magic damage coming in with Lilia, Aurelion Sol, and perhaps even Kaisa that we want to take note of. But Wukong being picked up on the other side as an answer to that Aatrox.
My goodness. The reigning champions, well, they've won this tournament before, and clearly this is the most chat play you can possibly make. Pick Gazel in the final, showcase why you're just that better than your opponent. Also, I guess it's a kind of okay into the Malzahar in particular. It could be a reactionary pick rather than like a pick that he just wanted to do. It could be just because he sees the Malzahar and is quite comfortable with
Oh,
this.
definitely. I do think that Aurelion Sol before 6 is one of those champions that is really, really oppressive because what are you gonna do against the stars that just orbit around him? So long as he can keep onto you, you're just gonna take a lot of passive damage. So, surprisingly strong chase power, surprisingly strong DPS, and there's not much you can do about it because you can silence him. He just comes back in about 3 seconds or less, in fact. So, definitely a very strong lane pick. Uh, into Mausaha in particular.
I'm expecting a lot of drawn out fights. We have some decent frontline, and the DPS champions in particular, or the champions that are going to be the main damage dealers for both sides, not really hyper bursty and whatnot. It's kind of like those drawn out fights, and once people get low enough, gets enraged at the Pike ultimates, that's gonna be really scary. And if Jinx somehow manages to get a kill, she starts running around. It's really scary. Has the Lulu to back her up. Curious to see what items that Lulu is going to opt into for the mythics. So many options in this particular match.
Definitely. You can always try to keep him alive. You can always try to boost his speed even further with Shurelias. Uh, You can even go for Imperial Mandate to give a bit of a boost, as well as if you land your Glitter Lens, there's a bit more damage that always helps out. But the name of the game looks like it's going to be resets as Pike stares down Jinx, as both of them look to just clean up the entire opponent team. Just an entire fight, as you mentioned, they are all very bulky, and they don't take a lot of damage. They don't dish out a lot of damage, so it's all about the resets at this point.
Man, what a final draft we have ahead of us. This is exactly what we signed up for. This is the funds.
And it's the thing about this kind of tournaments is there's always that weird picks coming up. Oh dear, Malzahar. We don't typically see this nowadays. Malzahar used to be relegated as a kind of pro players poor man CC just because of that instant lockdown. But meanwhile we have Aurelion Sol as well. Aatrox been out of the meta for a bit. These two are quite a strong champions as well, but they are a lot less picked because they don't do what other champions do better. In this case, Aatrox is a bulky frontline with ability to split push, reduced it a bit, and uh you might sometimes people want Fiora, sometimes people want a full tank instead, and Aatrox is kind of like straddling both worlds.
Alright, so I'm gonna have to ask you, Mr. Analyst, who won draft? And by how
Okay,
much?
so this is a very big question. Because there's one thing I want to know is because blue team Mu Chao stack, of course, they are a very they got 2 out of their 5 picks that they have been picking throughout this tournament apparently, and that seems like giving your opponent a lot of tools that they shouldn't be getting. If they are making it work, you should find a way to take it away from them. But I do think that the advantages actually land onto uh AX sorry, not AX2. I keep saying AX2. Players with brains because I saw them from the previous game. They have that mental ability to come back from any scenario. And I really like their com. I to me, front to back is the best way to play. It's the simplest way to play, and there's no reason to ever not play it. So very clear answers to everything. Good DPS across the board with Malzahar and Jinx, as well as good frontline and answers, as well as engage tools in Wukong and Udyr. So to me, I would say players with brains.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
OBS. Shout out to our observer, OBS Defos Kun. He thinks Blue Side has won the
30
draft.
seconds until
Everybody,
minions spawn.
get your jerseys on. I'm wearing my T1 jersey. I'm excited. Put your cans in the air. It's time to 5-man bush stack. Let's get this over with. That's
Yep,
what I like to
that's
say, but no one's kind of walking in.
Well, we have to see how long they stay because this could be a late invade, and the thing about players with brains is they are very strong with that late invade because Udyr
Minions have spawned.
flash bash that instant CC, and you can just pile on all the damage afterwards. If you even want to, you can go Lulu with that Hex. But looks like they're just gonna disperse and guard their juggles. Good note to Mu Chao is that they already water out their areas. They are prepared for any circumstances coming in. So basically, late invades are not going to be a thing that's going to be unpunished at the very least.
Very well, as we head into the laning phase, first hit, I guess, will go over to the mid laners. They do meet earlier than the other places on the map, and so far, just simple traits. Even in top lane, just bone plating, hit a bunch of Qs. Ooh, that what's gonna matter though. Like,
Oh, he's really getting zoned. Orlinso has a lot of damage. You can't afford to take off his head. Was that Ignite Burn?
That's Ignite and Cleanse Burn already by
And
the bot lane.
Flash.
And Flash.
Flash by Pike, to be more precise.
Flash.
That's interesting. Probably a Flash hook. So Jinx is kind of limited in his
Oh,
tools,
here it
and
comes.
Look at this, level 2.
Gonna whiff it.
But it whiffs. It's it wasn't close to them. He tries to predict the Lulu, but unfortunately Lulu managed to sidestep it. So not much. There's a bit of a observer bug where everyone has 0 CS, I believe, but we'll see is enough. Yep. And there we go. Nothing special expected across the board. Kaisa and Pike of course winning the level 2 rush and therefore able to exert a bit of pressure. Malzahar is getting a bit of poke, and the electrocute is doing a lot of poke because
I just like how Pike took Zombie Ward, so because of that level 1 ward, he just got an extra stack as here comes the first gank of the final. The 2 flashes being traded, but that's not gonna be able to kill him, so not gonna lie, kind of a questionable sus flash, but you never know. The burn
They were
damage.
kind of
to
not on the same page because if they decide to go together, it's a potential kill. But right now, Udyr's here.
Oh, here's the counter gang. Udyr hopping the ghost. He is fast and he will slap him to death. First blood going over to left.
The thing about this is, he thought it was safe. Lilia just left lane, but unfortunately, Udyr was ready in the wings, just finished clearing his Krugs and just walked up. And right now, it's always a bit of a misstep that can happen. You just want to push out your lane, reset the wave and back. Unfortunately, your opponent's waiting in the wings right there.
Absolutely, and he's gonna net himself a kill as well as a Dark Seal very early on by Mr. Laughing, as maybe he's gonna go laugh on his opponents. Just gonna walk up to them, slap them, and walk away.
If it's the AP Phoenix build, that's interesting because I never really seen an AP Udyr in a very,
There
very
he
long time.
comes.
It's not much.
Never mind, he has no ghost. What's he trying to do here?
Oh yeah, he has ghost. He has chasing power, but he doesn't have that much Yankee power because the meme of Flash Bear Slap, of course, it's essentially you trade your Flash as a stunning tool that always hits, and unfortunately Ghost is not as potent in this short burst, so Mu Chao just walks out safe and sound.
You like how he already has Lucidity Boots finished plus the Dark Seal? I think that's a really scary and a really good early advantage for Udia in particular here. Really
He's always
showcasing the
able to keep
first
his
blood.
stance. Yeah, he's always able
Yeah.
to keep his stance up. So, yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a bit of chill game so far. I mean, if you're waiting for a reset, Spike doesn't have his until level 6, so at the very least we have that much time to be a small respite. Just watching how the game goes.
Pike's gonna go and look for some rooms. The map is very dark right now as both sports not able to get their items real quick. There is a small trade in the top lane, both of these players, but buddy, that is an Aatrox. He's got bone plating and he's got W. You ain't getting away from that, but that's a huge wave coming in.
That's a big plus, but Aatrox, you shouldn't fight under this wave.
Oh,
You're
he
not
did 6
6
though.
yet. He's fine, he's fine.
Dishes out the Cyclone, but unfortunately not able to convert that into any meaningful advantage, but we'll be able to get a reset as Aatrox still needs to clear that huge wave.
And one interesting thing to note before Udia tries any shenanigans at mid lane is that if you take a look at bot here, Kaisa is actually going for the Khal, so they are preparing for the late game. They are okay with handshaking it for now. They're fine. And just small trades here and there, but nothing too concrete. Nobody's gonna die here yet.
Don't cast the curse it. Don't cast the curse. Oh man, Aesol's wave clear though. Like I'm so sure that he has so little mana. How is he still able to clear so efficiently?
It's just so hard to deal with. You need to somehow zone him out, but how do you zone him out when all it takes is a single button to start clearing the wave in a few seconds?
Sticks out the Malzahar.
Oh,
shoot
and
again.
But Malzahar is not winning any of this. Oh,
Here comes the hook. Kaisa gonna spray the missiles at her. The Ecanthian Rain, I believe it is the Ecanthian.
Ecanthian Rain.
That's a little bee creature just walking up to Kaisa. It actually takes it! It's actually so cute.
That's
I think he spotted. I like how Felis here, one of the reasons how he got his mana back so quickly is he actually took the plant in the river, which allowed you to get a little bit of extra sustain, the mana especially. And top lane just kind of slapping each other once again. However, as we have seen in the previous few trades, Aatrox is very happy to swing his sword around at you.
I think Wukong's not really playing it too well against the Aatrox because if you take a look at some of the traits, the way to deal with Aatrox is to, this sounds like a meme, but not get hit. But the problem is that it's a very unwieldy slash. So long as you don't stand in the biggest, most important, the knockup range, you'll be fine. You should win most trades as Wukong, but he's getting hit randomly, and that's why he's not winning the trades. Even with his cycle up just now, it's not good enough.
I'm gonna be able to farm up more of those zombie ward stacks as we are getting trades all around the map. In fact, I see Udyr, he's taking a look at that top lane. Will get spotted out, so not likely. Ooh, looks like we have a fight. That's a level 6 Lilia. If this hits, Bear Slap gonna come out just to walk away. Just walk away. Oh boy. Oh, but meanwhile, Pike gonna be able to hook down that Jinx. Gonna get cleansed out. Dodges out of the CC. Is she gonna get the rocket in? That is the reset. However, on the mid lane, we are also gonna be fighting. Bowling Ball doesn't hit, and Kaisa manages to get out. So, we Gucci. Bot lane's Gucci.
Yeah, Gucci. It's just a single kill onto Pike for overextending, trying to dive. But okay,
Yeah, Pike
unfortunately.
Pike unfortunately not level 6 there, as Malzahar gonna get hit by the Aesol stun. You don't want to get hit by that one, buddy. As Aesol just passively farming. I don't even know if he knows what he's doing, or if he's getting CS just on his own.
He's very good at managing the ops around him. So the trick most really good Aesol players do is they try to shove out the wave and they try to oppress your opponent just by shoving out the wave. Your opponent is forced to clear creeps using spells or lose them. And if they choose to poke the opponent Aesol instead, they're going to lose creeps. If they choose to farm the creeps instead, ASO's gonna hit them in the face. And look at this amount of wave clear. Everything except for the cannon minion is down already, and he can just leisurely take it down.
But meanwhile, take a look at the objectives. Udyr is going to start up the wagon, and Pike's gonna swim by it together with ASO as they go for the chain CC. Can they take him down? He's very tanky. I think he just smited for health. Jinx also going to help out here with some great damage, and oh, the resets come in, but however, she's going to be put to sleep. The press R, suppress, going to be used onto Pike, and that will take him down. With the little bee creatures and the remaining players in the pit, Dragon's gonna get taken.
That looked so good at the start with Pike almost managing to get him into range to just execute it, but unfortunately no, he just jumps. The smite is going up at Wukong.
Oh, if we look at top though, as Wukong finally finds a way to take out that Aatrox. Lilia, no sleep right now, but Kai'Sa is gonna out in immediately. Oh, but however, she gets hit by the traps as Jinx manages to take out the Lilia. Kai'Sa trying her best to get something and extend that fight just a little bit longer, waiting for Pike to come down. However, the Udyr with Lethal Tempo will scratch her down.
Good attempt, but it's not. Kai'Sa knows that his time is up and he tries to go for as much damage as he can, trying to either take out Lulu or maybe force Udyr to back. Because Udyr is just so fast on a track, you can't outrun him, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, Pike was unable to reach in time. Starting to see the cracks showing here on Mujal. They're just getting outplayed slightly, just the smallest of margins that's causing them to lose out on this fight, and now the goal is starting to mount 2k goal lead overall. But if you take a look at it individually, it's kind of difficult for anyone to really match this Udyr who's 5k right now.
If Pike manages to get a couple of good ults in, the gold can still swing as part of like Pike's really good ability to just give gold. And I like to give credit to Shinigami here with the Lulu, opting to take the Kindle Gem early to just give herself like extra health such that, and with the ability haste just so that Pike ults are a little bit harder to execute, as well as giving her just a little bit of extra tankiness, right? Like with the Guardian as well, she's just so tanky.
Definitely, and at the very least there's a play being made across map, and Lilia lands the Rift Herald. So this is gonna break the first turret of the game, I believe. Yeah, and Aatrox is gonna be beneficiary of that, so it's a lot of movement.
Aatrox in the side lane is gonna be her. Oh boy, that's a sleep. And can they actually do anything about it? Yes, they. Oh, but he gets suppressed under the tower, but it's just not gonna be enough damage. Even
Very clever play. Okay, so what happened there was yeah, nothing exactly here. But what happened there was that Lilia landed a steep, and Aurelion Soul chose that moment to stop damaging, just to buy as much time for Lilia to actually reach the scene. Lilia already landed the first orb. He's not going to be able to provide any damage until he reaches the scene. So by delaying it as long as possible, even though you lose the sleep damage, it's worth it because Lilia is there to provide a lot of damage through his Q or his W, and essentially secure the kill on Malzahar. So very smart player, the Lilia, and Aurelion Soul right there.
Aurelion Soul gonna pick up the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which is ASO's quote-unquote mythic item. I think ASO is online, actually.
ASO is definitely online, and he can start looking for picks across the map. He's been quite static in his lane so far. He's very content pulling out that Malzahar. Funnily enough, if he gets suppressed, I think he is just going to be able to walk out of it anyway. But we can see if he's trying to abuse his powers by spreading across the other lanes. As we see, it's just so simple for him to just shove out the wave, force Malzahar to match him, and there's always priority given to that Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, even when 5 kills down, the goal doesn't seem like there is a lead anywhere right now. It just goes
talent, man.
yeah, this insane game right now, and here's a double camping jungler. Those of you who want to learn a double camp, you can just do it like that.
All about keeping them in a rough safe spot. I believe you have to do a bit of damage as we see a bit of a
There
fire
we
on
go,
your line.
Pike. You don't want to be there. As just
Slippery.
19. Oh, gets the flash out. If that hits,
Uh,
that definitely would have killed him.
Looks
Pike
like
playing-
that, but yeah, there's one flash gone for another 5 more minutes. Pike, such a slippery champion, you don't particularly need it as much as someone as immobile as Jinx. So he'll live without it for the next 5 minutes, and we'll see if he can make it back in time for this dragon right here.
They get the dragon. It's gonna get started by Udyr. They're gonna drag it out. It is gonna be spotted, and both junglers are near each other right now. That's a 4-man, and Moonstone Renewer. Yeah, Moonstone Renewer going to try and get it healthy, but the blue team here just gonna take it right, just like that. Wukong gonna look for the engage, but he's gonna get immediately slept. And the rest of the team comes in, Pike trying to out, but he's just gonna get destroyed on his way in. And Jinx starting to pop off here. They've lost the Cyclone, but Jinx rockets, a really nice ability, very far range. Does the bowling ball connect? It does not connect onto Udyr. Udyr lives to see another day. Whew, what a fight! Just at the dragon. Wait, it might not just end here if Lilia doesn't actually have to sleep. Unfortunately, she tries to. She actually slept the Wukong on that entry, which is why they managed to get a bit of distance in between them just now.
The thing is, you have to cut your losses at a certain point of time, don't you? I mean, if you take a look at it, they got their first dragon, and they walked out. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to push for round 2. But I think there's a very clever play made there, which is Wukong went invisible. He used his decoy, and Pike saw an opportunity, and he jumped in and killed the decoy, and then he found himself in the middle of 5 people. No more executes, no more escapes, and he's just done there. So that was very clever decoy play by Wukong, I believe.
Well, the tempo isn't going to slow down as Lilia and the gang gonna try and take that second herald. Second herald is not as worth as the first herald, but when it's up, then you can take it. Might as well. Gets you
It's
another
free
tower.
goal.
Yeah, it's free gold. Possibly gets you another tower as well as Drake Pile. So looking to see where they will opt to drop it. I wonder what happened to Pike in the previous fight though, because it seemed like he was going for the execute. It could be either the Moonstone Renewer, could be like the heal.
I
Oh
actually
wait, there
think
is no heal.
the decoy.
The decoy? Oh, oh man, that's rough, buddy.
If that was intended, that was sick. That was extremely sick. But he jumped in with his death from below and met with 5 people who are smiling at him, and they're like, you know what? We'll take this. They didn't expect it, but it's on the table.
An Itadakimasu moment indeed, as we gotta clear out a lot of this vision here. Pike doesn't have the Umbral Glaive, however, still making use of that zombie ward very well, as the mid laners have transitioned bot lane. Seems like this is their new playground.
Nothing ever changes with these two as they just shove each other out. Watch what's the they're essentially just making sure nobody ever pushes the wave beyond where they are intended to. Udyr is here, Lilia is here, they might actually start something. At the very least, Udyr is going for the...
Oh, does he get hit by the... Nah, I'm pretty sure he didn't. Oh, he did! Oh, that's
One
so
shot the
unfortunate.
Udyr. So, a bit of briefing room, we know Udyr has left, at least the premise. And right now, Pot Turret looks like it's going to be open for a bit of poke and chip damage.
A bounty starting to show up here, even though the gold lead isn't that high. So if these bounties are to be obtained, that's kinda scary. Also, Hex Gates for our last game of the day, the finals, we get the latest soul, which is the Hex Soul, where we have these Hex Gates around the map that lets you TP, as shown over there. And the second herald is gonna get taken down. I think he took the bot tower while I was there.
No, and it's a bit more goal in the back pocket. And as you mentioned, this game in particular, I think hex gates are gonna be so pivotal because the greatest thing about hex gates is you can flank your opponents where you don't normally have the opportunity to, unless you put a flash, you put a teleport. And right now, Udyr has the opportunity, Malzahar maybe has the opportunity, Wukong has the opportunity. All of this, you just flank your opponent and catch them unaware from behind. We already see Mu Chao on the blue side. They don't have a lot of great flankers, but they have to be very worried about their opponents because people with brains, they can just watch for the extremely unorthodox plays and try to catch your opponent off guard.
These are kind of the moments where you start to wonder, because the teams can't see how much gold, like overall, they have. Only we can, right? So it kind of makes you wonder how, if they can like have some sensing about how strong they really are, right? Because when you see a scoreline like 2-9, can you justify taking fights, or can you have confidence to take fights? As apparently, yes, here comes the Cyclone, immediate dive onto Kai'Sa, gets exhausted, Moonstone Renewer comes out, and Death from below gonna get charged up, the Ace from the backline as well. Double kill, oh wait, not a double kill, but the Jinx reset, but the Pike resets as well, they're all low! Kai'Sa gonna get exhausted, the cleanse coming out as well, but Kai'Sa might be able to get all these kills here, but they decided to go forwards instead. Udyr might get taken down as well, and that's a shutdown going over to the Kai'Sa, and that is the third Drake, which is the Hextech Drake itself, and that is a rough one, buddy, because that was exactly what I was talking about, those shutdowns that...
2 for 5.
Oh man, that one is rough. The shutdowns though, coming from like such a small gold disadvantage. The gold was basically even, but because of those shutdowns, gold leads suddenly balloons.
Definitely, and we see a teleport over here, but I don't think they can catch much. But the thing is, with these teams...
Oh, maybe they can! And that's a shutdown going back! It's Trinity Force.
I spotted the teleport from Malzahar. I didn't spot the teleport from Wukong, which just caught him off guard. And apparently
fake. It's the TP bait, you know, you gotta teleport one place to teleport to the other. As Umbral Glaive is finished for Pike.
That's gonna be very useful carrying out performance. And oh
No
wow,
way.
looks like
they're going for the behind Baron Blade. Jinx rockets allow her to be able to hit the Baron from behind. It will quickly use up almost all of her mana, but allows her to be able to try and sneak that Baron, as it's just going to get taken, and that is a great play. He actually managed to catch the Pike with the suppress, but it's not going to be enough CC. He's going to go into the water and swim away. I'm not sure why technically he's above land, but that's a swimming.
oh, it's a river. He can swim. But yeah, the thing is, this is a very clever play. I was about to say how it was pivotal for them to try and make something happen, try to get back the goal lead, and Baron is an option. Sneaking it through the entire enemy team, because they don't have enough vision of it, is incredible play. Everyone's on the same page, everyone's ready to make this kind of absurd... You don't think about this kind of plays, it's only 23 minutes in the game. Who sneaks Baron like that? But apparently they do.
It's very true. Point being, like, it's 23 minutes. That's essentially an early-ish Baron. The confidence to like just try and take it, especially from over the wall. Jinx having to use up a lot of mana. Oh, Mr. Pike. Oh, Pike. Oh, wait. Oh, they actually get it! Oh, man!
Malzahar's gonna feel that. He doesn't have that much sustain. I mean, he always has the Liandries for a bit of...
He's still there as well, just laughing at them.
Oh, it's real estate. They started it, so you know what? Just take it off them. Right now we can see they're starting to abuse those vision control tools they have. Okay, they're just making sure your opponent has as little vision on the map. They can't even push for fear of getting collapsed. So that's another problem, and they can't spot their opponents out. So it looks like yeah. Looks like people with brains, they're just holding on right now. They don't know what to do because they don't have vision to work with, and that means Baron buff is ticking down.
Can't tell if this is a negative Baron power play, but definitely not the best. I think they pretty much were unable to push any of the towers in, as even I can still see tier 1s all still up, unfortunately. So even with the Baron up minions, like I said, there's not a lot of vision because of Umbral Glaive, plus the zombie ward itself. Wonder how many stacks he's already on that. It's like probably like pretty high.
Okay. Zombie what it's 29.
Look at that
zombie
vision
what's
score, 104 vision score at 25 minutes. That's insane. 108 vision score.
Zombie what's
That is support diff moments right there. That's what you almost call that, but it's obviously not the case. This is just the power of the Umbral Glaive. It's been enough to 40-second cooldown instead of 35, but that's so short when you still have control wards with sweeper. That's so much vision control.
so much vision control indeed. As I think Baron buff is about to wear off and they got nothing out of it. They farmed some stuff up. They managed to hold on. It's a free Baron, sure. They got the gold from Baron, but they got nothing else, and that is incredible store power from the Wu Chao, which gives a lot of hope for their current position. But right now, they are content with farming up, but to be fair, both teams will only scale up, especially since they both have hyper carries. It's just all about getting the right catch, that Wukong, that or that Kai'Sa jumping in the key moments to spell disaster for the opponent team.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to these like the later game team fights, and it's gonna be really exciting but really pressurizing because who knows how those team fights could affect. It could be just one fight that decides it all actually, as Umbral Glaive can be used to clear out combos. And that is I think that's a Drake just immediately gone, taken by the Mu Chao.
Chao with a great prep, they were already there in time. Everyone was rotated. Aatrox already in mid lane, in fact. He just abandons his top because who cares? The turret's already going to go down anyway. You just need to provide some backup, and the Wukong now is out of place. He needs to burn teleport to match. And they just accept it. It's only Dragon Soul. It's not the it's only Dragon Soul point, not Dragon Soul itself, so they can afford to lose this, but the next one means they have no more leeways. This is the last dragon before the Dragon Soul if they just choose to give it away.
Yeah, I find it unlikely that you would opt to just give it away. But it's so hard to enter the river and gain control of it when you have just an Umbral Glaive Pike. Mind you, not even fed by the way, it's just pure
You don't
vision
need to
power.
be fed. You don't need to be
Yeah,
fed to scan some wards.
Just goes easy. That's 139 vision score at 27 minutes.
Oh man, they really need to create a AP version of the item, man.
I agree, I think it'd be really cool, yeah.
I don't see why Pike's the only one that can make use of it, or Senna. What about my AP supports? What about my tank supports? Ah, yes. But I guess that'll be a bit too much because
So
yeah,
insane if you think about
every
it. It's
support
like,
will buy it.
yeah, if you think about it, it's just gonna be Ward City will like introduce a lot more vision strategy around the game as a whole. Maybe next year. I mean, we got the tier items this year, right? Like all the different tier items, the
yeah.
Fandom and all that. So maybe there'll be like more stuff in the future.
Pike.
Oh, they found him, but they can't catch him.
It's Pike. One dash across the wall and you can't even chase him. The Baron's on the table again. We'll see if they try to make some magic happen again by sneaking it again. Like, shock value only works once. You can't sneak it a second time.
Just like both teams starting to feel the pressure as not a lot of fights happening right now, and I don't think I've seen a lot of fights like even being attempted. Just lots and lots of vision control and back and forth wave pushing. Alright, let's go. Mu Chao
there
gonna
it
start
goes.
the Baron. It is not it's not seen, but it looks like they might have to give it up. It's almost completed, halfway down. Kai'Sa does burn this really, really fast, and I think this is just gonna be done. Pike managing to completely zone out the entire team here, as they're just gonna try and retreat, but they're clearing wards while doing so. And Pike just says, "You think you can clear wards? I have Umbral Glaive plus zombie ward," and he's gonna try and look for a cheeky hook into the E. Doesn't manage to get the stun, but does manage to stun the clone, Shadow Clone.
Okay, so that is the accumulation of so much effort of that of Pike going around clearing every single ward inside. And if you think about it, right, he doesn't even have his mythic item because he doesn't need it. He needs vision control. That is his mythic, and that is so powerful. He just basically allowed them to take Baron because you can't contest it. What if they have the next brush waiting for you? That's a big risk that you have to take. But now then they have to be a bit worried because Baron Path doesn't look like they are the team to just sit back and watch their opponents.
Like here, just farming vision score at this point. Just trying to see how high he can get it.
Okay. What's the bet? What do you think his vision score will be at the end of this game?
If it gets more than 200, I've never actually seen a vision score higher than 200 before. So that to me is gonna be extremely impressive.
Yeah, I definitely do believe he was gonna hit above 200. I think he might even hit above 250, just by amount of To be fair, the red team is doing their best to get vision across the map. The problem is this Pike refuses to let them have anything.
Yeah,
And look at this, completely black. They can't tell. Okay, they have a Baron vision ward. Baron's already down.
dead. Yeah,
Dragon
Baron's
spawning.
dead. Oh no.
Dragon spawning, and they have one ward in a bush. That's so far. It doesn't matter.
And
They're
here he
getting
comes
a bit.
again.
Yes.
Berger's not up, but that means Sweeper is up. He still has 2 Conwards as well.
Okay, the little minions are able to block it, and Wukong's teleporting in preparation of this fight.
Okay, the Drake is spawning. How do you play this one? Out here comes the Aso. He's coming in hot. They're all routed into that small corridor. The traps and the silence will come out. That's so insane engage coming out. As Wukong tries to 1v5, gonna be slapped by that Lilia, but has this been enough? I think Jinx manages to get the resets. She's gonna fire out all the rockets. Aatrox gets exhausted, but so much healing and so much damage. Kai'Sa diving in. It's all comes down to the Malzahar, but how can Malzahar possibly fight his way out of this? He's gonna get taken down. They still have the Baron buff, and Kai'Sa's still gonna try and soul the Drake. That is Hextech Soul.
He's a static shift across the board, and looks like this is a game that's just waiting to just be finished, because look what is the opponent team gonna do? Sure, Pike's not gonna execute anyone. He has 0 kills entire game. He doesn't need the kills. He just needs to be able to escape after he denies you your entire vision, denies you of everything. So your opponent may be able to kill Pike, but you are satisfied with the fact that he's doing his job. He's playing the best vision game of his life right here.
They're gonna slap, but he is gonna get affected by Lilia's abilities. Lilia does the percentage HP, so very good into tank champions like the deer. Hope she's gonna get her recall interrupted, but is it all a bait? Because Aatrox is there, he's gonna whiff the Q, and looks like they want to try and catch this one out. That is a full-scale suppress onto Aatrox. Silence comes out as well. Another stun as Chain CC is going to be used. Aatrox gonna have to pop the ult, increase healing, increase silencing, but that's a huge leap from Lilia as the cycle gonna be used to try and keep the backline away, but Pike gets the reset and gonna use it to just destroy the rest of the team.
That was a 4v5! I was gonna say...
Kai'Sa's the top, pushing in for the end here.
They won the previous fight because Kai'Sa did 1 billion in 1 damage. Then they decided to fight without Kai'Sa, and they caught that Jinx, they caught that Lulu. Both of them melted instantly, and there's nothing they can do. Just your hyper carry is in the front lines, facing down an Orion Soul, facing down an Aatrox, facing down that Lilia. What are you going to do? They're just driving the founders because why not? They have won the game and they have been your finalists. They have won.
Congratulations! Woo! They have once again won another telematch.
Really doing the victory lap over there, and you take a look at the damage. Lilia is... Oh, surprisingly, Lilia's insane. Kai'Sa only came on late game, but Lilia has been impacting the entire map the entire time. Oh, I have to say,
oh, man.
He didn't manage to get 200 vision score, unfortunately, because they decided to end the game anyway. But your thoughts on the MVP of this game?
I give all the credit here to everybody from Mu Chao. Played absolutely amazing, and MVP for me has to be the Pike because of his role in this game. He did two things actually. Number one, he provided vision score or provided vision and completely choked out all options from the side of players with brains. And if he's not even fighting, if he's fighting, he has kill potential, which is insane. So much value.
I definitely agree with you on that. Pike may not have been doing the Pike things of executing your opponents, going for the finisher after finisher, but he has single-handedly won his team that Baron play, which snowballed their lead, and because of that, they are able to get a lot of gold and win fights off that. It's a huge turning point in the game where they were winning, but nothing substantial. But that Baron play that came just from the fact that he was consistently killing all of wards off, making sure opponents are unable to do anything is truly, truly amazing. I share your sentiments on this. Pike is my MVP as well.
I thank all the players actually for putting up a great game. I didn't think there was any player in particular that was slouching or slacking off or whatnot.
Oh, definitely.
Jinx was popping off, being an amazing AD carry. Aurelion Soul was our
I
observers
do
would like
love
to
it. I do
shout
love
out
it.
Aurelion Soul, which I think was an incredible pick here,
It was
actually.
it was stellar. It not only provided a lot of laning pressure against that Mausaha, but some of the engages across the walls because he's just Aurelion, so nobody else can is a mage can engage across the walls and start the entire team, forcing you to back off and creating a lot of space in the process. Definitely.
Wukong also diving that backline so often. Unfortunately, got exhausted a few times, which is why those in the end he's not able to like assassinate Kaisa that often. Not to mention that Wukong nowadays don't build as much damage as they used to. Sure, he's still building a huge amount of damage, but not gonna execute. Alright, now thank you for joining me, Silver, as soon we're gonna head over to the prize presentation. Alright, okay, we'll be right back for the prize presentation after a short break. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the TeleMatch League of Legends, organized by Sus with our prize partner Aftershock. I'm Mayuri Chris, and welcome to the prize presentation. We have a prize pool of about 9.7 thousand RP and backpacks. And once again, like to thank Aftershock PC for supporting TeleMatch League of Legends. Before we reveal the prize winners, Ruth from Sus, the organizer of TeleMatch, would like to share a few words.
Hello, I hope you guys can hear me. I'm Ruth here. Wait, I think there's an echo. Can you all hear me clearly? Okay, just give me a minute while I mute myself in the other chat. Okay. Oops. I think there's an echo. So hold on. Let me double check. Okay, until I figure out what's causing the echo, still bear with me. Okay, so I think just really thank all of you guys for participating as well as supporting the teams that are here. I think it's quite amazing to see like 41 teams that are participating at today's telematch. We have players from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, as of course our home ground, right, Singapore. So I'm actually quite heartened to see um Muchowstick because I think they participated quite a few times and they actually won one of the tele matches before. So really congratulations to them. And also I see a lot of familiar names and players and just it feels like a family that we're here. And I think I just want to address one very big thing that at TeleMatch is that we really want to create a community, a space where it's safe and really healthy for gamers, not just the competitive but the casuals to try competitive out to play and want to improve, want to see where they stand against other players as well, and of course to bond and have fun through our fun matches. So I think one thing that we are very mindful of is we know how BMing, like bad mannering, can affect how players experience the game. Of course, in the real game you can't control, but at Telematch we actually try our best to implement rules such that you won't be able to um for example, like you cannot spam recall in front of someone else. Like that's just really very bad manners, right? Like you try to taunt them, so on and so forth. And then we also try to implement, um, for example, no emoting. So I think some of you might be wondering why are we so strict on emoting rules? Because we don't want players to have the misunderstanding. Like for example, let's say if the opponent emotes in a game after doing a kill, maybe it's just celebrating, which we understand. But the opposing team might actually feel, hey, you know what, are you like trying to taunt me or are you celebrating my death, so on and so forth. So to prevent any misunderstanding, we actually disallow emoting in telematch and we take it very strictly. So I think this is something that I think we're proud of to actually make sure that this space is very safe. And I think I just want to shout out to the volunteers who have really spent their whole time from morning, not just today, but they have been prepping everything. And I just want to shout out to um like even for Defos Kun who actually took out the time um to do the camera work. It's not easy. It's actually a very tiring thing. He actually did it for almost 8 hours already. And also want to thank the casters really. We have Zim Zim and Joshua who opened up for us. We have Mayuri Chris, Donkey, Silver Sky, and also definitely did I miss out anyone? Defos, Zim Zim, Mayuri Chris, Joshua, Silver Sky, and Silvery Sky and Donkey. Yeah. So I think also the behind the scenes, especially those who are on the live stream, you won't be able to see, but I think you interacted with them a lot, which the two scorers, YE and Felix, they have been really on the ball to handle everyone, and also Uwu, I think that's one of our scorers who came to help us today when we are really short-handed. And I also want to shout out to Fajrizu who was helping out with the Discord servers that you get to see where all the channels are. He has actually painstakingly created all the channels according to your name, so on and so forth. So I just really want to share. It's not just an event to us, but it really is like blood, sweat, and tears of everyone involved. And I just really want to do a very huge shout out to all these volunteers, especially the community casters and the scorers. Yes. So without further ado, I would actually want to announce the prize winners. I think just um comedy casters a little break because they've been casting the whole day. I really hope they can preserve their voice. Okay. So before I announce the winners, I would just also like to shout out to the group winners again. Congratulations for being a group winners, which are group one's Shiba Inu Love, group two's One Head. A bit biased here because I think Hanlin's in from that group. He used to be casting and he said like, hey, today I want to play. Okay, so we were like rooting for him secretly. So group three's Players with Brains, and also shout out to them for making it all the way to the finals. Group 4, Where Toki. Group 5's AX2. Group 6, Penguin Tea Party. I really want to go to that tea party if it exists. Group 7's BP from NP, as well as Group 8's Muchao, which we know that they are the champions. So let me just announce the prizes according to the smallest to the biggest value, alright? So the best support goes to the before I actually announce the best support, I want to mention that there's no repeat prize winners. So for example, if let's say you are the champions, you're not allowed, or rather because you got the biggest prize really, you won't be qualified. I want to say not say qualified, what's that word? There won't be repeated winners lah, so you won't be able to win the individual prizes or other team prizes, yeah. So I'd like to mention who the best support is, and it goes to the player with the highest assists per game, and they'll get 350 RP. So congratulations to In from looking for sponsors. Yay! I think they are a Filipino team, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and the MVP goes to they'll get 350 RP, yes. And the MVP goes to the player with the highest kills per game, and they'll also get 350 RP. So drum roll, dun 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 dun. And the MVP, there are two players, okay? And they're all from the same team. So congratulations. There's one player called the team player, okay? So it's not the team. So the team player and Shawn Maker from Looking for Sponsors, you guys will be sharing the 350 RP. Congratulations. Alright, and then we'll move on forward to the most spirited team. I think this is a prize that is very unique to TeleMatch because we understand that it's very difficult to play, especially from behind. Especially when teams they maybe face very difficult games. The first thing that we usually do is give up, but I think we really want to encourage players to not give up, to continue pressing on, and that's why surrendering in telematch is actually not allowed. So we actually want to reward or rather encourage this team that persevered throughout the group stages despite having very rough games. So they will actually get 1,500 RP in total as a team, and the team that gets it goes to Individuals 3. Congratulations! Alright, and the next prize, the second last prize actually, goes to the best teamwork, goes to the team with the most assists per game who didn't receive a team prize, of course. So, sorry, Muchao, you not qualified for this. Alright, um, okay, so I want to emphasize again is that usually at Paddy match, there's no like first, second, third. That's what makes it a community event, and that's what makes like you have to either go. You need to know the prizes and you know how to win them. So I would like to mention that the best teamwork goes to the gets 2,500 RP, and they will also get 5 aftershock backpacks for the team, and it goes to it. Oh, the champion